Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Hey the John of Strategy. Hey Dame Offensive. How you going, guys? So today we're doing something a little bit different. Today we're doing Talkback radio show style stream. So I did this a little while ago when Warhammer 3 got announced. Basically, the gist of it is that you can call in on the Discord and have a chat with me about the topics for today are the Rakarth update, the kind of state of the game of Warhammer 2 at the moment, like post Rakarth update, you know, how you feel about the game, what your most fun factions are at the moment, any bugs that are in the game, that kind of stuff. Also patch 1.11.1, which just dropped yesterday. Yeah, well, you know, what that fixed, if there's anything that's not in the patch notes that you've noticed about it, that kind of stuff. But maybe we could speculate about the next DLC that's going to drop for Warhammer 2. And also, of course, the Warhammer 3 news that we're possibly going to get in May. I believe Grace said that there would be no Warhammer 3 news until May, which, of course, we all took to mean that there will be Warhammer news, you know, on the 1st of May as soon as possible. That may not be accurate, but, you know, I guess that's what we're hoping. Anyway, so yeah, so that's what that's the topic of today's Talkback radio session. If anyone wants to dial in and have a chat, basically I'll you can, there's should be a link to the Discord in the description below. You jump into the Discord, and then on the Discord, in the Discord channels, there's on the kind of left hand side, there'll be a list of channels. If you go down to the voice channels on my Discord, there should be one that says phone in line, and you'll see most of them out in there. And then just below that, there should be one that says phone in waiting room. So you jump in the phone in waiting room, and then just say hello in the live YouTube chat. You know that you want to jump in and say hi, and then I'll drag you in, or one of the mods will drag you into the waiting room. So yeah, so while all that's going on, I'm going to be just playing some Warhammer 2 in the background. I've got a very long campaign that I'm working on here, that I've been working on for a while. So yeah, I'll just kind of keep flicking some turns on that while we're talking. Brad, the backup plan. How you going, man? Mostly talking with people. Woo. Yep, that's the plan. Hey, Bretler. Yeah, if any of you guys want to say hi, just yeah. But the normal form, like the kind of normal format, I guess, is that you just call in, maybe chat for like a minute or two, not for long, you know, just say one thing or whatever, or a couple of things, and then you know, kind of, I'll just go back and play for a bit longer, or somebody else will come on, or whatever, you know. But you know, who knows? Some people can stay on longer or whatever. Hey, Jay Deathu, how you going, man? Excuse me. Yeah, the only thing I didn't really factor in was because I thought Legend streams on Fridays, so I thought you know, I'll do an earlier stream, because you know, there probably won't be there'll be people that would normally watch Legend maybe that won't have anything to watch, so they might be interested in coming to check out the stream. So I thought I'll just do an earlier stream, and then I can kind of cover that area of, you know, dead air that might be otherwise missing Total War. Yeah, I didn't really think about the fact that would mean that I wouldn't get hardly any sleep, and that I'd have to get up at 1 a.m. in the morning to start my stream. So yeah, so I've had like 2.5 hours sleep, and now here I am streaming at 1 a.m. in the morning Australia time. But that's cool. I've got my coffee, so you know, coffee fixes all things in the short term, at least. Meat, can't stick around, but I hope it goes well, man. Keep up the great content. Thanks a lot, Meat. Much appreciated, man. Brett, to be honest, Legend streams have been there's so much. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, not everyone can enjoy every faction, you know. And I think also, you know, it's probably that, you know, it's been a little while since the last DLC came out, and it was only a fairly small, like the Rakarth update was a fairly small FLC. So, you know, I think it's also that's the that's probably the other factor is what are we doing here? Bloody strike. I might yeah, I'll just fight this guy on. Actually no, this we don't want to do that because we want to give Alariel a chance to get some XP. Happy St. George's Day, people. Oh wow, I didn't know it was St. George's Day. How you going, Cock Monkey? Yeah, I think that viewership of Total War stuff in general has been going down a bit lately. I was actually wondering, which is just natural when when it hasn't been a DLC for a while. I think everyone some people get a bit burnt out or whatever. And a natural kind of ebb and flow to it. But yeah, I'm interested to know what people are thinking about their games and how your Total War Warhammer 2 experience is right now. But yeah, I need to get Alariel up to like 12 or whatever so that she can unlock an extra couple of handmaidens. And we obviously want to get we still need to get I don't know why I did gamble, didn't really need to do that. Obviously we still need to get Alastar leveled up a little bit. Oh yeah, so the mission of this the mission for this stream is, what are we doing in this stream? We need to farm more resistant handmaidens. I think we only got 1 or 2 at the moment. Whoa, bro, the backup plan with the big super chat. Here's your coffee cash. Get the good stuff. Keep up the good work. Oh, nice. Hot Dog Warrior says, "You not playing Shiv 2." Yeah, no, sorry, not playing Chivalry 2. Sorry, Hot Dog. Hey, Hot Dog, why don't you come and be our? Why don't you come and be my first call-in guest? Are you streaming at the moment, or are you free to come and chat with us? So this is the only problem with doing the Talkback radio. If no one rings in, then it's like kind of embarrassing because then I'm just me talking back to myself. Hopefully we'll get a few callers at some point. Yeah, thanks a lot, Brad. Bradman, appreciate it. Very nice of you. Well, Bradman as well. You've dropped the big super chat on us. Do you want to come and jump into Discord and say hello? Legend looked at a Dwarf Engineer Doomstack, 3 Thunderers and 16 Engineers. Superb in auto resolve, but game stats not as good. Okay, no worries. Hot Dog says, I can chat for a minute. I'm downloading Shift 2, then I'm going to stream. Okay, awesome. Right, let's see how this works. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I wonder how far you're coming through. Go, just chat again one more time.
Hello?
Yeah, I think you're probably a fair bit quieter than me. Let me just turn up my...
Oh, God.
Not your fault. Just
I should be slightly louder.
Yeah, but I've got... So that the game sound isn't too loud, I've got my, like, game...
I'm, like, slightly louder than you to, like, emphasize my importance.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, that makes total sense now that you mention it.
Yeah.
I forget how to do settings. Where are we going? Sound... No.
So the closed beta of Chivalry 2 dropped half an hour ago, and you're not playing it.
Chivalry 2.
Yeah.
Right. That's probably because I don't cover that game on this channel. That's probably the main reason why I'm not covering it. Where?
Yeah, but why?
Voice and video. Here we go. Output volume. Input volume. Which one am I changing? Input volume? Output volume. Fuck knows.
Oh wait, so I need to talk about like Warhammer stuff. That's what I'm supposed to be here for, right?
No, you don't need to talk about Warhammer stuff. You can talk about Chivalry if you really want to. Okay, how do I change? Sorry guys, technical difficulties. I'm not very good at stuff.
I see you have 2 dragons in your party. That's pretty cool.
You're just like reaching, you're like desperate right now. It's just like, what are I going to talk about? The whole you don't care about Warhammer is coming across pretty strong as well too, by the way I'm talking. Alright, how about now? Talk again now. These levels.
Hello?
No, no, it didn't really seem to do anything. I thought I'd boosted you, but you're about the same. Shit.
You have 22% of my attention left until I go and play Chivalry.
20. There's like there's an attention bar, and it's like that's it. It's going down.
Yeah.
Shit. It's no good. Well, maybe you can just talk. How about you? I'll just let you talk about whatever you want, and I'll just play Warhammer while you talk. How about that?
God, that's a. So let's talk about my channel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So Hot Dog's got a Twitch channel. Hot Dog's one of my long-standing mods. He's one of the first mods of the channel, and
that barely does anything.
Yeah, he doesn't do any moderating. He just kind of causes trouble every now and again, and bans people randomly.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
Like, oh, someone's starting trouble, and someone at Hot Dog, and then I'm just like, what? That's what I come into the Discord.
Yeah, that's it. You just keep things spicy. But yeah, Hot Dog started his own Twitch channel now, and what do you do on your Twitch channel? Have you got a theme? You do a bunch of different games.
We do. We just finished The Witcher, so we're gonna cover the DLC soon.
Like a new DLC, or do you just mean the old DLCs?
The old DLC.
Ah, why didn't you just play with the DLC in already? Or?
No, like we finished the main game, and now you're supposed to do the DLC afterwards.
Oh, right, the story. Like, so you had the DLC installed already. Now you're doing the story of the DLC or whatever.
Yeah. So that's been interesting. Because have you completed The Witcher?
No. Yeah, apparently you're a bit quiet, which I thought you were. See, even though no one cares about what you got to say, Hot Dog, the volume that you're saying it at is of critical importance. That's what we need you for.
Yeah, you're running out of attention too. You've got 9% attention. You've wasted.
Like
12% of it.
All right, how about?
All
right, what about now?
8.
Oh yeah, I think you're coming through strong now. I think it's working out good.
I think it's 7 now. 7% of my attention span.
Shit. All right. Well, what I've done is I've turned up the volume to max, but then I've turned down the game sound so that you should be coming through loud and clear now, basically.
Okay. So now, since while you're explaining that, we're at 6% attention span. So
I wasted more of the precious Hot Dog time.
But hey, Brad the man back up plan. Yeah, Brad man the backup plan. Super chat. That was so cool.
It was super cool. That's the biggest super chat I've had in like a while. That's probably the biggest super chat of this quarter. It's pretty cool. Well, maybe like, I don't know, this month, say. Yeah, for sure. Very, very generous.
I think you should give him mod.
Give him mod.
Give him ban powers.
I don't think we don't do that anymore. That was like, yeah, that was when I first started. I just was making everyone a moderator because I was just so happy to have anyone that would watch the stream. I was like, yes, you can be a moderator. Whereas now I was like, I've realized now that like it's mainly you that's made me realize this, Hot Dog, that you shouldn't make everyone a moderator. There's like some people that just aren't really suited for it.
On the reason why people can't have nicknames in the...
That's right. You used to be able to change, the moderators used to be able to change people's nicknames on the Discord server, but then some of the moderators weren't able to use that power responsibly, so I had to take that away.
One moderator. I ruined it for the rest.
Yeah. So now only I can change people's nicknames on the channel. So it means that every time someone needs a nickname changed, I have to do it. And so I can't, the moderators can't do that for me now because
well, you could give me back the power, but I can't promise not to abuse.
So this is the problem. It's not, you don't even say I won't do it again. You just be like, I'll probably do it again. That's like,
probably if the situation arises, I will make a worthy assessment on whether it's worth it or not, and it will probably more than likely be worth it.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Ah dear. Anyway, so what's happening with Chivalry? Why do we care about Chivalry? Why are we playing Mordhau anyway? Isn't Chivalry
beta.
Just the old shit version of Mordhau?
Yeah, but now it's Chivalry 2.
But isn't Mordhau like the better version of Chivalry 2?
No, but Chivalry 2 has console people, and everyone on the PC civilization wants to destroy console people.
Okay.
But speaking of Chivalry 2, you've run my attention span to naught. So you're gonna have to get another phone waited line.
All right, no worries. So thanks a lot for chatting with us today, Hot Dog, and thanks so much for your support and being a great moderator. Once, and I don't know, I don't think you're ever really a great moderator, but you've been a moderator, so I appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
If someone needs anyone banned, at me, I'll do it.
You've been an entertaining moderator. I'll give you that. One of our most entertaining, for sure.
Well, keep stopping by your street, man. Adios.
See you, Hot Dog.
I'll miss you. Please.
Okay, bye, Hot Dog. Bye. All right. He's gone. Thank God. I mean, thanks, Hot Dog. What do you need to duplicate items, says Swap Mate. I don't know. How do I duplicate items? I didn't even know that was a thing. You can duplicate black arcs, but I don't think you can duplicate items. Yeah, I don't know. Has anyone heard about duplicating items? Is that a thing? Or are you talking about in Chivalry or something? No, you can't. I don't think you'd be able to do that in Chivalry. Look at this army. They don't know what to do. Like my army is too far away for them to be able to understand that they need to go over there to attack them. And my flying army is just like, they don't know how to deal with that. Therefore it's freaking everybody out. I don't want to come over and shoot them with magic, but kill the cavalry. What mate says, bruh. Alright, oh, cool. How do you duplicate items from the oh right, how do you duplicate items from the Dragon Quest? Okay, cool, yeah, I know how to do that. So when you've got a Dragon Quest for Imrik, basically whatever slot the item goes into, thanks Dane by the way, whatever item slot the item goes into, so just say it's a weapon item, so the purple legendary item that you get from the quest is going to go into Imrik's weapon slot. Basically all you need to do is unequip whatever weapon you've currently got in Imrik's weapon slot, and then what will happen is the game will put the weapon into Imrik's weapon slot, and it will also give you one just in your inventory, so you'll get double. So if you've already got a green weapon or a blue weapon or whatever in Imrik's weapon slot, then it'll just replace that weapon with the legendary weapon. But if that weapon slot's empty, then it'll give you a weapon to that weapon slot and you'll get another one in your inventory, so it basically dupes the legendary items. So I've done that twice already for Imrik's quests, so we've got a couple of we can probably see them right now actually. This guy's got Vine Dragon Scale. I've got 2 of those, and what else we got? I'm sure. Oh yeah, and this Wind Blast, that's from one of the other ones. That's from, we got 2 of those Wind Blast items as well. Oh yeah, so I was thinking this guy could just like put some of these in there maybe. Yeah, it's pretty far away. I don't think he's going to be able to really do it, but. Oh, you should just do some Dragon Breath in there. How good would that be? Look at this blob. Look how much damage it's going to do. It's going to be crazy. I'm excited about this blob damage. Come on, Flame of the Dragon. I shot him into Flame. Oh, is there a lot of damage? Oh yeah, look how much damage that was. It just wrecked like a bunch of units. That's pretty hectic. Okay, cool. That was pretty. I mean, everyone likes to see big damage. There's my mage just getting some. She can actually do some heals while she's here as well. Can it only be done with Imrik though? Oh, I don't know. I mean, there might be other characters that can do that as well, but yeah, it's not like every character that happens with every time you do a quest. The Dragon quests are a bit wonky. I think they're, they've got some things about them that are a bit. Yeah, so it's definitely not that definitely doesn't happen with every Legendary Lord quest. I'm not sure if there's any others that it works with, but. So yeah, so Dame's Dame's significant other's asleep at the moment, so she can't come on and chat with us just yet, but she said she's going to come and talk with us later. She's got some things she wants to talk about, and somebody else said that they were going to come on as well, but they can't just yet. So yeah, so if anyone else wants to come on, we're chatting about the state of, basically about the current state of Warhammer 2, like what you think of the game, what you're enjoying about the game, you know, what bugs are in the game at the moment with the new 1.11.1 update, what you think of the Rakarth update. Yeah, because we haven't talked. Last sort of session we did was before the Rakarth update came out. We'll get our man Alastar at the front here. So this would have been a perfect time actually to have, if somebody wanted to come on and do a little monologue, and then I could just concentrate on fighting this battle while you guys could talk. But that's okay. It doesn't need to be like, people don't need to be calling in constantly or anything. It's gonna be a long stream. I'm probably gonna stream for about 8 hours today, so I don't expect, you know, 8 hours of callers talking, you know, or anything like that. It'll just be like me playing, and then occasionally we'll have someone drop in and chat with us for a while.
Glory awaits. Noble, I am ready. Slay them.
Handmaiden of the Everqueen.
Ready and able. Together. Noble born. Steel. All for one.
Onward!
Advance.
Advancing!
Noble. Son of Oldwood. Moving out. Quick time. Brave and true. Noble.
Get up. There we go. And then this one could flame this blob. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, dragons just take so much damage from, oh, look at that blob damage, it's so good. And the flames.
Without fail. Direct me.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage. Might need to just get out of there. Get some heals. Hey, the John Strategy. Just grabbing some food. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you're going to come and say hi to us a little bit later on, aren't you, as well? Posthumous said, Legend not streaming today. Is it his day off? Maybe you can get him on the line. Nah, I don't think he'll be on. I think Legend will be... I think the whole point of him having days off is so that he can, you know, do other stuff besides Total War, you know. Sometimes he'll come on in the morning. You know, because like it's 1 AM in the morning, 1 AM now, so yeah, I don't know, actually I don't even know what Legend does on his day off. I don't know, I'm just theorizing. But yeah, but when he does come and say hello, it's usually in the morning, so you know, maybe like 5 or 6 hours from now. I haven't really had him drop in at this time before. So yeah, so I guess he's probably not watching right now. But yeah, if you're still here in 5 or 6 hours, he might drop in, but I don't know if the topic would really interest him that much, you know. Is this just kind of like the state of the game? I don't know. I mean, maybe, you never know. If it was something to do with like exploits or cheesing or something like that, you know, maybe with a faction, like it was like, if the topic of the Talkback radio was like favorite Skaven cheese, then, you know, then I would be like, yeah, he'll probably call in. But yeah, I don't know if he's like super into just general state of the game type stuff.
Noble prince. Noble.
Awaiting
Awaiting orders. Alariel the Evergreen. Winds of
Haven't had anything in 36 hours, so I'm a bit peckish. Oh wow, you're doing like some bit of intermittent fasting or something there, John. Trying to lose some kilos. I haven't weighed myself for a few days actually. I've been working on my diet. I managed to get up to 108 kilograms a few weeks ago. That's my lifetime personal best, heaviest weight I've ever been at. So yeah, I think I've dropped a fair bit now. I think I was 103. It was 103 kilos last time I weighed myself, so I've lost about 5 kilos. So well, maybe more now. I haven't weighed myself in a couple of weeks, but yeah, but dropped. I've definitely made some progress. So it's always, I mean, it feels better. It feels good to make some progress. Gives you a bit of encouragement to keep trying to stick with the diet. Does that work? Where is this healer? Why is he always out of range? Oh, right, so short range. Keep forgetting that it's not really on range. Hey Snatter, how you going, man? The best Beastmaster in Nagaroth should have some kind of workshop mechanic, in my opinion. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Since the last update, the vampire counts can't upgrade the capital of Albi into tier 5. What? That's interesting. I didn't know about that. That's a weird thing a weird bug to have. Yeah, never heard of that one. So Albion can't get upgrades tier 5. Wow, that's weird. Just trying to get some heals on these guys, but I mean this army's done, you know, like where it's just it's not really a threat anymore or anything. Just basically using up my Winds of Magic to get heals. Yeah, Alastar's just chomping away there. He's got, what's he up to now? He's got only 15% ward save, 23 physical, 35 missile. He's got a long way to go. He'll have his stats will be a lot higher by the time we finish here.
Son of Oathwood.
We should kill their lord. Who's got healing potions? No. Alright, well, we've got one battle down. Hey man, losing weight is tough. Yeah, it is tough, but I've done it once before. Like I never tried dieting or anything before, but last year or just before we went into COVID lockdown, I tried to diet for the first time and actually worked really well. I lost about 15 kilos or something, like how much? Yeah, I think it was about 15 kilos over the course of about like 3 months. So it took a while, or maybe 4 months. But like I kind of be like, okay, that's how you do it. You just eat a lot less food and, you know, you lose weight. So, and yeah, so it was good to see at work, you know, because I think, excuse me, I think if you don't really see it working, like it can be demoralizing, you know. So yeah, so I got that experience of trying it and it actually working, and yeah, so I think that kind of helped me a bit. So now that I've got that experience of having done it in the past, you know, I know I can do it again, you know. But also on the other hand, I know that it is hard and it takes fucking ages. So it's like, you know, it's like on the one hand, it's like both sides. I'm like encouraged because I know I can definitely do it because I've done it before. So it's just like, you know, just eat less food for ages and then you'll lose weight. Easy, you know. But then at the same time, I know that eating less food for ages is really, I don't know. It's like, it's not hard. You just do it, you know, but it's sort of hard. It is hard sort of as well. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sure that a lot of you have probably tried dieting before, so you already know what I'm talking about. I don't really need to explain it. But yeah. Anyway, that's a little update about Mercy. Mercy's personal life. Mercy's un-Warhammer related life. I lost 1 kilogram this morning. Took 2 flushes to get it into the pan. Okay, Cockmonkey had a big one today. Delivered a little baby, little Yeah, actually, we won't. Probably don't need to go to the like literal toilet humor. Postgres said, sad they haven't fixed the bug in the Southernlands, the darkness, the main city. They can't have the garrison building with any faction. Not sure why that is. Oh, okay. I don't really go to the Southlands, so I'm just not even aware there is a place like that there. How does the view accordions work? Oh, okay, so well, yeah, you just go into the Discord, and then so if you look in the description of the video, if you're on YouTube, down the bottom, there should be a link to my Discord. Hopefully I remember to put that in. Yep. So it says, you know, Twitter, and it's got the Twitter thing there. If you want to join my Twitter, click that. And then just below that, it's got Discord. Click on it to join Discord. You click that. And then, oh, actually, no, it says there in the description, yeah. Type a message saying you want to be, you know, you want to chat with me in the YouTube chat, and then go into the Discord and go to the phone-in waiting room. Oh, there you are. Cool. All right, we'll chuck you in. Hey, Snada, can you hear me all right? I think you're muted. No, you're unmuted.
Yeah, I had to cough.
Oh, there we go. Cool. I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah. How you going?
I'm good, man. So you're supposed to talk about like the state of the game.
Oh, actually, I've got my thing. I have to ask you where you're from. That's our first little icebreaker. To be like, hey, Snada, what part of the world are you? What province or state are you from? No, and country, obviously, as well.
Oh yeah. I'm from Norway.
Ah, cool. And is there a particular state or province or whatever in Norway that you're from? Are you a citizen of all Norway? You don't tie yourself down to one particular area?
I guess the general location is like it's called Kvinnherad. And it's kind of hard to pronounce for non-English speakers, I bet.
Yeah. So I am an English speaker. It's a bit hard for me to pronounce as well. Okay, cool. And does Kvinnherad, is that how you say it? Does that have like a famous? Is there anything famous about that? Is that like, did any like Viking stuff happen there, or you know, is it? What's the coolest thing about that area?
Leave nothing of value.
Well, let me Google. I have no idea.
You're like representing your home state now. You need to like, you know, you're on the world stage. There's like 30 people listening right now.
It's close to like I guess it's close to like the waters, so a lot of Vikings probably did raids via that place.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear. Just Vikings, anything. Just the word Vikings. Boom. You've nailed it. All right.
Just Odin.
Odin.
Nice.
Yeah, just say Odin every now and again. That's perfect. Excellent. Sorry,
Nice.
that was probably a bit unnecessary, but yeah. So, did you, anything, have you been playing a lot of Warhammer 2 lately?
Yeah, I've probably a couple of 100 hours in the last couple of weeks.
Oh wow, okay, that's solid. I've often been like that, where it's like, you know, you play like 80 hours or something of Warhammer, or, you know, and you're like, oh wow, that's like I just had like 2 full-time jobs that I've done back to back, you know, this week or whatever.
Yeah, it's so fun. Like it's actually the most played game I've ever played. I've got like 2,800 hours on it.
Wow,
I just love it.
Same here. It's my most played game ever as well.
The replayability on it is insane.
I know, it is so good. I started just literally saying it is the best game ever made, because it is, like, it is just is, like, you know, for me anyway. Well, I mean, obviously when you say something like that, it's totally subjective, you know, it's obviously your opinion or whatever, but I was saying, I mean, I can't give someone else's opinion, I'm going to give mine, and mine is that, you know, literally no one's ever made a better game than this, you know, it's just the best game. Love it.
Yeah. I think a lot of that goes into like, when I rate a game, if I've played the game and I'm still not tired of it, like 3 to 4 years later, then
that's an excellent.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, that's a really good. And like for me, it's almost like I don't even rate a game unless it's like that. Like you know, I can play a game. There's occasionally a game will come out that I enjoy, and I'll play it for 30 or 40 hours or whatever, however much the recommended amount is, and I'm like, okay, yeah, cool, I got my money's worth, you know. but it doesn't even, it's not a blip on the radar of games. Like the only games that I rate are the ones that I play for hundreds of hours, you know. If it's not something I play for hundreds of hours, then it's like, you know, I don't know, it's like when you go to the cinema and you see a movie for 2 hours and you talk about it with your friends afterwards or whatever, and then a week later you've sort of mostly forgotten about it, you know. Like that's kind of like most games are like that, you know. Whereas the kind of like the real games in my sphere are the ones that, you know, yeah, exactly, you're still playing them 3 years later and stuff.
Yeah, it has to make a big impression on you to kind of stick.
Yeah. What are your? Do you play a lot of? Would you say a lot of the games that you play a lot of are games like that, where you've got those like hundreds of hours in them, or is this the only game you've really played heaps of?
I have like 4 or 5 games that I've probably sank like 700 to 1,000 plus hours in.
Yeah. What are your top 5?
Top 5? All right. I can look on my Steam. So Warhammer 2 is obviously, you know, the best. No contest there. And then when PUBG came out, I played that loads.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
And then I played some For Honor, the fighting game.
Yeah.
And some Arma 3 and Dark Souls 3. That's basically like my top 4, 5.
Okay, wow. So that's you're painting a bit of a picture. I'm getting like a profile, you know, your like gamer profile now, you know. So you're obviously you're quite competitive. You get that once you get into a competitive sort of scene, you can quite often get addicted to that kind of competition. Is that kind of part of it? And also like stuff that's really hard. If it's really hard, you get like the challenge, you get the bug, and then you have to like win it. You know, you have to keep going. Is that kind of how you are?
Yeah, I get really competitive in games. Although I know I'm like not like the best, but I give it my all. Yeah,
I'm a bit like, I'm not really like that competitive. I've had like a little phase. Very rarely have I really gotten into multiplayer games. There's just been little phases where I've gotten into them for a while. When back in the day, I got into Counter-Strike. You know, for a while. There was like a year or so there maybe where I played a lot of Counter-Strike. Which is a first-person shooter. And then there was I think it was Dawn of War 2 multiplayer. I got into that for a while. So if you're into like StarCraft and stuff, I guess it's that kind of thing, but like maybe like a StarCraft Lite kind of thing. But probably that same kind of bug of like build orders and like, you know, actions per minute and all that kind of stuff. But generally, if you look at my hundreds plus hours stuff, they're gonna all be like single player games. They're gonna all be things with procedurally generated content. You know, so there's kind of like endlessness to it. You know, there's like some grind. You know, the ability to kind of grind stuff a bit. There's RPG elements, so you can like, you know, craft kind of sandboxiness. You know, that you can craft the environment, craft the world to your own. To a degree, to your own, you know, I mean, maybe you'd argue that Warhammer's not really a sandbox game because you can't really directly control everything, but I feel like it is. There is definitely a sandbox feel to it, and that you can set out to like, I'm going to make the world this way, and then kind of set out to try and make that happen.
Although when people say it's a sandbox, and when people say that, what I think is, when I start up a campaign as Belagar, whatever, things will be different. Like sometimes the dwarves will, you know, destroy the greenskins, or sometimes the greenskins will destroy the dwarves. But those kind of things always seem to happen, though. Like it always seems to, like, the high elves always win, the lizardmen always take the place they live in. And you know, the greenskins right now at least always win against the dwarves, in my experience at least. There's like set things that always happen. A couple of set things.
Yeah, definitely. And that's an interesting thing that I wanted to talk about with the current state of the game. At the moment, a few people have commented on that the greenskins they win against Karaza Karak, so the main dwarf blue faction. All things being equal, the greenskins tend to win a lot of the time against the dwarves, whereas I think in some other recent patches the dwarves have kind of been really dominant. So you've kind of had that experience as well.
Yeah. Always like turn 50 has vampire counts, and it's all greenskins down there. I can't like have the dwarves be like my shield against the greenskins, because guess what? Nobody likes you as vampire counts. Not even vampire counts, I guess. Well, some of them do, but.
Yeah, well, my theory is that if you play vampire counts, like, you just gotta suck it up and be like, dude, no one's gonna like you. You don't have any friends. You just have to stop crying and just kill everyone. That's just, that's kind of my theory on it, but...
just hiding in my castle, waiting for Nagash.
Yeah, that's it. Although one of my favorite kind of roleplay campaigns to try to do, I haven't really successfully done it since Warhammer 1, but is to basically play as vampire, so play as like either Manfred or Vlad, and then try to subjugate the Empire but not wipe them out. So basically the ideal campaign for me, if I could pull it off, would be that I take over every major settlement in the Empire. So I've got all of Talabheim, Aberheim, all the capitals like Reichland and stuff, Altdorf, I mean, but I still keep all the minor settlements with the original human inhabitants that are now my subject, make them vassals, and then kind of rule the Empire with my vampire overlords. But yeah, it's super hard to do.
That sounds fun.
Yeah,
at least if you're like a little bit roleplay thematic, it sounds really fun. It's like Vlad's dream, I guess. What he wanted to do. Yeah,
it's like he wants to kill killing everyone's fine, but he doesn't want them to just die. He wants them to kneel. He wants them to. Yeah. So that's my fantasy campaign. It's super hard to do though, because you're basically trying to just. It's just super complicated, and then as well as that, you're getting attacked by other external factions. You pretty easily dominate the Empire and kind of do that part, but meanwhile you're getting invaded and stuff, and you've got to protect these minor settlements that can't build proper armies because they don't have any capitals, and it's basically a nightmare to try to actually do it. but it's that's the kind of stuff I get into though. That's the sandbox thing, I guess.
What do you acquire?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to set up a really crazy situation that was really stupid and impractical in the game?
Oh yeah, all the time. I used to take, for example, Caragate Peaks, and I used to make my the best army that I thought was the Doomstack, Bugman's Rangers. And I kind of just went to war with everyone, and then had everyone besiege me with 6 armies and see if I could win.
Oh, okay.
Just like a last stand on the deep type of thing.
Oh, nice. And so was it just sort of one final climactic battle that you're trying to get, or do you just want to have turn after turn after turn, just everyone attacking you and you just keep holding out, kind of thing?
I was just trying to get one big battle.
One big battle. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. Did you ever get satisfaction? Did you get that one really, Armageddon style end of the world battle to happen that satisfied you?
Not really, because the map layout in Caragate Peaks is garbage.
Ah, okay.
It's not fun to defend.
Karaza Karak is probably the one that you want, isn't it?
Yeah, that and Black Crag.
Black Crag. Can't really think of what Black Crag's like, but yeah. No, that's cool.
I just heard Legend said it's like a 10 out of 10 for defensive.
Oh, okay, yeah. Were you doing that Legend style of pull back from the walls and use the kind of narrow, funneling them down the streets and stuff to maximize? Yeah.
I find that's the best, because I don't really think, I just see him do it and he does well, and so I copy it. Okay.
Yeah, that's that's probably my that's pretty much sums up my way of playing Total War. It's watch Legend, he tells you how to do it, and then you go and try it out. Yeah.
You're losing the campaign, search the Heinrich Kammler campaign, and then watch him do it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, or you've just lost the campaign and you're restarting, and like you're like, this time I'll just chuck on the stream of like Legends last, Etain run before while I do it, and then we'll play along together. Yeah, definitely. I've got another caller waiting. Did you have anything else you wanted to say before I let you go?
Nah, that was fun talking to you.
Yeah, no worries, man. Well, if you're still around, in a couple of hours or whatever, or maybe you can come back and chat some more.
Yeah, sure thing, man. If I'm not playing a game, I'll make sure to see if you're still on.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting, Santa. See you later.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah. Cool. Snatter from Norway. I forget the name. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can pronounce the name. But yeah, anyway, Snatter from Norway. That was awesome. That was a good chat. How you going, the John of Strategy? Are you ready?
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Just checking.
Yeah, I think your levels are pretty good. I think I can hear you good.
Good to hear.
So the John of Strategy is one of our new star scientists on the channel, and he's actually got his own YouTube channel as well. The John helped me out a lot with my last video. I don't know if any of you guys saw my last video about creating hundreds of Gotrek dupes, but yeah, the John is the best Gotrek duper that I know of. He's able to get 100 Gotreks out of his Gotrek, and that was actually the John of Strategy save game that I showed off in the video with 100 Gotreks. I think the most. Well, I only tried a couple of times. To be fair, like, I didn't really try. I'm sure I could have gotten heaps of Gotreks if I wanted to, but yeah, my record was 17 Gotreks, so I think it was. So yeah, the John beat me by quite a lot, by 80 or so. So yeah, that was pretty good.
I've actually tried to get more, but the game kept crashing at about 120. I don't know if that's on my end, or there is maybe a general cap or something, or maybe the game ran out of room to place them. I don't know.
The game's just like, too many Gotreks, John. You drunk? Go home.
Too much Gotrek on one hex.
That's right. Yeah. What country? What province are you? What province are you from? Or country and province are you from, John?
Province is called Limburg, which is in the Netherlands.
Oh, cool.
It's in the very south of the Netherlands, and we are also called Spare Belgians or Spare Germans by our countrymen.
Oh, right, yeah. So the Netherlands is, right, okay. Oh no, no, sorry, I'm thinking Belgium. Yeah, so some friends of ours, they live in the Netherlands. Like, she's from the Netherlands and he's from Australia, but he's moved over there so they can get married and have kids and everything. And he works in Belgium, and you can just like drive. I'm not sure he commutes now, but he was commuting. Like, he would drive to Belgium for work and back. So I think everything's a lot closer in Europe, isn't it? You can kind of drive to other countries and stuff.
The Netherlands is, if you want to cross the Netherlands, I think the longest drive you could make is 2.5 hours, and that's from like the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
So it's pretty small. If I want to go to Belgium, it's a 5-minute drive, I think, and Germany maybe 10.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and it's there's so many like cool countries in such a small area as well. Like, it's not. I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't want to say like there's some countries that are cooler than others, but I guess if you're interested in medieval military history, then there's a certain area of the world, which is where you live, that's got like a lot more awesome medieval history than oceanic, oceanic Asia, whatever. There's not much European military history going on here. I suppose it's maybe on in that like Age of Sail, maybe, but yeah. Anyway, it's a cool part of the world.
It sure is.
What are you, Lanch next? What are you thinking about the current state of the game?
I think the game is excellent. I've been playing it more and more, especially the recent 2 patches, I think, and the major patches. I mean, DLC level patches, not like the minor stuff. But yeah, I think it's really good. I like that they made every faction has something unique, and especially Warhammer 1 didn't really have that. It was more like reskins of the same thing, if anything. Yeah. But now everything has its own mechanic, even between the Skaven or between the dwarves or whatever. They have their own things.
Yeah, it's funny how you can really see how the concept has developed, because like when they brought out Warhammer 1 and the difference between the sort of vampire counts, the greenskins, the Empire, and the other faction again, dwarfs, like that was the best they could do. Like that was the best, obviously that was the best they could think of to make the factions different, you know. And like over time they've experimented, they've tried new things, and now like, you know, now the best they can do is like about 10 times this. You know, when you compare one of those original launch ones with like Skaven, you know, now that they've got like, you know, underway stance, they've got the undercities, they've got the corruption mechanic, they've got the, you know.
Yeah, the Skaven, the original Skaven were horrible. That's, I remember like before even there was food and stuff like that, it was just, you just had no cool units. The weapon teams weren't in there. Like there was almost no reason to play Skaven, and right now I'm actually trying an Undercity only challenge with Icket Claw.
Oh, okay, nice.
Which I started up, and I would not have been able to do that a year ago, or maybe 2 years ago. There was no way you could do that. If I mean you couldn't do fun things like that, right?
Yeah, it's I actually think that's one of the most like thematic roleplay. I'm really into those kind of like when I say roleplay, I don't mean like actually role playing as the characters, but I mean like, you know, a roleplay themed campaign. We have some kind of story idea behind it or whatever. I think that the Undercity only like sort of type challenge for Skaven is really thematic and really fits in with them, you know, like they're just having them kind of, they don't really conquer anything on the overworld, they just kind of sneakily spread their tendrils underground and stuff. It's a pretty cool you know, pretty cool and fun, you know, gameplay wise, fun and different way to play as well. And yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I started a new fresh attempt this afternoon, and I was going over the patch notes, and the first thing I said was, I think it's going to be a lot easier now because you don't need the corruption mechanic. But I realized 5 seconds later that if you're doing Undercity only, the corruption didn't matter because it's only for your own territories, I think, that the old condition was.
Okay.
So like my first sentence on the live stream and the first thing I said was wrong, and there was only one person watching. And that's a good thing about this community. If you make a mistake, they will immediately tell you.
Yeah.
Like I said it, and the only guy who was watching was like, no, you're wrong. That it doesn't matter. And I'm like, of course, you're right.
Can you actually even win the game with Undercity only? With the
because you need to destroy a bunch of factions, like basically just Empire and the Elves.
You can just raise
it.
And
then, well, you need to have control over 17 other cities, but you can do that through military allies.
Okay.
So it is basically an irritating job, but my plan is to just try and babysit Clan Ashen or Clan Morse and Clan Molder until they take everything over.
Nice.
Like that's the dream. I have yet to win a Undercity only campaign.
Yeah, I'm not so much into the like challenge campaigns. I've sort of come around to try to do them more just because I feel like people like watching them. But just for my own personal sake, I'm not really the kind of player that normally is that interested in. Like my challenges are more like, I prefer myself. I mean, I'm more like trying to set up, kind of like that sandbox thing, trying to set up a particular storyline or whatever that, you know, that So for with the Undercity thing, so for me, like with Skaven, like if I'm playing Icket Claw, what feels nice aesthetically for me is for Icket Claw not to take over any overworld cities. So like, you know, I wouldn't want to conquer like Altdorf or Nuln or anything, because the idea of having a like above ground city filled with Skaven kind of is abhorrent to me, you know. But like the idea of them having undercities underneath them is great, and like having like mountain regions, like maybe, you know, like I'd probably take over like Carrick Norn, like that area. I could have that all infested with Skaven in the mountains, you know, Skaven in the mountains or something. So, you know, like
or the wood elf stuff, like nobody cares about that anyway, right?
yeah, maybe the wood elves get all burnt out, you know. So as far as the Empire is concerned, the Skaven don't really exist still. They've heard some beastmen have burnt down Athel Loren, but that's about it, you know. And meanwhile, you've like infested the place with Skaven settlements or whatever.
Yeah, the Empire doesn't really discriminate between rats and other beasts.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Ratmen are just some other kind of beastmen as far as they're concerned.
just blame it on the beastmen.
Always. Oh, dear.
Oh,
We are the
I'm trying to wipe out Sartosa. So I just raised their settlement, but they had a fleet on the ocean, and now they've settled Sartosa and also Magritta. It's pretty irritating. So unpredictable. The AI can be... You play this game thousands of hours, and then you think you know what they're gonna be doing. And then you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really... Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first few turns, you can quite often learn, like, exactly the opening moves of different factions and stuff like that, but then once you get into the game, like, there's just so many complexities to, you know, to what can be going on and stuff.
Yeah, around turn 10, you can start. You can stop your plan, basically.
Yeah, that's
Like,
right. If
something
you
like that.
when you announce your plans, the Warhammer gods laugh, the Chaos gods laugh.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, so DLC. No, sorry, not DLC. The update. Have you noticed anything with the? So somebody, Nikita, on the Discord, there's just put a screenshot up that he checked, and Black Ark duping is still apparently working. I haven't tested that myself.
Yeah. It is still working.
Oh, it is definitely working. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if any of you guys saw my video about Lockyer Black Ark duping, but we don't really know. I think we still don't really understand exactly how it works. But basically, if you do an offensive siege against a coastal settlement, like just say you attack Lothan with the Black Ark, if you attack and you get the Blessed Dread Admiral to die, then nothing will happen that turn, but the next turn a new Black Ark will spawn, even if your capacity shouldn't be increased. So normally with Lockyer, you get one capacity per major coastal port. So just say you've got like one coastal port, then you would normally just have the Blessed Dread. Your cap would not be any higher than that one. But yeah, there's a bug where if you attack a coastal settlement, you get the Admiral dead, then next turn you'll get an extra Black Ark, and it's kind of unreliable, I guess. It's a bit, I don't know exactly how it works, but if you play a Lockyer settlement campaign, you'll just notice that over the course of the campaign you'll end up with a bunch of extra Black Arks that you're not meant to have. But yeah, I don't know, do you know anything more about exactly how it triggers at all, John?
I have a mild suspicion about it. It's hard to confirm because a lot of things you can check by going into the mod files that are published by CA for modding purposes, but those only hold the unit tables and value tables mostly. So most of the scripts aren't in there, and they have a couple of event trigger tables as well, which are in there. And one of the things that I think might be happening is the growth mechanic. I think the game stores both the general's data, but also the because it's an arc with buildings, it stores the ID for it being a sort of city, or a horde. And I think it stores that ID, and then when the hero dies or the general dies, it has two separate entities. It has one for the general unit and his army and his stats and stuff, but it and I think, and this, it's not really a way for me to confirm it, but I think it's also storing the horde itself. So the next turn it checks, do I have this army? And when it realizes there isn't one, it'll try to generate a new general for that horde that is currently without a general. And I think it's supposed to be duplicating over the old general's ID, and it's not doing that, and instead generating a new one. And I've also noticed that when you have a building constructed in a Black Ark, or a queue happening when the hero dies, and then you set something to destroy or to build over the next turn, that's when it generates it almost consistently. Yeah, it's difficult to confirm it, but I think something's going on there with that.
So, sorry, just to pick out that one little part. So you're saying that you think queuing up a building when you kill the Admiral increases the chances of you getting a dupe?
Yeah, for me, that guaranteed it actually. So when I want to check it, I just either demolish a building or try and build one. Now, it's not always possible. So if you have 0 growth and you have nothing built yet, yeah, you can't trigger it that way. But if there's something you can be demolishing over the end turn, that's when it always happens. It's not the only way it can happen, but at least that seemed to guarantee it for me.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, I think
I've yet to test this out. I didn't have the time yet to really science it hard, but
yeah, and maybe
Yeah.
just chuck that into the Dark Elf bullshittery channel. Maybe let other people know about that as well, and other people might, because yeah, there's probably somebody else doing a Lockyer campaign right now who can just test it out, you know, or might be interested in doing it. That's the cool thing
Yeah.
about the. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it's another really cool thing about the Total War community is that there's a bunch of other people that are interested in, you know, experimenting with the game and testing stuff out, and you know, you don't have to do it all yourself, kind of thing.
yeah, it's a good community. It's one of the better communities that I know for sure. I've got a question for you and maybe the chat. Is there a way for underground battles to be less annoying with the lightning? Because
visually,
the underground battles, because I've been playing a lot of Skaven lately, and they're either way too dark or way too bright, and I just can't seem to get the underway maps to be decent. And I've seen other people have better results on streams.
Okay, well,
Is
yeah,
that
I think
setting or?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask there because I never really play Skaven, so I don't really know. I've definitely had other people complain about that with maybe with the Beastmen as well, having problems with the underground lighting. I think it's okay with dwarves, but yeah, and I've noticed
for some reason it's like you can't see anything. It's so dark that you can barely see your units.
Oh yeah, I have had that before. I know what you mean now, but yeah, I don't hardly ever play Skaven, so it's not really. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like it's just like nighttime kind of thing. Like you can't see.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I don't know. Has anyone else had that? You know, where you're in the underway and it's basically like it's dark, like it's nighttime. You can't see anything. You just see like the banners of the units, but not the actual. Is that how it is? I don't know. It's been a while since I've actually seen it. Can you adjust the contrast on your monitor? Yeah, I mean, yeah, adjusting contrast on your monitor might help anti-flare. Thanks for that, but that doesn't fix the essential problem of it, though. Like, it's significantly worse than that. It's like, yeah, it's like everything's just black, kind of almost, you know.
Yeah, it's really, really, and yeah, if you do that, the moment you go back into your campaign, then that'll look really weird again.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. No, sorry, I can't help you with that one. Sorry to jump. Maybe that's one that CA just needs to fix that one. Yeah, it's actually interesting with what bugs get fixed and stuff like that. I've been relative because a few of the videos that I've done kind of focus on essentially bugs. Like some there's a kind of, I guess it's a bit of a contentious point about what's a bug and what's an exploit, but yeah, some of the videos I've made have been essentially exploiting bugs. Like the Black Ark duping one, you know, obviously that's not how the game's meant to function. You know, also that glitch with the Gotrek stuff, you know, obviously not meant to end up with millions of Gotreks and stuff. So there's sort of like essentially bugs in the game. But I've been pretty lucky that like none of the ones that I've really covered have been fixed. So I haven't had to really update any of my videos or anything because they're all still pretty much the same. I
think most of the issues that are currently in the game are maybe even, they are really difficult to fix. Because I was thinking about how would you go about fixing something like that. And usually when there is a fix, it creates a new problem. If you change the order in which some of these events fire, for instance, you can abuse it usually the other way around.
Yeah.
Or it creates some sort of problem with the way the game serializes things into memory. So I think some of these bugs might be either unavoidable or might create a different problem for them that's way bigger than the possibility on an exploit.
Yeah, and they're not really they're not really a big deal a lot of the time, you know, like I feel like it doesn't really like. So if I'm a developer or whatever, you know, my main concern is game breaking bugs is the number one thing that is stopping people from actually being able to play the game.
Crashes.
You know,
like that's what you want to avoid,
crashes,
right?
Yeah.
Game crashes.
With like normal, particularly with normal gameplay. So if someone's doing like a really super specific thing that you would never really do unless you were specifically trying to break the game, you know what I mean? That's going to be a bit less of a priority than something that's going to happen to everybody when they launch up a game. And things that don't crash the game are then going to be another tier down from those things that do crash the game, you know? So
yeah, and there's also a difference in like the go track thing is really easy to do. Like once you know how to do it doesn't really cost a lot of time and it's very consistent. So if I were a CA, I would try and fix that as fast as possible. But something like the cheese with the loyalty system, it is incredibly finicky. And if you look at how much actual time you're spending on trying to, you know, get a little bit of gold and get those experience into your units, you're doing it for like 2 or 3 or 4 hours. I finished campaigns in 4 hours. So if I were CA, the person doing it is playing the game for up to 4 hours just on one turn, right? He's still playing it. It takes a lot of time to do, and yeah, it's not really a fair advantage, but it's a single player game, so why would you care as a developer, really?
Yeah, I mean, if the content's still engaging people, if they're still, you know, obviously loving it, sitting there for 8 hours, like, you know, just doing the thing, like,
or the vampire one is a good example as well. You take so much time to actually get those experience points in, but you have ruined your, like, you've created a total war scenario for you, right? Like, yeah. Everybody is going to attack you, guaranteed. So.
Yeah, sure. Oh no, it's not really like that. It's just it doesn't really make them attack you more. It just means that you can't peace out with anyone. So it's like you slowly collect more and more enemies until eventually everyone's at war with you. But yeah, it doesn't really. I think people kind of I think people overreact a little bit to that at the start. They don't realize that it's actually not really making any difference at the start. It's just it's just that you can't get out of those wars again later on when you normally would be able to. But yeah, whatever. I'm meant to be cheesing. I mean, I'm meant to be farming these traits, but I forgot. Doesn't matter. I'm not, because I'm like enjoying the conversation so much, I'm forgetting to actually do what I'm supposed to be doing in the game. That's okay.
I'm also horribly losing a battle currently.
Oh no. That's all right. I forgot what I'm talking about now. Oh yeah, about bugs and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, there's I think a lot of times CA don't patch a bug as long as the majority of people don't notice it. Like the one where you disband a lord while holding down right click, no one ever does it. Disband a lord while holding down right click. I didn't even know that about that bug. Thingamabob obviously tells me about shit I don't know about the game. But you can only get the science badge once, Thingamabob, so too bad for you. You've already got the science badge. I don't know if anyone who hasn't seen the stream before, if anyone teaches me something new about the game, I love that. So I got these little awards I give out on my Discord where you get to have a blue name and get your science badge if you teach me something cool about the game, or if you do like lots of hard sciencey work, researching stuff and finding out stuff about the game and doing that hard work that no one else wants to do, then which is what like St. John, the John does a lot of that as well, like mining data tables and stuff from the game and you know, running scenarios over and over again in the game and stuff like that. That's kind of that's the hard work of the Total War science that you need to get. Like you can kind of figure stuff out just from using your anecdotal memory about what's happened to you in the game and stuff, but a lot of time when you want to figure out something hard, you've got to like, that's the only way to do it is like either, you know, data, like mining the tables with Pack File Manager, or just playing scenarios over and over again with slight variations to see what happens and stuff, and collecting data.
Combining the two as well. Like
combining.
Because there's no documentation. That's the major thing, right? You don't know what the tables are. You just see some random column names and some values.
Yeah, so, which I love that though. Like imagine if CA just released they had like a team of dudes that were just there to like explain exactly how everything works. Like it would sort of suck, wouldn't it? There'd be no mystery left to discover.
Well,
you know?
They almost did that, because if you look at a combination of the mod tools and then the descriptions that they've added, and also some not very well encrypted stuff that's in the game. They've added a lot of comments, probably because it's a major studio and multiple people need to work on things. So the code and the documentation that's in there is actually pretty solid. It's just not entirely legal, I think, to access it. So I'm not saying that I've done this before, but you know, if I had done it before, it's pretty good, I'd assume.
That's a pretty diplomatic way of saying it, John.
Yeah, I got to be a little bit careful because I work for a data warehouse as a database engineer. So my actions got to be above board at all times.
No, fair enough. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Nah, it's okay.
Don't feel the need to incriminate yourself on our behalf.
No. But like these game files, you know, there's a lot in there, but you still have to verify what you see. Like the unit values, for instance. I'm trying to figure out what is a unit worth currently on a diplomatic scale for your strength rating. There has to be a table that has that, right? So I found a table that I showed you guys yesterday in the Discord that I think has the values, but it's just really difficult to actually confirm it.
Yeah,
so,
that was really interesting. Excuse me. So yeah, do you mind if I would just tell people a little bit about what was going on with that? So with when you confederate, so just as a general overview of how you confederate factions, right? Basically, you need to have the target faction have above a certain amount of relations with you. So generally, the cutoff is around 75 for most kind of situations. Although the John might have found out that there's kind of like another cutoff that's higher than that. It gives you more increase. But anyway, there's a certain amount of relations that you need to have with the target faction first. If you're below that, it's going to be a lot more difficult. And then you're going to need to you're going to need to have quite a high faction strength. So your faction strength is going to have to be quite strong. And then in addition to that, it helps quite a lot if the enemy their faction strength is quite low, or if their AI believes that they're under threat or they're about to be destroyed, or if their leader's currently wounded. Those types of things can make the AI feel more threatened. And then finally, the AI will figure out whether they want to confederate or whether they don't really want to, and then there'll be a money value assigned to how much money you have to pay them to confederate with you, or sometimes they'll pay you to confederate with them. So basically part of, and there's a lot more to say about each of those different things, but to do with the actual how your faction strength is rated, my previous theory that I've talked about on stream before was that I assumed that it was based on CP, or combat potential, which Zerkovich talks about in one of his videos about what is CP. And it's basically each unit has a value, which is basically their multiplayer value. And when you're in the strategy game, their sort of upkeep value kind of roughly corresponds with it, with a kind of relative value, I guess. But it's actually based on how much they would cost in multiplayer as their CP, or their combat potential. But actually, the interesting thing that the John found out is that your faction strength is not based on the combat potential of the unit. It's just each unit just has a set value assigned. So I think, was it that you said archers were worth like 1 point and Sisters of Avalon were worth 20 points or something like that?
Yeah, so there's one table that is also in the mod files, and it's literally just a table with unit values, and there seemed to be no arbitrary reason for what those values were for. So I had this feeling that it might be the diplomatic value of the unit, like how much is the value, for your strength rating. So in order to check this, I had a save where a confederation was just on the edge of being valued yellow to green. So, and if you look at the diplomacy screen, the thing that indicates whether it's gonna go through for sure or not. And what I did was I recruited one lord and added 1 unit of Sisters of Avalon, which just about put it into green. So it meant that whatever the value was of that Sisters of Avalon unit, that pushed it from yellow into green. And then I disbanded the Sisters of Avalon unit, and I had to add 19 archers before it turned green. Only on the 19th archer, so just the tier 1, the one you have in there, right? That archer unit. That 19 of those made it green, and 18 did not. And if I looked into that one table that is literally just called unit value in the mod files as well, the archers valued 1, and the Sisters of Avalon unit was valued 20. Just like Shadow Warriors or whatever the Alithanar the ones wanted to shoot. Yeah, those ones. So those were all 20, and then the mid-tier units were all like 5 or 8, and then Spearmen and Archers were only 1. So that seemed to correspond directly with this whatever is happening in the strength rating behind it. So I've done one more test with a dragon unit. I recruited a dragon unit, and that one also bumped it into green. And those were valued 25. So I think there is just a flat table for value. I don't know what the game does with it. Maybe there's a multiplier, but at least maybe that table corresponds to it.
That's actually, that was interesting, because you were saying that like maybe there's something else additionally on top of that you haven't found it, because that's the thing, you can find stuff in the game files, but then you don't, and you can be like, yeah, that's definitely a thing in the game, but then you don't know if there's maybe another thing somewhere else that adds on to that you don't yet know
step
about.
in between, right?
Yeah,
you see a table, but you don't know what the code does in behind, if they say multiply by 2 or divide this by that, or
or sometimes you don't know if the table you're looking at is maybe from Rome 2 that they just never bothered to remove it and it's still in there and it doesn't actually do anything anymore or something like that. But I mean, if it's got Sisters of Avalon in it, then it's a pretty good indicator it's not from Rome 2. What was it? I was going to say, I'd forgotten, I didn't mention this to you before, but I'm pretty sure way back when, maybe in the Bash Tyrian Confederation channel, I think somebody a while ago did tests showing that experience level raised the value in confederations, or maybe they confirmed the experience level didn't change the value. I can't remember now, but I'm pretty sure somebody was doing tests with like stacks of 20 miners, and then they had stacks of 20 miners that had like, maybe they were talking about doing the experiment, but they never actually did it, because I told them how to do it. I said use Belagar, because his building, his unique building, gives you 4 ranks of experience on your miners. So all you have to do is just build that building, and then on turn 2 you can pump out, or turn 3 or 4 you can pump out miners. But yeah, I don't know if they actually ever did it or not.
That's really tricky to test, because that's very likely something in the code, right? They probably have that's formula. Everything that is a formula and not a value, you can't really get to that unless you unpack the scripts. So those things you can science them through testing, nothing else for sure. The
thing I was just saying in chat, that was Centralmore, and he said it did actually affect strength ranking, if I recall correctly. So I thought, I just thought while you're kind of looking at that currently, that's just, there might be another little bit of information for you that apparently the experience level does I might have to go back and check that, but as far as Thingy Bub remembers, that was the result of that test, was that it did actually change.
I can actually check that by using Alariel, because if I disband a couple of units in that save that I have, and then recruit that same Sisters unit in Alariel, he'll have more experience. So I think there is a way to check it.
So if you go back up the save on the previous turn, and then
instead of in Tyrion's army, you do it in Alariel, where they get more experience, and then see if I can take another unit away and still have the green rating.
If it's big enough of a difference for you to be able to tell if it's more than the value of one archer unit.
Assuming that it would be.
Okay, that's really interesting. But all that stuff about Confederation stuff is really interesting. I mean, I in a way, I'm kind of hoping that you don't solve it, because it's like, I mean, on the one hand, it's really exciting, and I think heaps of people would love to know exactly how it works and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's one of those things, like, be careful of what you wish for, because it's like, you don't want to destroy all the mystery of the game. Like, having that unknown is
I'm not gonna lie, I managed to get all the confederations. I loaded up the turn 5 save from Imrik,
Yeah.
And I just using what I know from the diplomacy now, I managed to get all the legendary lords consistently after the Confederation debuff was gone. So I have, what is it, a turn 25 or turn 30 save sitting in my computer now with all the elf legendary things in there. But it kind of takes a challenge away because you're applying an algorithm. Really, you know what the numbers are, and you're just doing everything you can to hit those numbers.
Yeah.
Are you still playing Warhammer at that point? You know.
Yeah.
It did take the fun out of it. It does for sure.
Yeah. No, that sort of applies to exploits as well. You know, like I think there's a degree where you don't
Too much science.
too much science. Yeah. It's great to like understand how it works and that, but then you don't necessarily always want to use that. You know. Or,
Yeah.
yeah. Like I think most people, like once they get to that level of really breaking the game, you come full circle, and then you'll be like, all right, well now I want to play a game. Like actually tomorrow I'm playing a no exploits campaign tomorrow with me and Kenny are playing, and that's what happens. Like you break the game so much that then you're like, I feel like I want to play it without breaking it now. Like you're just like, I want to just experience the actual game how it's intended to be played.
At some point you gotta go back to that for sure.
Yeah.
Usually those exploits are fun for one just one good time. Have a good time with it.
Yeah, and there's definitely there's kind of like tiers. I think there's stuff that you want to be using every campaign to exploit to make yourself more effective. You know, like wasting ammo and cheesing sieges. You know, I'll probably always use that. You know, I mean, I'm not going to in tomorrow's one because it's a no cheese kind of challenge campaign or whatever. Then I'm not going to because I've got a specific rule against doing that in that campaign. But just in general, like. Yeah, there's certain things like that which are just like kind of, knowledge that you've got about how to win the game, you know? But then there's other stuff that's kind of like, yeah, just a bit like, that you don't really like doing. I don't know if I explained that properly, but... I
think a good example is maybe what's with the bell polishers.
Yeah.
Like using a cheese to, get exploits with loyalty is one thing, but knowing that you only need to keep your characters in your region to get the bell polisher at the end of turn 4 and 9, whatever has a 4 and 9 in it. Yeah. That is actually really useful because I'm applying that now, and it doesn't really break the game or anything. It's not really an exploit. It's just one of those things when you know it, you just get a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, and it's so fun as well. Like it's just like, cause you love having more heroes, you know. It's like heroes are awesome, you know.
One of my Warhammer friends from back, who's like, I did a little bit of Warhammer back in the day, but not a lot. And one of my friends is like, yeah, tabletop, like the miniature painting and campaigns. But one of my friends who's really into that told me that he suspects that CA did this on purpose because apparently there's a lore story where this little rhyme is there where if the bell strikes 5, then the priests come out or something. So he remembered that there was some sort of story around the 5th strike of a bell.
Yeah,
that
like
only then the priests have magic or something along those lines. So maybe they did it on purpose that every 5th turn you can get this bell polisher. Now, I'm not sure if it's true, but if it is, I think that's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, for sure. Little Easter eggs. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some exploits that are kind of increase your fun in the game, and there's other ones that are like fun to do just to like prove you could do it or to discover, like to sort of like, because once you figure out something cool, you want to kind of do it so you can have that payoff of satisfaction of like, yes, I was right and my my special cheese works or whatever. But then once you've done it, then after that, like the amount of joy you get after that is diminished. You know, it's never as good as the first time.
Yeah, you've seen it work once, and yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
you've used it up.
Yeah. The other aspect that I love about exploits is that they allow you to do things that you can't otherwise do at all in the game. So there might be a certain, I don't know, like I was talking before about one of my ultimate vampire account campaigns, which is to try to keep all of the Empire factions alive as my vassals and then rule them as Vlad or as Manfred.
Yeah.
And that's like super hard to do. Like it's super hard to do. Like it's I'd probably say it's like impossible to do almost, but I'm sure somebody could do it. But I've tried to do it a few times and I've really enjoyed trying to do it. And you know, like I would use every exploit available, like to the point where I'm completely just breaking the game, you know, in order to try to set up that scenario. But it's still fun and it's still challenging to me because it's so difficult that I'm still almost certain to fail, even using, you know what I mean? Like even using whatever exploits I can use. So I think that's the cool thing. Like, even though like using really powerful exploits that break the game, you know, is probably not something you want to do most of the time. I don't know, for me, that's the main thing. I think like one of the main things anyway is like keeping the challenge in the game, like keeping that sense of danger or difficulty or whatever. And yeah, that's like, even putting exploits aside, like I think everyone experiences that thing of once you get to the point where you've dominated the campaign and you're definitely going to win, the interest level, you know, there's no real, you don't really care about it anymore, you don't really want to play anymore.
Yeah, you're just clicking through the turns sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
if
that's
you
right.
have the urge to finish. I don't, but some people do, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, I think like, you know, if you're using an exploit to win the game, then there's a very short lifespan of how long that's going to be interesting for you. But if you use an exploit to set up some scenario that's basically not even possible to achieve any other way, then there's a lot more lifespan to that, you know. I find like for
I understand what you mean with for instance Aked Claw. I find them to be an incredibly easy faction, but if you do Undercity only,
yeah,
you know, it takes a lot of time and it keeps it more fun, because once you know how to do the Skaven, you know, that weapon team with the Plague Priests, there's just nothing in the game really that can come through. So
do you mean with the movement slowing, the spell that slows the
no
movement?
I mean just if you get a balanced stack with weapon teams and artillery, like
just using the Plague Priests as tanks.
Yeah, it's just the battles are just so easy, right? So
yeah. And you've got
even on
infinite
Legendary,
Plague Priests because you've bell polishers, so
exactly.
yeah.
But yeah, if you set a challenge for yourself, or if you think of something, scenario, you know, it can keep it interesting.
I think Rob said the 5-turn trigger is also used for lots of other followers, mainly high elves, so I doubt it is that cool though it would be. No, just how you were saying about if you put high elf, like high elves, if you spend 5 turns in a place that's got a dragon roost, then you have a chance of getting 2 different ancillaries. If you got 5 turns in Safery, you've got a chance of getting the one from Safery.
And that's always on the between the 4th and the 5th turn.
Yeah, 5 turns. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's a bit but yeah, I liked your version better, where it was because it was from the lore and stuff.
I wish it was.
I started a Vampire Coast campaign just so that I could try to play the whole time with one army to avoid those long drawn out end turns in the campaign. Okay, Antiplode said he played a Vampire Coast campaign with only one army to try to reduce the end turn times. I don't think it works that way, unfortunately, Antiplode. I mean, I guess it would very slightly reduce the end turn times, but it'd be like so irrelevant really compared to the hundreds of AI armies and heroes on the map that are the ones that are slowing it down. I'm guessing it didn't make much difference, but it'd still be fun playing. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe it'd be fun. Sometimes it's fun to play like one army challenge or whatever. I'm kind of doing that with my my Malice. Well, it's not really a one army challenge, it's just like a one area challenge. So I might have like 4 armies going around in a blob, but I'm not going to have like a lot of territory with different fronts and stuff. I'm just going to have like just focus on one area the whole time. Like it's sort of like I'm calling it my warband campaign. So it's just like Malice's warband going around, his little squad of dudes that he's got. I don't know. It made a difference for what I had to pay attention to.
Wait, for Malice? You mean the Dark Elf Malice, that guy?
Yeah. I just started a campaign the other day where I called it Malice's Warband Adventure Campaign. So basically, my strategy is I'm not going to have any empire. I'm just going to cruise around with Malice's army, like kind of like a horde, and just like sack shit and get items and kill legendary lords.
Can you do
and
that?
Stuff like that.
Can you play as a horde? Yeah, I guess you can. 'Cause you've got the arc, right?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, not really, but not really a horde. But I'm not going to abandon all my settlement. Like I'll still conquer stuff, but I'm not really going to like defend. So I might move to an area take over whoever lives there's capital and use that as my base while I'm hanging out there, so I can get replenishment and stuff, and then I'll just go somewhere else and abandon that and just conquer someone else's capital for a while or whatever. That's kind of how I imagine it happening. It's probably not going to work out too well, but it should be fun.
No, for sure, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all about just enjoying whatever you're doing.
On the other hand, they have a good sacking bonus skill tree, so your income should be fine, I guess.
Yeah,
if you were to do it.
Yeah, no, we should be able to pretty good sacking. Maybe I even be able to confederate lock here at some point. The good thing, the idea why I had that idea with Malice particularly, even though it's not really like the bonuses Malice gets done aren't really enough to make it actually good, but he's kind of better than anyone else because he can get like once you get your initial, like I think I've got 2 masters already or 2 or 3 masters because I built a couple of tier 2 barracks to quickly get some masters, and I might try but then after that you've got the special right that Malice gets. So every 20 turns or 25 turns, you just get to summon a hero of your choice, and it's based on the level of that hero is based on how many territories Malekith has got. So basically, he's got this kind of advantage that even with no territories, I can keep getting 1 more hero every 25 turns, so my warband can keep growing. And those heroes can keep leveling up and becoming more powerful. So that's kind of my thing. And the other thing is that he's got that no one else has got is the right of the War Master. So every 50 turns, I can summon a massively powerful army, which will pump my faction strength up to rank 1 or rank probably top 10. So even late game, if I don't conquer any territory, if I want to confederate somebody, I just drop a Right of the War Master army. My faction strength goes straight up to rank 5 or something, and then I can potentially confederate Marathi or whatever. So I've got there's like method to the madness. There's some sort of a plan there.
Which faction would have the highest sacking potential apart from the Chaos who get that insane buff?
Lockyer, I guess, because he's got the Blessed Dread, gives you plus 40% sacking in the radius. And it also actually lots of factions can stack. Like I think the dwarves have an ancillary that gives you plus 10% stacking income, and I think you can stack it. It's pretty hard to get enough heroes with the dwarves to be able to stack it, but you can have like 19 heroes with plus 10% stack income and stack them in there and get.
Would Grom the Punch maybe be a candidate as well?
Does he have the ancillary as well?
I'm not sure. I thought they did, and I think he has a lot of. I'm not sure. I want to know now, but. It's one of those things. That goes on the list.
The things that you'll have to discover when you get time.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Oh yeah, sorry, somebody just pointed out in chat as well. The other thing about Malice is that he can just be a one-man army as well. So, so you've kind of got like, in terms of surviving and winning battles, well, worst comes to worst, Malice can just kill everybody himself and his armies can just hide, while he just kills everyone. Confederation can just drop the Right of the War Master army, so I can confederate people even late game, even if I've got no territories. And then in terms of getting more heroes, normally you need to build more, tier 3 and 4 buildings to get more heroes. Well, he can just get a new free hero every 25 turns, so that's covered. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, nice.
Malekith's with bad.
Do we have somebody else who wants to join? I don't want to be hogging all the time.
No. I mean, you can. Do you want to have a rest for a while and come back later on? No one's waiting right now, but
just checking. Not that somebody's been waiting for half an hour.
No one's waiting. But if anyone wants to come and say hi, John's
chatting away.
Yeah, no, the John's willing to step aside if need be. But no,
I can talk about science for hours. So
yeah, well, no, I don't think anyone thinks you're. I think this has been good stuff. It's certainly stuff I'm personally super interested in, and I assume probably a few of the people watching are pretty interested in this kind of stuff as well. So, what am I doing? I'm demanding money is what I want. What else can we talk about? Boyfriend's still sleeping. Okay, Dame's going to come and say hi once her boyfriend wakes up.
What do you think is the best faction? And I'm going to use the collective knowledge of everyone. What is the best faction to try and make a military ally out of for my current Undercity campaign?
For Iket?
Because so it can't be one of the major ones because they are you have to destroy them for the victory condition. So no like Empire or Couronne or Elves, but which of the other factions is likely to take over the world, do you reckon?
So you can't do like, so I mean, for me, it would be, I'd want to do one of the Skaven races because of just roleplay reasons. Like, you can't do like Throt or something like that.
Yeah, I've tried a few times with Clan Ashen and Clan Morse, and I even tried babysitting them in the sense of I would send armies and start raising everything around them. But for some reason, they don't have a tendency to settle really quickly, and around turn 100 or 150, they just get overrun. So even though I was trying to help them grow, it turned out to be really difficult. So yeah, I don't think they are the best choice. I'm doing it now, but I was just thinking if there is a faction that is just likely to take over everything, so I don't have to help them out as much.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Actually, that's. Oh, sorry. It's totally not related to your question at all. But you know how you were talking about just going back to the Confederation thing again for a second. You know how you were saying, you were talking about personalities and how the major factions, so this would be like Lothern for the High Elves, Nagaron for the, you know, like Tyrion, Malekith, etc., like the primary faction for each race. They've got like a sort of special personality or whatever that generally makes it harder for them to confederate. Yeah. I was just wondering if you confederate that faction and then and then you revive the faction again so that they don't have the leader anymore. Did we figure out, because I'm pretty sure I've seen in the game that I've done that and then they've had a different personality. And I was just wondering if you've confirmed if that's the case as well, like that. Do you know what I mean? Like if, you know, like you'll just say like Tyrion's faction's got a certain personality, but then I'm playing as your breast and I can federate Tyrion, and then I respawn Lothern again, but now Tyrion's not the leader anymore. And then on the campaign map, when you go into diplomacy, they'll have a different personality.
So what I could find about the personality is that there is a table that hard defines for each faction based on the campaign difficulty, what faction you are playing as a player. It assigns a group to this other faction, and on top of that, it can assign one of, I think, 5 or 6 different random traits as well, like aversion. So they'll always have a set personality, and then either aggressive, defensive, and or has schemer, and there's another one, the aversion one. So apart from those, which are assigned randomly at the start of your campaign, I think if you raise a settlement and you rebel and you have a new faction spawn, it should come up with the same traits, because it's the faction that gets it and not the general, as far as I could tell. So it would check for faction 810, whatever Lothern is called. It was actually linked to 810 and not really. So
it'd still be counted as the primary faction, even if it doesn't.
Yeah,
have
I would
the
assume
primary...
so, because in the code it doesn't differentiate between leaders. It would literally just look at 810. Now I'm not sure what happens when it transfers over from Rebel to 810, but technically there is no difference between the starting position. You're the same player, it's the same difficulty level, and those seem to be the only 2 factors influencing it.
Servant of the tower.
It might assign one of the random traits, so it might be possible that he doesn't have either aggressive, schemer, defensive, or one of the aversions. So those might be assigned randomly. But the main traits that they get, they are all hard-coded, and I would assume it wouldn't reassign it again. I think it would just roll the same table, like it would just do what it did in the first time. So, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Anyway, I mean, it's probably not really that important, I guess, really, for the scheme of things, but it's just one of those little weird things I was just wondering about, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one. I might just do a little shout out to Valzione, or I think it was Dash that did it maybe I got the wrong person. But
The chat raises a good question, by the way. Who would win in a fist fight, Grimgor or Manfred?
Grimgor would totally win, obviously.
Right.
That's not a good question. Like, obviously Grimgor.
I asked earlier who I should make an ally out of, and they said either Vampire Couch or Grimgor. So I was looking like both are a good option.
Nice. What's Edna saying? And loyalty cheating. If you transport spot with more than 2 units, you run an increased chance of netting more loyalty rather than less. I had 2 loyalty. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's interesting. So excuse me. So with the loyalty cheese, you normally you swap 2 units in and 2 units out, and that for some reason that always nets you a higher chance of the loyalty going down than going up. So I mean, theoretically, I guess if you were super unlucky, you could just keep rolling super low chance for the loyalty to go up every time. But generally, if you swap 2 units in, 2 units out, then they'll drop loyalty. So Edenoise is just saying that apparently in his testing, if you swap more units than 2, then their loyalty always goes up. So you could farm high loyalty, which could be is useful for some factions because they can get really good items from high loyalty dilemmas. Like the 3 potion satchel that you can get for Dark Elves is a reward you get for 10 loyalty. Sorry, there's just a random thing I came across in Discord that I was looking for.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. What he said, I tried this many times, and I actually used to do that with my Dark Elves. If I want them to have loyalty so they don't rebel, I just transfer over a full stack a few times, and they would jump up from 4 to 10 in like 3 times.
Oh wow, that's cool. There
is a small chance that it backfires because it's chance based, but yeah, generally speaking, it's a risk.
That was the thing I was worried about. So is there not also the chance that, just say you're at like loyalty 4 or loyalty 7 or something, you transfer 19 units, and then you instantly the stack instantly rebels because they have like 19 chances to lose loyalty?
Yeah, I've never had what happens is, you have to make sure that you add the units in one go, and then look at the loyalty, what happened. So if the loyalty didn't go up, then you transfer them out one by one, just to be sure that you don't nuke your loyalty accidentally.
Okay, right. So you can't. So when you're dropping the loyalty, you just transfer them in and out at the same time. You have 2 units, and you're transferring 2 for 2 each time. So You're saying you transfer 19 in, probably from a legendary lord, and then so the legendary lord can't rebel, and then when it doesn't work, you transfer them back out one by one. Yeah, okay, cool.
Exactly.
And you still do it infinitely because you're not using any movement because you're next to a settlement when you do it, and
and then you just keep doing it until it netted you a positive value, and then you're done.
yeah, that's cool. I keep fucking up what I'm supposed to be doing in this campaign because, I mean, I hopefully, I don't know if anyone's actually watching the campaign. If they are, there's not much happening. It's all about the Talkback radio today, so hopefully they're just enjoying our dulcet tones.
Yeah, I got about 5 more minutes and I gotta go cook foods for the family.
That's all right. The standard of my gameplay will probably go up a lot once you go away, so that probably works out well anyway.
For sure.
What was I trying to find? Somebody, it wasn't that important, but I was just saying how you were, I know we were talking about testing stuff and kind of how you have to do the hard yards to test stuff sometimes. And I was just saying how I just wondered if, it's kind of related to what we were talking about before, if you confederate a faction, so just say you confederate Manfred on like turn 12 or something, if you're playing as Vlad, which is very, very possible. I've done it a few times on turn 12 or 13. Then you get Manfred super early, obviously, but then you then can never get Gorst because Manfred doesn't recruit Gorst until turn 30. I think that was another thing that we kind of people figured out recently, that every faction that has 2 lords, they recruit the second lord on or around turn 30. So you have to wait
exactly turn 30. It gets unlocked, hard coded in the code. I think either Thingy-Mabob or somebody else actually found a bit of script that literally just unlocks the lord at their turn 30. Either in the recruit pool or just by spawning him in. So before that time, you will never get it, and from turn 30 onwards, you will always have him available.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And like the difference between kind of thinking that's how it works, and just having that kind of confirmed, like, yep, that is how it works, is really kind of, it's nice to just kind of know, you know, and just be like, yep, cool, my plans are like this, and this is going to happen at turn 30, and, you know, you don't have to kind of worry about it.
Yeah, it's very important to know if that's your goal, right? If you want to have Grombrindle, like with your goal, like rushing Grombrindle, what I was trying to do, is pointless. Like rushing the Confederation with Thorgrim, because you have to wait for turn 30, right?
Yeah, it's sort of extra complicated with them, because like if it was high elves, it'd be fine, because you can just bash Confederate, you can just lock them into a siege with no units and then just keep them stuck there. But with dwarfs, I don't know how it works with their holds grudges mechanic. You probably like never recover the relationship after that. I don't know, maybe you could, or I don't know. It's just...
The dwarfs remember for 100 turns. That's also in the game. I'm not joking.
Yeah,
the dwarves have a 100 turns debuff. Like, not joking, 100 turns flat.
Yeah, it's normal, because Vampire Counseling is 20 turns, so you can. So that's just another little trick. You can get the relations to like minus 10 million, whatever you want, minus 3,000, or something, which is doable, and then just wait 20 turns and it resets. So they're fine with you after that. But not dwarves. You have to wait 100 turns for them, apparently. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool.
Yeah, I found that out like yesterday or the day before. There is a cooldown timer for events. I also put that in the sheet, by the way. And you can look it up. And specifically the dwarves, they have 100. I think a minor treachery is 100 turns, and a major one, which is going from a peace treaty and then immediately declaring war, is 150. So if you had a peace treaty with dwarves and you just declare war on them straight up, 150 turns long, you can't get anything done with them. Well, you can, but it's going to be incredibly expensive.
Shit, yeah, that's interesting. I might have to like get back into that with you a bit more, like in a few weeks or whatever, when I get more back into dwarves again. So dwarf science is kind of like an ongoing interest of mine, but dwarf science is hard. And it takes a long time, so it's been working on that for a few months now, and I'm sure that other exciting stuff always happens. That's the thing with Total War as well. You've only got a limited time window to do anything, because there's going to be a new patch, a new DLC, new crazy exciting shit that's going to push its way to the front of your interest level, you know. So you got to you only got like limited windows to figure stuff out before you kind of get distracted by something else, and then I don't know if we'll fully figure out the dwarves this cycle, but all this knowledge kind of adds up anyway, gets us a bit closer to it.
What I'm really interested in with the dwarves is how they value strength, because I've noticed when I was trying to get the really quick confederation with Balagar, that I had some campaigns, like some attempts, where my strength rating was lower than him and he would still be green to do the confederation.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
I've had the opposite with the Go Track trick, where I had strength rating 1 and he still wouldn't do it.
Yeah, so, no, that's what I was trying to say to you. You don't need to have higher strength than theirs. Like, it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't. You've like, obviously you see the code, so you get a different. It's funny actually. Edino is a lot like that. Like Edino is he's all about the game code, but he doesn't know. He doesn't have as much anecdotal experience of the game, so sometimes he gets these like things, you know, like he'll say something like, this is how it is in the code. It's like, yeah, but I know that's not how it is because I've played the game. And
I look at the tables and then I try to figure out what it is in the game and not the other way around.
But you need kind of both. Totally. I can tell you from anecdotal experience that you definitely don't need to be higher strength rate from them. Like if you play Alithanar, you'll see it all the time. You'll constantly be able to confederate Tyrion, even though he's like 20 ranks of strength above you, you know. But you need to have a high. I think it was actually you that was saying it. Like the AI has to consider you to be strong. It doesn't have to consider you to be stronger than them. It just has to consider you to be strong. And so there's a certain. I don't know if it's like a flat amount of strength. I don't think so. I reckon I've suspected it's probably relative to like an average of the strongest factions in the game, or an average of the enemies of the target faction, or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe that's overcomplicating it. Maybe it's something more simple than that. I don't know.
Yeah, there is like just based on what's in the tables, and then looking at the headers. It has the game seems to make a division in strong and not strong, and not necessarily stronger than. Like for some reason, there is some of the columns were a multiplier for just the label that you're strong, like just generally considered strong. It doesn't say what that means. Like it doesn't say what makes somebody strong, but there's various references that just refer to a player being strong in general. So it does determine it, and the unit value seems to be what's driving it. Now, I'm not sure if it's just for diplomacy, but also some of the military scripts. So I think there's also that where some of the military scripts use the fact that you're strong to determine whether they come and attack you or they don't. So I think this value is used in more than just the diplomacy, but yeah, I don't think it's a flat value. I think it's based on, maybe the amount of units that you have or something like that. I'm not sure if garrisons count. I don't think they do. I think it's just army units.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing I wondered about, whether garrisons count for Confederation strength and stuff like that. But no, I was just going to say, like, I just think logically it has to be relative to the in-game factions, because otherwise, like, what's strong, you know what I mean? Like, what's strong on turn 1 is not going to be strong on turn 200.
Yeah.
So, I mean, unless, you notice that the AI becomes completely retarded on turn 200, which I don't think it does. If the AI just ceased to function properly, then you'd be like, oh, that's because it works this way.
No, they don't, because I've played games up to turn 5 or 6 or 700, and
and it still kind of works,
no problem.
like fairly logically. Like the expected sort of way.
Exactly.
So I mean, I guess logically, it's you would assume that it's based on some sort of relative strength to the factions in the game, or something, but I don't know exactly how it works. So the thing I forgot was the story I was trying to tell before that I forgot. I'm pretty sure it was Dash or Valzion that did this, but if I got the wrong person, then correct me. But basically I was wondering whether you could confederate a faction like Manfred that later on is going to recruit Gorst at turn 30. So confederate Manfred, then bring Manfred back to life, bring vampire counts back to life. Manfred's no longer their faction leader because he's now in your faction, so they'll like come back to life with some no-name dude as their leader, and then wait till turn 30, and then they will then recruit Gorst, and then you can confederate them again and get Gorst. And so so I just kind of put that out there, thinking maybe somebody had a campaign where something like that had happened and they could tell me or whatever. So then I think it was Valzion went and then like played 300 turns of vampire counts and figured out that yes, you can do that, and that is exactly how it works. So you can like confederate confederate Thorgrim or whatever, and then I don't think you can bring the Dwarves back, but a faction that you can bring back. So with Manfred, for example, you can confederate Manfred, then bring back the vampire counts again, and then confederate them later on once they've recruited Gorst. So that is the thing. I don't know. It's one of those things that doesn't have any practical value, because I can't think of any reason why you would ever want to do that, because it's just totally unnecessary and difficult. But there you go, a little bit of trivia. But just an example of somebody who is willing to go to the nth degree to figure out stuff about the game just for the knowledge's sake, pure knowledge.
There's no better reason, though.
That's right. It's all about the science. I'm very, very glad to have met you, John. I've been loving loving your strategies and loving your new insight you've been giving us into the game and how it all works and stuff.
Yeah, I needed a reason. I've been doing these things on my own for quite a while, but just having the motivation to go and figure things out can be difficult. While motivation isn't, like, making the time is more what I mean. Like, you gotta sit down and start, And if you do it for yourself, for some reason, it's just less interesting than being able to talk about it. It's one of those things.
Yeah, and like knowing that someone else is invested, or a bunch of other people are invested in the results. Because that when you post something in the Discord, there's going to be a bunch of us that are going to be like, oh, well, what's going on there? That's interesting. Tell us more about that. What's going on? And,
yeah.
And maybe they're going to also have been working on something else, which your information then informs their stuff, and they're like, oh, that relates to what I'm doing now, I can go and do more stuff. And you know, it's I mean, I don't have your level of technical expertise, but yeah, I've kind of had that experience where I've kind of come up with a strategy or whatever, and then somebody else has been like, oh, I was working on some other stuff that's like nothing to do with that, and then I saw your video, and then that I put that with what I was doing, and then now I've come up with this totally new thing that's even better, you know. And yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I have an unfair advantage though. Like my job and my studies were data science and database engineering, so like
breaking the game
really
professional style. Yeah, that's right. You're like a mercenary. Yeah. You're like a ring-in. They're all amateurs, so you're just like, yes, well, that's all well and good, but this is how it actually works. I'll just show you the code. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like for my daytime job. One of the things that I do is it's for a car industry, and we have to figure out, for instance, what Russia is reporting about their cars, and they say we have 63 million cars, but in reality they have about 24 million cars. Oh. And they a lot of people just don't unregister their vehicles. They just let them, you know, die off in their backyards, and also they don't want to admit that they have that few cars. But in reality, car manufacturers want to know how many parts they need to ship to Russia. So one of the things I have to do is try and figure out what did they do to try and doctor their numbers. So that's like my daytime occupation is literally just going through data systems and figuring out what happened here, why did they do it, you know. So
you're saying CA's attempts to hide their data are just amateur level here. It
kind of is like the way they hide their stuff. For me, you know, the tools that are available, it's I think I can farm a lot more than most people.
Yeah.
So, you know, if it's not really fair for most people, it's not something they can come out. And I'm not sharing everything that I do find out. In fact, most of the things that I see, I try not to say, because if I think it's not something that CA wants people to know, you know, you shouldn't.
That's cool.
Really
That's cool. Yeah, that's an interesting. Yeah, like that's an interesting. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. So yeah, it is like. I mean,
it's like you said, you don't want people to break the game too much. Like there's things.
Yeah, is that because you want to protect people from themselves? Because you're like, if you had this information, you'd ruin
a little bit
for
of
yourself. Or is it just more like you don't want to? You respect the effort that CA kind of puts in, and you don't want to kind of devalue that by.
Yeah, that's more it. If I try, like I won't unpack anything that is not supposed to be unpacked. You're not really allowed to do it, but you know, if I do it and I don't tell anybody, nobody would know. But I have looked into certain things just because I was interested to see how it worked for myself. But I wouldn't. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. I think at some point you just break the illusion, or I don't know, you find out certain things.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about talking about this in my next video maybe or something, because this is like one of those topics that kind of, well, I mean, not that specifically, but I mean the topic of like breaking the game, and you know, like a lot, like not every single video, but like every second video somebody will comment saying, you know, that it's something negative, saying basically that I'm hurting their experience by, you know, by showing them how to do this exploit, I'm hurting their experience with the game, you know, or, you know, something to that effect, you know, basically I'm making the game worse by publishing this exploit or cheese or whatever. And yeah, I was kind of thinking about saying something along the lines of, well, I mean, like, I guess my theory in general is a lot of these exploits, kind of like sorry, I'm just rambling. Pretty much what we were saying earlier, like a lot of you kind of like certain exploits, they're going to kind of ruin the game enjoyment for you a little bit. You got to kind of use it with a grain of, you know, maybe you'd play it once to try it out, but then you're not really going to use it after that because it's not that much fun or whatever, you know. And yeah, I guess what I wanted to say, which I don't know, maybe I'll put it in a video or something, is basically like, you know, I'm presenting this thing, this exploit, you know, for you guys, you know, and you know, just a little disclaimer, if you do this, it might kind of ruin your enjoyment of the game. So, you know, but you're all...
Should be fine. Like, if you say something, like, most people watch your video, right? They click on the video, they look at the video, especially if you in the beginning say, like, hey, this is, you know, a cheesy video. If you don't like those things, don't look at it. You know, it's like, you can be offended by anything. I think that's basically the same thing. Like, if you go on the internet and you get offended by somebody's blog post or video or whatever, like, you chose to go on the internet and look at it.
Well,
it's not like somebody knocked on your door and told you, hey, let me shove this down your throat. You went to a place where you know these things exist, right? So
no,
you know, maybe that's the Dutchman inside of me coming out, but
no, that's not quite what I was getting at. Like, so yeah, I mean, that's another thing as well, that, you know, people will just be offended by stuff that you do sometimes or whatever. But I was more meaning along the lines of, like, what you were sort of saying about whether you have a responsibility to kind of protect people from themselves type of thing. And I was sort of gonna, like, in terms of protecting their enjoyment of the game, not protecting them from being offended, but like, so it was sort of,
that's kind of the same thing to me. Like, if you want to enjoy the game and exploits break the game's experience for you, don't go looking for exploits. Like, don't look at exploit videos, right? Just stay ignorant.
That's right. I guess what I was thinking about saying was something along the lines of, you know, I feel like, you know, everyone's got that. Like, I feel like just knowing that an exploit exists, if you can't handle that, then, you know what I mean? Like, that's just a skill that you need to have to exist in the world, you know? Like, I can't be
especially in
for
games.
That.
Like, I think there are not a lot of exploits. Breaking this game is incredibly difficult, right? I mean, we as player base, the amount of effort we have to put in to figure out these exploits is actually pretty insane. And most other games don't have this level of rigidity. Like, if you look at a lot of the RPGs, for instance, people do speedruns of them in 6 minutes, where there is 800 hours of content in them, and they can be broken in 3 to 5 minutes, right? So I think that CA is doing a really good job at hunting these bugs. Like, it's a very difficult game. A lot of people forget that what we're playing here, nobody has replicated this. I have not seen a single game that has the level of depth that this game has, both on the strategic map and also in the battles.
Yeah,
and I think it's really undervalued. And yeah, CA doesn't get enough props for it, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I guess they get the money. You know what I mean? Like, everyone buys it, because it's so ridiculously popular. So yeah,
I mean, they're not complaining, but still.
But I mean, I guess it must be demoralizing sometimes when you read comments and stuff. But I think one of the really telling things, like, that I've seen, and I didn't think of this idea. Somebody else, I read this comment that somebody else kind of made online. But one of the really telling things about Total War is that whenever you see a negative comparison, like, you're like, oh, this game doesn't have the depth, you know, there's no population mechanics in Warhammer, and there's profits management, blah blah. You know, whenever they're unfavorably comparing a CA game, they're comparing it with another CA game. Like, there's no one else that makes anything that's comparable, you know, like, that's even worth comparing it with.
I think Legend of Total War did this with Stellaris and Paradox games, because Paradox titles are, to a certain degree, trying to play on the same scale. Like, if you look at Stellaris, but then again, when you dive into the mechanics, the combat system in Stellaris is incredibly basic. It's just random entities dropping a single attack on each other, and you can scale it up and scale it down and give it a different name, but in the end, that's all it's doing. So, you know, when you compare a game like that also as content for streaming, it's gonna be way more boring, but also a lot easier to build. So even the games that people do compare to Total War or some other CA games, when you look at it technically speaking, they are far less advanced. Like, I think CA does have some of the best, the most complex games, at least, out there.
Yeah, and I think they just hit on a great formula as well. Like, for me, like, the pacing thing is the thing. Like, I don't know if you played Dragon Age Origins. role playing. It's like a role playing. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, so that game was another really good example of pacing for me, because when my lifestyle, I'd come home from work, maybe I'm tired or whatever, and I might be, or maybe I'm not tired, whatever, but there'd be certain moods where I'm like, yeah, I want to get into some hardcore combat. I want to be combining my abilities of my guys and figuring out how to kill stuff, and be really focused in that really aggressive mindset of I'm gonna be you're leaning forward and you're concentrating, and then maybe a couple hours later or an hour later or whatever, it's my dinner time, I want to get some food. This is when I was single, and I want to have something to eat, but I still kind of want to, I'm invested in the storyline. I'm in that kind of world of Dragon Age. I still want to be in there, but I'm not really in the mood to be focusing super hardcore. Now I want to chill back. So then then maybe I'll go back to my camp, I'll talk to one of my companions, I'll ask about their background or whatever, and unlock some, so you had these the choice of kind of intense gameplay or relaxed gameplay, and that's exactly the same thing in Total War. When you're in that aggressive mindset, you can be I'm going to fight hard battles, I'm going to be crushing this stuff, and then when you just kind of don't really want to do anything, you just want to kind of be there, you can just kick back on the campaign map and just kind of click on stuff without really doing anything, and you're not in real time anymore, so there's no time pressure or anything. I feel
turn-based games are great for that.
But then quite often turn-based games, I just start to yearn for that visceral combat, or that or kind of just seeing your guys in real life kind of thing, you know what I mean? You can turn-based is sort of very I don't know what it's it's not real, it's more kind of what the word is, it's you kind of imagine your characters but you don't see them doing anything, in a turn-based game, whereas in this it's
more of a
both.
cartoony, unrealistic element to it.
Yeah,
less tangible, maybe.
Less tangible, something like that. It's you kind of imagine the action, you don't really see it. Whereas in this game, you can choose to actually get you guys out in the field and see them, run them around for a bit.
You get both. You get best of both worlds.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And I feel I guess a part of it, I wonder how much of it's sort of luck, that they, when it was back with Shogun 1, or was Shogun 1 the first one? I think so. I don't know, I didn't play it, but they were kind of maybe a bit lucky to hit on that kind of, that aspect of it, and then it sort of, just developed from there.
When did you start playing Total War games?
I think Rome 1 was my first one.
I think same.
Yeah, that was a really awesome game. Was Rome 1 kind of the first? I think Rome 1 was probably the first one that became, when it became a really great franchise. Probably I think a few people have kind of said that. I don't know, because I never played any ones before that. But yeah, I think
I did play the Shogun a little bit, Shogun 1, and for some reason, when Rome 1 was introduced, they scaled it up. Japan was a lot smaller than Europe, and they've narrowed down, I think, the balance between campaign map scale and battles in Rome 1 pretty well. I think that's where they found this balance between having to manage a little bit your cities and then having that real-time strategy element as well. And I think that's what a lot of people were looking for at the time. And the problem with Shogun 1 was largely special, in particular for myself, the battles were way too simple. And simplistic, not simple. With the technology of the time, it was almost Age of Empires levels of combat, and it didn't really fit the scale as well.
Yeah, I guess. Age of Empires is no, when at the time, I loved Age of Empires, but then having gone into the Total War games after that, it doesn't, because it doesn't have the context of the strategy map, and so it just doesn't, you just don't care about it the same way that you do.
Yeah, also just the controls. Imagine playing Age of Empires with 10,000 units on the battlefield. Yeah, you couldn't control it. You just had units running around, and I think the first Total War game kind of had that issue. And I think in Rome they really, that's when they really found this squad based, this way of working that made Total War, I think, what it is right now. I think that's where they found their formula, as you said.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey.
It definitely got popular there. So yeah. Hey, Nikita. All right. Thanks for having me. I see somebody else is here. I should make foods. I should have made it 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, enjoy your dinner. And if you're still around later,
Yeah,
maybe come back and say hi again later on if you get time.
Yeah, I'll be in the stream for sure.
Yeah, no worries. All right, thanks a lot, John,
right.
and appreciate fun talking to you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
No worries. See you, man.
Bye.
Yeah, the John's a good lad. He's he knows a lot of stuff about Total War, which is one of my favorite qualities in people.
Hello.
Hey Nikita, how you going?
Oh, I'm fine.
Are you you're the Nikita? Oh, you obviously are the Nikita from Discord because you're Nikita in Discord.
Yeah,
but you're not the
my name.
Cyrillic Nikita from YouTube.
Yeah.
Different Nikita.
I have 2 accounts, and I just don't know how to connect my phone account to computer account.
Okay.
So I'm just here, I'm Uganda, and there I'm just Nikita.
Oh, you're in Uganda.
Yeah.
Did you say? Oh, cool. Wow, I don't know anything about Uganda. What is there? Is there any cool landmarks or anything in Uganda?
Oh. I'm just know that fact that just the average age of the people is the lowest in the world.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
It's 14 years.
14.
Average.
What? The average
14,
age
yeah.
is 14.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a crazy statistic.
Yep.
How are you? How are you today?
Oh, fine. Just finished my study week.
Oh, okay.
It was.
Yeah. So
was okay.
university.
Huh?
You're at university.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Economic.
Economics.
Yeah, economics.
Okay. Nice. Did you? What do you want to talk about today? Are you enjoying are you playing a lot of Total War 2 at the moment?
Yeah, just thinking about ways how to cheese the loyalty in the local campaign.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for confirming that the duping still works. It was Nikita was the one that checked that for me. I wasn't sure if because they fixed the Blessed Dread, so now it no longer gives supply lines penalty.
I think that that's not from the supply lines. It's just the uniqueness of this admiral.
Yeah. They're two unrelated things, the supply lines and the Blessed and the duping. I just wondered if they might have fixed the duping even though they hadn't mentioned it.
I think it's just like the guy said that it connects with the mechanic of how to take more arcs. Just you need to
the way
take the port. You need to take the port. And it only works with Loki faction.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it's obviously got that mechanic where it checks to see how many ports you've got and how many lords you've got, but it somehow gets screwed up basically when you kill the lord at the same time as taking the port. Sometimes, anyway.
Yeah, and it just got screwed up when you win the battle, but your lord died. Because you need to cheese, but you didn't put any units in, and just the Lord survives.
Yeah,
that's like lots of screws. My load impended.
You what happened?
0 loyalty. Just trying one more attempt. I have like 20 saves on this Lockyer campaign.
Oh, right, you're loading stuff, testing stuff out with Lockyer?
Yeah, I tried the different things, how to cheese it. And even the infinite ones to swap lords, so you didn't waste your movement.
Yeah. Doing some loyalty cheese. Yeah.
But it is a lot slower to rank up your lord than with position that I placed my lock here, that rebel spawn near him, and I like use like 6% movement per battle.
Were you initiating the attack with Lockier's army?
Yeah.
That's not. You're not going to be able to get, because you'll run out of movement. But if you do it, you just get him to assist.
But it's a lot faster, and I can continue with the Lord, because.
So you just attack with Lockyer until you run out of movement, and then you keep assisting with him after that as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
The problem is if your one lord is just had 1 or 0 loyalty when you had no lords, it's kind of problem, because when you recruit units in Admiral roster and you have only 1 lord, it just happens that when your lord rebels, your units have 0 movement.
Lethal grace given form.
Because you in encamp stance and
in camp stance fucks up your movement. Yeah, you got to make sure you don't have it in camp stance.
It's a single lord in the arc.
Yeah, you gotta put it in camp, then recruit units to hide the money, then like unencamp it, and then swap the units. And I feel it's easy just to not use the Black Arc at all.
Yeah, just not to use Black Arc, or just not to hide the money.
Yeah, not hide the money. Yeah, or hide the money with buildings or something else, some other army.
You can just do all of your battles manually and just don't hide your money. You do a little amount of money.
It's too slow. It's too slow in terms of time.
It's too slow, but it can be.
Nah, I think it's doable. It's doable. I was doing it last stream. I think I was doing a little bit of that, and it was it was doable. It's just you just gotta be careful a bit, you know.
Favorites. My favorite faction is actually Skaven.
Skaven, yeah.
It's Clan Squire.
And do you spend all your time just doing loyalty cheese with Clan Squire as well, or do you actually get to play the game a little bit?
I just did a fun campaign where I just rushed. Quick confederation and just give him perfected ward safe Doomstack with chieftains and do Sword of Gain.
Nice.
And Ashen Sorcerer can be useful in some battles.
Yeah.
Because here's the siege map where you don't have trees to hide your units. And your Plague Priest to, just avoid the shots from the vault, from the garrison and the towers.
And the Ancient Sorcerer to hide them?
Can be real useful.
To make everyone invisible?
And from the hiding spot you can just cast the Vortex spell.
Oh, it might just make the Ashen Sorcerer invisible, and then he can just.
It is one from 100 of battles, but it can be useful. So you want to lose your Plague Priest.
Yeah, no, that seems pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you something before, but I forgot what I was going to say now.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there's a person in YouTube chat called Uganda Warrior. That's a coincidence. I wonder if they're from Uganda as well. Probably. Yeah. I guess so.
No. I'm not from Uganda.
They're not?
Just the old meme.
Oh, is Uganda Warrior meme?
Yeah, just a meme with a fat friend of Sonic, Knuckles, Knuckles.
Oh, that's the icon he's got, the little pink dude. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know that one. I'm not very up on the memes. I don't have a very good sense of humor. I'm not good with jokes. I just take everything literally. That's my thing.
Yeah. All people have a different knowledge of the memes, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, my knowledge of the memes is very rudimentary, unfortunately.
How can I
But that's right. You know, everyone can't be good at everything.
I just didn't remain.
What's that?
Grant me your
Godfather no go. Just the Silver Queen. Apparently she's died like this meme, but I like a lonely Ronin, just like just remain my name.
Just you're. It's what? There's a meme about your name, or?
pride of Ulster?
No, just my friends in YouTube who can know me about my name.
Oh, you're saying so you are Uganda Warrior is you?
Yeah,
Ah, right. I didn't get that.
but
I
I'm
missed-
not from Uganda. I'm from Russia.
Oh, but you're in Uganda? No, you're not in Uganda.
No, I'm not in Uganda.
Oh, you just confused the shit out of me then. Okay. Okay, cool. So right, so you're from
I
Russia.
explained you about what Nikita is read, like how to read the name Nikita, but
Defenders
I
of
didn't
truth
explain that
and
this is
order.
Russian name.
Okay.
I decree
And you're not
death.
the same Nikita that has the Cyrillic name in YouTube chat.
A simple crusade.
No, I'm the same.
You are the same. No,
Yeah.
You are. Oh, so you changed your name from the Cyrillic thing to
No,
Uganda.
I have two accounts. I've explained.
Oh, you have
From
two
phone
accounts.
and from computer.
Fucking hell, Jesus, Nikita, you're breaking my balls. You're making my life hard. There's too much things to understand here.
Sorry.
That's alright. That's alright. But no, that's cool. All right, so well, I mean, I think now that I've had this traumatic experience of having to go through this journey of understanding what's happening right now, at least now I'll probably remember your name. You know, whenever I see the Cyrillic or the Uganda warrior, I'll be like, that's Nikita. He's trying to trick me with changing names.
You can just compare just what I
Strong leader is needed.
wrote about how to
Awful and triumphant.
pronounce my name and compare the letters to the Cyrillic ones.
Yeah, it's H is N and
Because,
backwards N is I. I know it.
Because each letter
Restrain them.
isn't like in Japan. It's like means the word.
Subjugate them.
Yeah, you
Each
can
letter
sort of,
means the letter. Yeah. We
Yeah,
just
yeah.
have
Must die
more.
for order.
you get more letters. You just got all the same letters plus extra ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We
that
have
means,
letters that are like couldn't pronounce,
Marching out.
so we just named them.
Traveling. Ridiculous.
get
Yeah.
letters for days.
Alariel
Yeah.
That's cool. Did you have I've got someone else that wants to come and chat with us. Was there anything else you wanted to say before you go, Nikita?
Everqueen.
Oh, just saying hey in the chat and bye.
Ready to
No
serve.
worries. Awesome. Well, thanks for saying hi, and thanks for confusing the hell out of me.
Thanks. Thanks to you.
No worries, man. All right, I'll talk to you later.
I
Okay.
serve the king.
See you, Nikita.
Bye.
Thanks, man. Bye.
Journey.
All right, Nikita just confused me a lot, but it's all right. I survived.
Queen of
I don't think I'm gonna be in range now to fucking
We
because I
fight
fucked up
for
my
the
movement.
greater good.
Not that you guys care
This
about my
realm
problems, but
needs
yeah.
us.
Are you still around, Dame? Oh, Dame's here now.
I'm right here.
Hey, what's going on?
To battle.
Not much. Long time lurker, first time caller. Thanks for having me.
No worries. Oh fuck! I fucked up this movement thing in here. But anyway, no one cares about that. What are you here to tell us, Dame? Are you gonna drop some knowledge on us? Or are you gonna what are you doing?
I don't know if it's knowledge, but I don't know. I guess I kind of wanted to continue my chat that I was discussing with Nicholas Crampton the other day about victory conditions.
Oh,
Because I think that's something that could really use an update come the next game.
okay.
I know a lot of people don't worry about victory conditions, but part of me wonders if that's just because they have such bad ones, you know?
Yeah.
Because of the way the game is, you can continue the game once you hit victory. I feel like victory should really be laid out in such a way that it directs you in your campaign goals. Like, some of them just completely ignore unique mechanics, and that really bums me out.
Yeah, that's a good call. Like, I guess my thing is, sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, I guess my thing is, has been for a while, that I don't care about the victory conditions at all, and I probably don't even care about what CA intend for me to do in the game, you know, because part of my kind of enjoyment is setting my own kind of goals and stuff like that. But I think especially the first time you play it, like even if you've kind of taken on that attitude that I've kind of taken on, the first time you play the faction, at least, I think that should be when you play it the way it's intended, you know, like, but even then it doesn't really make sense. Like
first time you play the faction, or for new players, I definitely feel like they have somewhat alienated newer players because it's just so hard to get into. You know, when I first started this, I was just looking at it and was just like, what do I do? And the victory conditions are basically no help, you know? And I think they're looking at it. You know, the Wood Elf update made a lot of good changes. I really like how they give you a direction, you go in that direction, and you get bonuses for achieving victory, right? That's nice. You can continue the game in a positive way with those victory conditions. So it's not even about just getting to victory, it's about going in that direction, you know? And you know, everybody in the chat is saying what I have been talking about. Like, people just ignore them, and it's like, that's fine, you're allowed to ignore them, but I don't think they should be so obtuse that you can never achieve them.
Yeah,
you know?
And I think that's a really good point you made about the bonuses that you get in game from you know, like, if you don't, like, I mean, I guess that's one of the main reasons why I ignore them, because they don't matter, they don't do anything, you know? Like, what do I care about the victory conditions? Doesn't change my game, doesn't give me anything in the game. Like I don't play. I think I guess that's my essential thing as well, that maybe it's not the same for everybody, that I don't play to win the game, I play to play the game, you know? And so, like, when you have something like that where you achieve, you know, I think, does Bretonia have something like that as well, where they get a bonus? I can't remember. Anyway, but yeah, where you get some in-game reward, like, that's kind of cool. The other thing I was going to say to you as well is, like, with the interaction, well, the relationship, I guess, between the chapter bonuses and the victory conditions. So I kind of feel like maybe it would be cool if the short victory condition was a bit more like one of the chapters, in a way. So I guess I'm saying, the chapter bonuses as well, it's kind of the same thing. It's like, you sort of do the chapters just, like, if you happen to be, like, I feel like a lot of people ignore the chapter bonuses as well, and you maybe just be like, oh, I'm about to complete one, maybe I'll try and do that extra thing so I get another 1,000 gold, but that's about as far as it goes. And quite often after you've done the first chapter, if the second chapter, like, the bonus objectives aren't really convenient, you just ignore them. But they're certainly not, like, I feel like it's got that same kind of missed opportunity to, there's no, like, the storyline aspect of it, you know what I mean? Like the victory condition or the chapter bonus or whatever, you should kind of, it gives you a bonus, but it doesn't really have a storyline. I don't know where. Yeah, you get what I mean, I think, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, and Albrecht here is talking about the map is too big, but it doesn't have to be map specific. Like, when I talk about a direction, I don't mean like cardinal directions. I mean, who should you be destroying? Like, should you destroy X number of factions? Should you raise X number of cities? Should you, you know, confederate X number of other factions? I just think that they could really help guide players towards maybe some of the lore friendly stuff. I know a lot of people are interested in the lore, and you get into this game and you're just like, I can't do any lore friendly stuff. And that I think that bumps people out.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I think, like, one, like, so just say for the Empire, for example, I don't even know what the victory conditions are, but just say for the Empire, you think, you know, your concept is that the Empire's like mortal enemy is the vampire counts. Maybe it's just before that time when Vlad, you know, nearly conquered Altdorf or whatever, and you know, and so that's like your short-term victory is to defeat the vampire counts before they wipe out the Empire, which is kind of depending on which patch you're in, like that kind of is your thing that you have to do at the start. So like, you know, that could be your short-term victory condition, wipe out vampire counts, and then your long-term one is whatever, you know. But yeah, like yeah, so I don't know if they, yeah, but I mean, if you have it something like that, it's a lot more focused and a lot more, you know, like that's your story. Your story is Vlad's trying to kill you, and what are you going to do about it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd like to see victory conditions kind of more in that direction. And then let's say that is short campaign victory. Maybe you just get a faction-wide bonus to public order and untainted or something, so that you don't have those problems again, basically.
Yeah, or you become vampire killing heroes and you get bonuses versus immunity to terror, or whatever. Yeah, something that makes you better at killing with vampires.
Some sort of faction-wide bonus for having achieved that. And then you can continue to play the game, but with some of those bonuses that you just got along the way. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to think of another game that kind of does that. What's another game? I'm sure I've had that experience in other games where you kind of win and then you can keep playing, but now you're more powerful. But I can't think of a good example right now. Yeah, I'm not really thinking of any examples here either. I could glance at my Steam, I guess.
But like, you've definitely played another game where that's been a thing, though.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to think of what.
Yeah, I can't think of an example either, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a common thing to be able to kind of play on and then be like maybe you play on and now you're the king or whatever, and you control all the lands and stuff or whatever, depending on what game it is. Where you're trying to become king and then you get to become the king and then you get to keep playing. Like, 'cause that's the other thing too. Like you have these games where you kind of, you're trying to become the king. Once you get to become the king, everything's going to be amazing. You're going to be able to do whatever, and then you become the king and that's the end of the game. It's like, what the fuck? It's like you want to get to keep playing as the king and have the advantages of all this stuff that you've been trying to, I think that comes back to that whole essential thing of like, are you playing the game to finish the game, or are you playing the game because you like playing the game, you know? And if you get an in-game reward, that increases your enjoyment of continuing to play the game.
Definitely. So that's just one of those things that I would like to see updated for Game 3. And I get the feeling they are working on that because there's such a strong, like, good versus evil that's going to be coming. So maybe they'll consider that for the next game.
I think it is like kind of like what I was talking about the John as well. Like, I think they've just, the Warhammer Total War technology has advanced a lot since the start of Game 1, and they just get better at everything. They're better at making new factions. They're better at making campaigns. Like the deal. Like if you look at like with Malice, they first sort of experimented with we'll have 2 start positions, we'll give him some wacky mechanics and blah blah, and maybe that didn't really, maybe that wasn't that great, and then they kind of, I mean, it was good, but whatever, but then they did, and then they sort of like, we like that, all right, cool, let's do it again. This time we'll do it with Toy of Rest, and we'll give him some wacky mechanics, and we'll give him and they, so they keep like finding these new concepts that are good, and and I think that that's just one of the things as well. They're getting better at giving factions good campaign mechanics, good campaign objectives. Sorry, that's just like they're getting better at everything basically, and that's one of the things that they're getting better at, I think. Definitely. How what's have you noticed anything about the patch, the 1.11.1?
I haven't seen anything yet, but I haven't started a new campaign. So,
but you've patched it though, so you're running the new patch.
I've patched it. Yeah, I don't think a lot of the things applied. I know that some people were looking at the Skaven victory conditions, and those didn't change. For example, like it didn't go retroactively.
Oh, it didn't. Oh, right. So you still need the corruption if you currently have a Skaven campaign going.
Apparently. So I'm not sure if my saves have been affected right now. We'll see. It didn't seem like that big of a patch in terms of what it actually changed, except for things that I've already covered recently. So I haven't really gone back to it, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, for anyone who doesn't know already, Dame Offensive has her own YouTube channel, which is very cool. I haven't really got to see much of your stuff yet. I mainly just watch you when if I host you, I'll just watch you for a few minutes, or sometimes I'll watch you for like 10 minutes or something before I go to bed. That's about it. I think I watched one of your videos about Wolfheart. I think I watched one of your Wolfheart videos because I've been planning on doing a Wolfheart video for the last few months, but I still haven't got around to it. And then I noticed that you'd done a Wolfheart video, so I just quickly watched it to make sure it wasn't like the same exact stuff that I was about to do.
Oh yeah, I doubt it. We have totally different styles. I'm way more about just kind of the way the game is, and what I think would make it more fun, or how I enjoy it. Or you break it. You have fun with that.
No, I mean, yeah, that's some of the things I kind of. I'm not upset about, but it's like that's kind of like really what I'm about as well. Really is about just how I enjoy it and stuff like that. But but kind of what I've realized since I started making videos is that the making videos on YouTube is whatever you think it's about when you start. It's about entertainment. You know what I mean? It's about what the people want to watch, so it's sort of like you got to balance that, I guess, if you can have your thing that you're really into and stuff, and you can just make videos about your thing if you don't care if no one watches it or no one likes it, but as soon as you do care if people like it or watch it, then your thing starts to morph towards whatever, if you get heaps of views on something, you're like, oh, okay, I guess I better make more videos about that. So when I first started doing it, my thing was about doing themed campaigns and roleplay campaigns, really. But I guess my side thing of that is that what allows me to do some of the cool campaigns that I like that are different from how you would normally play is using some sort of exploit to give you an extra advantage, or be able to allow you to do something or whatever. But then the exploits a lot of times are the thing that people get excited about, and so then that becomes Anyway, sorry, you kind of triggered me a little bit when you said that. I was like, I'm not just about exploits.
No, I know. I get it. I think the way you have fun with the game too is just very different from the way I do. I am amazed that you can spend all that time loyalty cheesing, because I do not have the patience for that.
It gets I get bored with it too. Although a lot of times you can get, I think I'm just an obsessive personality maybe, but yeah, I think I can get stuck in compulsive stuff like that a little bit, and then at the time it's kind of quite it enthralls me at the time, but then afterwards you've lost a couple of hours and you don't really feel that good about it. You know what I mean? It's sort of like if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it gets, I mean, for me, I play this game to turn my brain off, and I think the way my YouTube channel is evolving is that people come to watch my streams and whatnot because they want to turn their brains off too. So I just kind of play pretty casually. I do a lot of auto resolving. I just try to find silly little things to do in the moment, and that's it. I don't optimize very much. I just
That's cool. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. Like I said, I haven't watched heaps of your stuff, but sometimes in the mornings after I finish my stream, I'll just watch for a little bit or whatever, and that's kind of the vibe I get from it. It's kind of I don't know, it's just a nice place to hang out, just go and hang out with Dame. It doesn't really matter what you're doing particularly, it's just it's a nice place to hang out, kind of thing. That's kind of the vibe that I got. Maybe that's just because I think last time I was watching you were playing Nakai, and I don't really like Nakai, so I didn't really care. I didn't really care what you were doing, but it was still nice just to kind of just listen to you chatting about stuff, or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's it's been really fun. Lots of people coming in and hanging out. and half the time chat is just having a full-on conversation, and I'm not even paying attention. They can talk about whatever, and I'm just playing the game, just auto-resolving my way through everything.
That's the way. I mean, that's Wise Man Achu, my stream guru. He said that's when you know when you've made it, is when the chat just is chatting to itself, like where you've created like a hangout place, a space for people to be in, you know, and it doesn't require you to kind of babysit it anymore. It just kind of goes by itself, you know. So yeah, so that's good. What was I going to say? Yeah, and I think you've got a really good. I think you've got exceptionally high stream interact. Like, but considering how new your channel is and how small your channel is, you've got a very it's a, what's the word? Disproportionately large stream following for how small your subscriber number is. That's what I mean. Yeah.
It's been great. I think a lot of it has to do with like you and Legend. A lot of your people have come over, and that's been nice. So, and since I go a little bit later, people can just continue to hang out, you know?
Yeah.
That's the advantage of being Pacific time. Like, it's still morning for me.
Nice. Yeah, it's almost morning for me. It's like 3:45.
Oh, weird.
Time to start my stream. I started early today because Legends not streaming tonight, so I thought I'll start at like Legends time, and then if there's people kind of hanging around that would normally watch Legend, they can join in. But so yeah, that was my alarm saying I have to wake up at 4 a.m. to start my stream.
I'm amazed that you do that. I start streaming at about 12:30. I'm just like casually enjoying my afternoon.
Oh, nice. Do you don't work, or you have a part time?
No, I lost my job. You know, COVID stuff.
Oh, okay.
And so I just said, hey, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel.
Well, do you like this better?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm one of those personalities that I'm not a good employee.
Look, it's better for everyone if I just don't work here anymore. You know? Like, you know, it's better for you, it's better for me.
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough. Well, that's the cool thing about YouTube. You know, you start your own business. You're I mean, maybe it's just a hobby at the moment, but you know, potentially it can be a business, and you don't like one thing I really liked about it, or that I do like about it, is how you have complete control of it. Like, it's 100%. Like, there's no IT department, there's no art department, there's no nothing. It's like just you're everything. You write it, you design it, you conceptualize it, you do it, you perform it. You know, like, yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's there's no one else to rely on either, but it's cool that you get
and it's just what you make of it. You know, if you want to go big and make it your full-time thing, you can, and if you don't want to, then you can do it casually and do whatever you want. That's what's really nice about it, I think. Yeah,
you can just let it develop into whatever it wants to be, I guess, to a degree as well.
Yep.
I'm not like this. The problem with this calling thing is that you guys are just too interesting to talk to, so I can't actually concentrate at all. Like, I'm just doing nothing in my game. I think I've only played three. I think I played 3 turns, maybe two turns, maybe only. And like now,
I feel like Alastar's been there in Force March for like half an hour.
Yeah, like I spent like an hour before trying to figure out how I could get another 500 gold so I could build a building, and I was just like checking diplomacy, like blah, 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 and then I'd forget and I'd check everything again, and then eventually I was like, well, I can't find it. I just have to click end turn, and yeah. Oh well, what can you do? Have you what about the Rakarth update? What did you think of the Rakarth update? Anything that like exciting that came out of that you really enjoyed, that you know was better than prior to that?
I really like that they gave us another great FLC lord. Like, Rakarth is really full, like fleshed out, and Imrik was too. So it's really nice to see them going in a direction where they're giving us a lot of value for these FLCs, so they don't like force us to buy just whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know they rely on those DLC sales a lot, but it's nice that they're still thinking about bringing value to the FLC.
Yeah, yeah, no, it was. I mean, it hasn't really grabbed me actually. I haven't even played Rakoth yet. I think I played it when it first came out. I did a stream of it, but I don't know, I kind of got bored of it. Just thought I didn't actually.
Yeah,
play.
he's not my favorite, but I like how they're thinking about. Things.
Yeah, that's pretty much my thing. Like, I don't really want to, like, he doesn't really interest me, I guess, from a storyline. You know what I mean? Like the story of Rakoth or whatever. Like the idea of, I don't know, whatever. Like the RP-ness doesn't really. But I think he's a good lord. You know, like he's a good lord. He's got, like, they put a lot of effort into his. So he's got an interesting start position. He's got like a cool, powerful, interesting mechanic with his beast capturing and stuff. That really awesome how they brought in the Confederation mechanic a la Knights of Caledor, but he's got his own version of that. And also cool, really cool how Lockyer has also got that. And that's kind of like a cool, I mean, I don't know if it really means anything, but it's kind of cool how they compete to see which one's going to confederate at first. Or in theory anyway, I don't know if it really plays out that way in the game. But yeah, he's like, I agree. He's like an awesome lord, and like, you got to respect the fact that CA have put all this effort into making a really, really good 3LC lord. They got the Game of Thrones guy to like do the voice acting. You know, it's not like they just did a budget kind of, you know, the easy option or whatever. Even Imrik, although you can sort of see that Imrik's definitely not. Actually, I don't know if I'd even say that. I was going to say he's not as in depth as Eltharion, but he's kind of is. Like Eltharion's.
He's pretty well fleshed out too. Definitely, the whole like dragon hunt is pretty interesting.
And he's got like, how many dragons is there? 4 or 5. So he's got like 4 or 5 different quest, like extra quest battles on top of his item quest battle.
Yeah, and you can get some unique items. I do like how they have the Confederation thing, whereas poor Eltharion has this start where he has no money because he's got the 2 full armies, you know. I kind of wish they would have had him confederate or something, but
Eltharion's got you mean instead of having 2 provinces, have him just start off in the Badlands and he can later on confederate
and then confederate home or something. I know you can cheese your way out of it, and there are definitely ways to make sure that he has the economy, but it's a challenge managing 2 areas at the very start of the game.
It's definitely like like if a new player was starting the game, I wouldn't say start with Eltharion. But I don't know, maybe I would. I'd be like, start with Eltharion, but just abandon the Badlands, and then you'll have a super easy campaign after that, you know. I guess actually that's a good point. It's like if they're a new player, plays Eltharion, just abandon the Badlands, and you'll be fine. And if you're a more advanced player, then plays Eltharion and don't abandon the Badlands, and you'll have a really challenging campaign. So it works for both.
Yeah, that's fair.
But if you abandon the Badlands, you don't get to use your awesome character, and you don't get to use your Phoenix, and everything that's cool about Eltharion, you don't get to use for the first 5 turns if you abandon the Badlands.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I think they were testing something out there, basically, because they had Eltharion doing it that way, and then Imrik doing it the other way. So maybe they were trying to see which one worked out better.
Yeah. I think I'd like to see them continue to do that kind of stuff, just so you have like just heaps of weird different kind of campaigns. But I really like the thing that I really like about both Knights of Caledor and Yvres is that you can, both of them do give you that option to like fight abroad or go home. And I always opt to go home because I'm just Ulthuan centric. I always just like to play as high elves and be really introspective basically about it. Just I only care about Ulthuan. If they don't invade Ulthuan, they can do whatever they want. Basically, is my thing. I'm not going to go and invade anywhere, but if they come to me, then did you check out my technology? I've got like all Dame Offensive on my stream.
I saw it.
How is that?
Cool.
I just learned how to do that now. I know it looks really shit. There's probably some way to make it like look really cool, but I don't know how to do that.
Fine.
Mercy is an Asset supremacist confirmed. Yeah, well, that's like, I feel like it's part of the roleplay thing. Like, if you play as high elves, then you have to be arrogant. You have to, like, you know, be superior. You know, we're just like, high elves are just better than other races. That's just how it is. It's just a fact, you know. Yeah, I mean, the Druki are like completely evil and all that, but they're still better than, you know, the non-elf races. That's really the hierarchy. It's like high elves, dark elves, lesser races. That's the order.
Yeah. Well, so that kind of brings me to a question. It definitely seems like you favor 2 to 3 races. Are you going to be expanding that a little bit?
In the words of Count Grishnak, I'll wear another color when they make a new type of black.
Okay.
Nah, I mean, yeah, in Warhammer 3, I expect there'll be some new factions that come out that I want to play. But I mean, I play the factions that I play because they're the best factions, you know. Like the other factions just aren't as good to me, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, it's sort of like I compare it to like food, you know. Like, I don't really have a favorite food because the way that food works is that once you eat it, you don't want it as much. You know, like lasagna might be your favorite food, but I guarantee that after you've just had 2 pieces of lasagna, you aren't going to like lasagna as much as you did beforehand, you know. And like an orange is probably going to be a lot higher on your ranking of foods, you know, after you've just eaten 2 pieces of lasagna. So it's kind of like that, you know, like it's kind of like that for me. Like, you know, high elves are my favorite, unless I've just played, you know, like 40 hours of consecutive high elf, in which case I won't want to, you know, I can't play high elves then because I just don't want to anymore, you know. So then I'll play dark elves, you know. But yeah, the way it works for me basically is, so it's like high elves, dark elves, probably my 2 favorite races. Then you know, like Empire vampires, probably the next kind of tier down from them. And then there's a few other races that I think are okay, but they're not as fun. Like greenskins are good now, but they're not as fun as the aforementioned ones. And so it's like, yeah, if I kind of get burnt out on all of my favorite races, then then greenskins can start looking a bit more attractive, you know. But it's going to take a fair bit before like Tomb Kings start looking attractive, you know. Like, I'm going to have to be pretty burnt out on everything else, you know. And I find that I just never get like burnt out enough, you know, to get down to like playing Chaos or Beastman or something like that, you know, because they just are so shit. Yeah. I know.
They're pretty bad.
Yeah. What's your what you have a different perspective on that, I guess?
I like to just try things out. Definitely, like when I play for fun, I tend to just go like Skaven or Alithanar because he's the Skaven elf. And
I'd say Alith is the most fun high elf to play. Like, if you just want to have fun, like, I feel like Alithanar is the most fun.
Yeah, he's so much fun. I like I've said, I love auto resolving. So anything that gives me auto resolve power, ambush, like ambush on attack, is beautiful. And then I just like go through and just like steamroll everything, and it's wonderful. And I like kind of the city building aspect. I come to this game from Civ, right? Yeah. So I'm not like, I like the battles periodically. I don't want to be fighting one every turn.
That's what I was talking to John. Like, it's great how you can control the pacing of this game, because you can just, if you don't want to fight any battles, just don't fight any battles, you know. Like, and then if you feel a bit frisky, you know, and you feel like, yeah, I want some bloodshed, then you know you've got it available whenever you need it.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been going through all of them. I have been trying to expand my abilities in terms of different styles of gameplay, and I feel like it's helping my, you know, battle capacity a little bit more.
Does that drive your interest a little bit? Like, do you think like, yeah, I played this new faction, it was hard, and I rose to the challenge, and now I'm better somehow? And does that, like, you know, like in terms of that kind of like reward motivation system, like do you get that good, what do you call, I don't know, like endorphin thing or whatever, you know, like do you is that working? Does that sort of drive you to like enjoy the game more, like learning it and like, yeah?
If I find something that works, yeah. So even the Beastmen, I found kind of a pace that was working for me, whereas like I still haven't found that spot that I like with greenskins yet. So I've just been trying out different things and seeing when I'm enjoying it, and if something I can do, change it. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. Like I guess like the two factors. Well, maybe that's not. Then yeah, maybe I shouldn't even compare them as being remotely equally weighted. But like the two factors for me are kind of like this, like the story and the gameplay, I guess, basically, just in general. And like so. You know, like, so just to give you an example, like for greenskins, I pretty much always play Skarsnik because I've kind of figured out in my mind this kind of like headcanon type of storyline of just very basic kind of concept of just, you know, Skarsnik, he's the boss of the goblins, he has lots of goblins. That's pretty much that's pretty much it. So if you play a Skarsnik, you can buff, you know, you can buff your goblin units, you can have lots of goblins, you can't have any orcs really, and you know, and then like, so what I mean is that I don't know, like whenever I play a campaign, I generally always have some sort of vague kind of storyline concept in my mind, or maybe storyline's a bit too much of is overstating it a bit, but yeah, like a concept,
it's like a
theme, yeah, like it's maybe player fantasy is probably a better way to put it, like that's a concept that they talk about in games, like what's the player fantasy, like what are you trying to make the player feel like when they, you know, like if you're playing chivalry, like Hot Dog was playing before, you know, the player fantasy is that you're a knight and you've got a broadsword and it's like hacking through people and you're having that visceral, you know, you're a warrior or whatever. That's kind of like your player fantasy, you know. So when I play greenskins, my player fantasy is that I'm like an evil goblin war boss and I've got all my like goblin henchmen or whatever. So, you know, so like so I've got that, and then you've got the gameplay of like, is it kind of fun, you know? And with Skarsnik, you at the start, I guess you've got your nasty skulkers, and they're quite, you know, they do pretty good damage, and they've got, you know, they do their slowdown ability and stuff, and you've got your you got, it's, I guess there's a lot to do with your starting units, and he can also get some heroes pumped out pretty fast as well, and and stuff. I forgot where I was going with this now. I guess I was just saying that's like those two factors are basically the two things that are going to determine like whether you play the faction a lot, basically, whether you've got a good player fantasy or theme that inspires you, like that you get excited about, and whether the faction's actually fun. So I think the thing that lets me down with greenskins, it lets me down on both. They kind of let me down a little bit on both those things. Like I don't really get into the role playing as a greenskin thing that much. A little bit as Skarsnik, but not really so much as Grom. And also the fun factor, like they're more fun than Chaos, definitely, but they're definitely not as fun as High Elves. Like there's definitely not as much going on the campaign as High Elves, you know.
Yeah, and that's a shame. At least the greenskins have more things going for them now. I think one thing that keeps stopping me from like really enjoying the dwarves is that they can't even advance right now. Their growth is so bad that you're just stuck in the early part of the game for like 50 turns. Yeah. And it's exhausting to just sit there defending when you want to go out and just like take over the world.
Yeah, they're so shit. And like that's like, I almost think that, and that's a great segue into speculation of the next DLC. But that's one of the reasons why I keep thinking that the next DLC maybe is going to be dwarves. And it's not because of like my analysis of CA's, you know, whatever, or, you know, it's just because I fucking hate how much dwarves suck and I really want to fix it. So it's, you know, it's not so much about like whether it's likely, it's just about how much I want it. Therefore, I think that's how it's going to be, just because of, you know, my wishing.
See, I'm kind of thinking that they might be the pre-order.
Normal dwarves.
Yeah. Well,
No.
so the way I see it is the next game already has like 4 bad factions and 2 good. And it's very much a good versus evil sort of situation. So I'm thinking they have to have a good to balance it out.
Nah,
And since it has to fit this map, I'm thinking it might be like Crack a Jack.
Nah, I don't. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I think there's kind of like a what do you call it, a precedent now, and the pre-order bonus has to be a race pack. So yeah, I think it'll be a race pack. Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I think somebody else sort of said something along those same lines. Maybe it was like Milk and Cookies, Indie Pride, or someone basically saying the same kind of thing, but like they had a different like they had the same kind of idea behind it, but they had a different like outcome.
Race that they...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I can't remember what they were saying now. I think they were saying that Cathay. Oh yeah, I can't remember. The Kislev and Cathay are going to be main factions. Who else? Yeah, no, I mean, like basically the pre-order bonus is going to be dwarves or ogre kingdoms, I would think, unless maybe it's like Nagash or something, but I don't know. Yeah, like it won't be Chaos because Chaos is one of the main factions. It won't be Kislev because Kislev is one of the main factions, and I mean it could be Cathay, but I'd like. I mean, no, it can't be Cathay. Like Cathay is one of the main factions as well because they're on that map in the intro video. So yeah, so it's got to be either. It's basically either going to be Chaos Dwarves or Ogres. Like 90% sure, I'd say. But there's still another DLC to come for Warhammer 2 before that. So that's what I was actually talking about. So most people think that the Beastmen will be the next DLC, or one of the factions in the next DLC, the Lord Pack. And that they'll
Do you agree with that?
Rework. Well, I've got two minds on that. So one of them is like, yeah, the Beastmen have got a raw deal. They really suck. They need to get a rework. And along with Chaos, like maybe they could do a rework of both of them at the same time or whatever. Although some people argue that that's really unlikely because they're going to get a reworking. They're probably going to get a rework in Game 3. But then other people counter argument to that is that no, they're already going to be doing so much work on Game 3. They don't want to be reworking in a Game 2 faction, so they're definitely not going to rework them in Game 3. It's definitely going to be in Game 1. And so yeah, but even apart from all that, my kind of thought is with Beastmen, like yes, they're really bad, and yes, they really need an update. But also, no one really gives a shit about Beastmen. Like they're not like the reason why they're so bad, and the reason why they still haven't got an update is because no one really cares about them. They've got a really vocal. A lot of people complain about them but it's mainly because they're so bad, not because they're so popular, I think. Yeah. So that's the only thing. Like, I think they definitely deserve an update, but I wonder if they might just get screwed again because they're not that popular, But I think like dwarves, on the other hand, like dwarves, like I feel like a lot more people love dwarves than love beastmen, and so there's a lot more people kind of hurting from dwarves being subpar than are hurting from beastmen being subpar. But
they already got an update this game, didn't they? With the whole Oath Gold thing.
Yeah, the dwarves got the Oath Gold and the crafting thing, but it's pretty crap. Like, it doesn't really. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's free, so I guess I shouldn't say it's crap. Like, it's cool. I mean, at the time when it came out, it was like okay, but it didn't really. You know what I mean? It didn't really. It's not like when the Skaven got their Undercity thing. Or when, the new Skaven factions came out with their crazy new mechanics and stuff like that were actually really exciting to use and interesting and stuff. The Oath Gold thing's just kind of, it's just kind of okay. It's just like a cool extra thing. It doesn't really do anything, like It's sort of, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's sort of like when you have an ability in the game that gives you +5 armor. It's like, that's cool. I definitely want to get that +5 armor for sure, but it's not the same as having like a net that pulls dudes towards me, or like freeze ray that freezes them in place or something, like some, stuff that does something, like, yeah. I feel like that's a bit like how the dwarf oath gold thing is. It's just like, it just gives you some bonuses, but it doesn't like change the game.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to see some changes, but I feel like it's a little bit like the Beastmen thing, where they're just probably not going to make the changes this game. They have one last paid DLC. So, I
think there's a pretty good chance that somebody's going to get a rework, but, yeah. I don't know. Well, I mean, to my mind, it's either Beastmen or Chaos Dwarf. I mean, either Beastmen or Dwarves, or Chaos, or Beastmen and Chaos. But yeah, I don't know.
I would love to see hordes be reworked in this game, because I like the idea of hordes, but they're so rough. I like being able to just have a couple armies roaming, doing their thing, and just like running away with it, and I don't have to worry about managing 30 settlements.
Yeah, actually, that's something I wanted to talk about before as well. So, like, for me, like, I like to play a certain way. So I judge every faction on how well those factions play that certain way. Whereas, like, I guess we haven't really acknowledged that different people like to play different ways. So, like, with the dwarves, I think the theme of the dwarf campaign is that, they grow really slowly. It's really unforgiving. Like, if you lose stuff, like, if you lose a battle with your main army, like, that's going to be pretty harsh. You need to just, and like, they're always outnumbered, never outgunned kind of thing. Like, you're always fighting like greater numbers, but you've got the superior leadership and weaponry and stuff. It's not easy, like, the life of the dwarf is like the dour, miserable, thing, but they just survive and like just refuse to die kind of thing. And like, that's and the campaign perfectly represents that, like, life kind of sucks to be a dwarf. But you just kind of hack away at it, and eventually you become super rich and kill everyone. That's how it works out. But yeah, so I don't know. I guess, like, I was wondering if maybe CA did that on purpose, but I don't know. I mean, I guess they did. That's probably what they were thinking, something like that back in game one. But they probably by now realized that it needs to be improved a bit. But
it's great that it's like thematic, and they're the underdogs.
Yeah,
but
they're like
from
a
a
dying
gameplay
race
perspective, it's so harsh.
Yeah, exactly. If they just like with a lot of the other, like how a lot of the races now get access to heroes, built like increasing hero cap at tier 2, or at least tier 3. Dwarves, they can increase their rune priests at tier 3, but because they're super slow growth and everything, like, it's challenging even to get. Like, you can't even really spam rune priests as dwarfs, because you don't have the capacity to build that many buildings. But yeah, like, something like, if they just like gave them access to heroes a little bit earlier, and if they, maybe, I don't know. So it's like, how far do you go? Because like Dark Elves, they've got the tier 2 access to master heroes, which also have the growth bonus. So they're like Dark Elves,
and they can help with the slaves.
As well as that. But I mean, just with the growth thing, like, so when with the latest update, Legendary, that made the growth go up for 200 for tier 1 and 600 for tier 2, which I think apparently was meant to be what it always was, but there was a bug that made it like the normal growth instead of the legendary growth. But anyway, so now it's back to legendary version, and like every faction got screwed by that except for the Dark Elves, because they can just spam masters and have like 200 growth and per turn, and then so it's all good for them. And like, Empire's kind of not too bad because they can get their growth hero at tier 3. It's a bit hard to get to tier 3, but it's not too bad. But dwarves, don't get anything until they get to tier 4, and they don't even have a growth hero. So so they're kind of like on the spectrum of screwedness. They're even like it's even worse now, like basically because the growth's gone up.
And you have to build walls everywhere, so that limits your slots in the settlements to build growth buildings, or are you sacrificing a growth building for getting those heroes up? It's tough.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing I don't like about dwarves is that because they're so weak, like kind of weak, I guess, is that they don't. So other factions, like, because I guess I kind of like to try to find weird different ways that you can play factions, and dwarves just really aren't. They just don't have much flexibility. Like, your options are limited to just survive or just survive. That's it. That's all you've got. Whereas with other factions. Like with Malice at the moment, like I'm trying to do this warband campaign where I'm not going to really worry about building up an empire. I'm just kind of like going to wander around, capture whatever my local province is to use as my base temporarily, and then wander off somewhere else, basically play semi-horde, but with Malice, and like it's probably not going to be super effective like in the long term, but I can do that, whereas you can't do anything like that with the dwarves. Like,
I mean, it's a shame. There's so many ways to play this game, and yet the dwarves really just have that one way. Not even just campaign-wise, but battle-wise, too. Because they don't have magic, you really do have to have that diverse army, which is very strong, don't get me wrong, but, like, you can't really deviate from that. Yeah,
I definitely get, like, I love, that's the thing, like, coming back to what I was saying before about those two things of, like, the theme and the gameplay, and it's like, both of those things are, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's like, theme-wise, I love the dwarves, like, I love that player fantasy of, like, having your, like, tough little dwarves, and they have their beards, and they drink ale, and they, they love weapons and stuff, I don't know, whatever. And, so I love that whole, like, dwarf fantasy, of having cannons and stuff. But then the gameplay as well, I really love initially, like, especially when you come from a faction that doesn't have gunpowder, like maybe you're playing High Elves or something, those little plinky arrows just don't quite have the same oomph as, your Thunderer line with cannons behind it or whatever, with not cannons, with what are they called? The organ guns.
Organ guns.
Yeah. Like the gun line thing is pretty satisfying when you just obliterate something when your gun line just opens up on the front rank of the orcs or whatever. But then the next battle is your gun line mowing down the orcs. The next battle is your gun line mowing, you know what I mean? And after a while, like you burn out on that very fast. There's no hammer and anvil with your cavalry smashing in the back of stuff, or your mages, casting cool spells, or there's no dynamicness really with the dwarf battles. You set up. It's all been the pre-game. You set up your formation, and then you start the battle, and then that's it. You don't do anything else after that.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what that just seems like such a big overhaul. It would be nice to see. Nurgle keeps talking about extra rune magic, which might help. And definitely like different heroes or something would help if that's how they're thinking about a rework. But
I'm a bit worried about how they're gonna do it, because like, as much as like all these problems that you've been talking about, I totally agree with all those things, but at the same time, like, I don't know, maybe it's just a personal bias, but like the rune golems, or whatever they're called, the dwarf golems, so kind of like the orc giant rock dude, I can't remember what it's called now. The dwarves potentially could have the rogue idol. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, kind of like the rogue idol, the dwarves could potentially get golems and have like giant stone dudes roaming around. But like, I don't want to see fucking dwarf armies with a dwarf lord and 19 fucking golems in them, because that's not my dwarf fantasy. My dwarf fantasy is little fat beardy guys with heaps of guns, So, like, even though that, if they bring in, I guess, rather than if they bring in golems, that will give them a whole new bunch of, it'll change up their faction and everything, but I don't know if it'll enhance the, I don't know. And like same with, and like if they give them some sort of rune magic that works out like magic spells like other factions, is that kind of essentially destroying the destroying the dwarf thing, by them not meant to have any magic, it's kind of like giving the vampire counts archers or whatever.
Which they have.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Although they only. I mean, I never really used the archers for.
Yeah, me neither.
But yeah, I mean, I suppose they'd be good if you're trying to do like leadership debuffing, because you get that extra debuff from taking range fire that they wouldn't normally get. So if you do like stacking like Dread Incarnates and what do you call it, and casting the spell. I can't remember the name of the spell now. Those couple of spells they've got that drop leadership and everything. You have a couple of units archers dropping range fire as well, and blah blah. But no, I never bothered doing that.
But it does offer that alternative, if you do want to play that way. You can do your skelly spam, you can get your monsters, or if you want, you can get some archers, and then you just have the dwarves.
I wish the thing that really disappointed me about that is that, because I was talking about this before, like I've got this kind of like one of my fantasy campaigns with vampire counts is to take over the empire and rule it as Emperor Vlad, but rule over the humans and keep them as my like vassal subjects, and when I found out about the ability to recruit the archers and the Sylvanian archers and handgunners, I was like, cool, I'm going to be able to have like enslaved living human serfs, presumably just living in terror and being all ashen-faced while they go about their duty and stuff. And but no, then I found out you can only have like 3 units of them, so that's not really. Oh well.
That is another thing that I really want to see change in Game 3 is like just diplomacy overall, but also vassals in particular, because I feel like the way they are now, there's a very good chance that they just stab you in the back, which I feel like shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I just like maybe they can have like a 2-step process or something, like where they alert you to the fact that they're about to stab you in the back, and then you can do something to stop it. You have a potential to do something to stop it, or there's some sort of I think that's the thing that most people don't like about it. Not the fact that the vassals can stab you in the back, but the fact that there's no player agency, like there's no you don't have any involvement in whether or not that happens, kind of thing, really.
Yeah, so like a dilemma or something that could prevent them from leaving if you have the money or whatever.
Or at least a transparent mechanic that's sort of predictable, like there's the way that the mechanic like so for example, just say you've been like sacking greenskins for the last 50 turns and you've got like minus 2,000 relations with the Black Crag or whatever, and everything's fine. But then you're sort of friends with the High Elves or something, and then the High Elves kind of meet the Greenskins who they haven't met before, and because the Greenskins have been attacking Grom the Paunch or whatever, they get positive relations with the Greenskins, and because you've got minus 2,000 relation with the Greenskins, that instantly makes them hate you, and then they go to war with you, even though, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like how the diplomacy works, in Warhammer 2 a lot of the time, and so that kind of stuff happens to your vassals as well, like that, random, you know what I mean? Like, even though you've had a great relationship with them the whole time, they somehow, some chain of relationships, makes them suddenly hate you, or or whatever.
Well, it's like their relationship shouldn't be separate from yours, realistically.
I don't know. I don't know. I think like Legends thing is like, hey, it's not my job to fix the game. I just tell them what's broken, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Someone else's job to like make it work.
Yeah, but we can always inspire them.
Yeah,
I know, for example, with Civ, they just released this huge balancing update, and a lot of that came from the community saying we think it should go this way, and it's been really welcomed by the community. So I think if CA were to investigate some of these things, that they could really like bring in some aspects that they think would work.
Yeah, I think like probably a lot of people had this experience even from working in your own like IT departments. If your company has an IDP, like a ongoing development with your systems and stuff like that. Like if you have so if you say, I don't like the way diplomacy works, it'd be better if it worked this way or whatever. Like your chances of that happening is probably fuck all, But if you say, hey, I don't like the way diplomacy works, but if, when this happened, you changed it so that this happened instead, and that would fix a whole bunch of stuff and it'd be super easy. Or you use this other mechanic that, you use for the dwarf, like Oath Gold thing, and you just put that onto diplomacy and change it to called vassal, whatever. It'll do exactly the job you need, and you basically what I'm saying is if you can sell it to CA that it's like super easy and you get a massive positive gain out of it, then there's a really high chance that you'll see it happen like really fast. But but it's sort of relatively rare for the stars to align with something like that, yeah, like I don't know if I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't know, it probably wasn't me personally that like made this happen, but I like to think that it was, but it probably wasn't really. But when the vampire counts what do you call it, health cap, there was this might have been before your time, but there's like a
oh yeah, that was before I started playing.
That's right. Well, yeah. So basically, the vampire counts, they could do a lot of healing. Initially, I think there was like no cap on their healing at all. They could just heal forever. And then they brought in a cap onto the healing, which meant that they couldn't heal forever anymore. So if you played Vlad, you could just go Vlad solo and take on a whole army. And if they couldn't kill him fast enough, then he would just kill them because he could heal forever.
Yeah.
And so they brought in a healing cap, and everyone was pissed off because all of a sudden their vampires weren't super powerful anymore and stuff like that, But yeah, and one of the complaints was that you couldn't tell when the healing cap ran out. And so I made a suggestion that they make it so when you have a unit that's damaged already and they go into a battle and they have that line on the health bar that they can't get healed above that line. I was like, you've already got that thing in the game, why don't you just make that line show you how your healing cap is, and I just posted that in a forum post somewhere. I don't know if CA even saw the forum post, but maybe somebody else, maybe other people have been saying the same thing, I don't know, but like a week later or something, they really soon after that, that was how it worked, and I was like, cool. But I don't know. They didn't credit me. They didn't release a press release saying, "Thank you, Mercy the Mad, you fixed it for us." So probably it wasn't me that gave them the idea, but I don't know. I like to think it was, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure the community helped push it just in general, so at least it was done.
Yeah, but I think, I guess my point was not really that. I deserve credit for fixing the game, but but it was just that that type of whoever thought of it, that they were like, oh, we've already got this thing, it's super easy to just put it on here and then it does exactly what we need it to do. Bam, done. Whereas if it was a much more complicated fix, then it probably never would have gotten done at all.
Yeah, that's true. Nurgle was talking about maybe changing diplomacy to 3 kingdoms. Have you played that enough to know?
Nah, I've played it. I kind of am vaguely familiar with how the diplomacy works. I played it a tiny bit, but yeah, it's I I don't know, like there's a few cool things about it. One of the cool things about it that a lot of people want to bring into this game is that it has an option to just make the deal happen. So it's like, you know how when you do diplomacy with somebody and then it'll be like red or green or whatever, and then if you offer them a bit more money, it'll be like medium chance or whatever, you know. And then, you know, whereas with the Three Kingdoms, there's a button next to that where you just press it and it just automatically tells you how much money you need to spend to do it. So it's just like, I guess the idea behind that is just that you don't waste time, because like the player's just going to keep adjusting until they get the amount that they need, right? So why not just press a button and do it instantly? Just get rid of the bullshit, like make busy tasks or whatever, you know, like, you know, wasting time tasks.
That would be nice. They have stuff like that in Civ 2 where you just say, make this deal work, and then it'll autofill like whatever they want in exchange. So that would definitely be an interesting thing. And if they do update diplomacy so that you can trade cities or whatever because of different provinces, then that would be a good way to say, okay, you have a city I want. How can I make this work? And maybe they buy some of your items and you pay a bunch of money. You know, just something like that, so that you can kind of exchange more, and it's a real exchange rather than just like, hey, do you want to cross my land? Cool.
Yeah, actually, that's a good thing. That's a good point. Like, I love like any opportunity to make this stuff sort of feel a bit more like it's got a real world, like it reflects, you know, like you want things to seem less like mechanics and seem more like they're just expressing a real world. Like that's just the way that you're interpreting the real actual stuff that's going on in the real world, you know? Yeah, like too much, maybe that's a function of kind of breaking the game too much, or like learning too much about the game, but the illusion kind of gets a bit broken after a while, I guess.
It certainly is a very simplistic diplomacy mechanic that is probably the weakest part of this game, I'd say. So if they focus on anything, I would like to see more of that. Even more than like a siege update, I think.
I must retire.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess is she gonna kill me? I'm actually playing. I just briefly played the game for a moment there. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, like that's another thing that kind of goes back to what the fuck. Sorry, just more game happening. Yeah, like there was like another thing that happened in like game 1 was like the like dwarves being able to get non-aggression pacts and like alliances and stuff like that with vampire counts, because, you know, it was kind of like in the lore, you know, there's kind of like no situation where a dwarf would ever make any kind of agreement with a vampire. You know, like just it's not even, you know what I mean? Like it's sort of it's just unthinkable. Like it couldn't happen. Like it's not possible. Yeah. So like I guess that's one thing. Like yeah, I think that's always been one of the problems with Warhammer compared to I just realized I just like have ignored the chat. I don't think I've read a single chat message since I started the stream. I think you're actually responding to the chat more than I am. It's not even your stream. But anyway, there's no reason to start now. But yeah, like I think that's one of the things that's essentially different with Warhammer than all of the other like historical total wars, is that in real life people have to be reasonable. You know, they have to you have to be like, oh, I can't, you know, like having my whole nation wiped out and all of our people destroyed is not an option. You know, obviously we're going to need to make a deal. Whereas that's definitely not how it is in Warhammer. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's no being reasonable is not a requirement at all.
Yeah, the number of times that Grolk has had no army and only one city and he still won't confederate is a real bummer.
Winds are rising.
Yeah, were you here for all that Confederation talk that John was saying before?
Yeah, some of it.
Yeah, you were just like, but not really interested. Too nitty-gritty.
I get up and walk away a lot when I'm watching a stream.
Oh, okay, you just weren't here for all of it, yeah. Yeah, I didn't really want to talk about it anymore. I was just, like, yes, there is a system, but it's just not really, you know, it's not very transparent.
Yeah.
It's like an understatement.
Evergreen.
And again, like I guess that's another really good example of the in-game systems not being like not representing like a I don't know what's the way to say it, like it, yeah, like it, you know, yeah, you just want it to be how it should be, you know, you don't want it to be like some kind of weird system that's artificial, like you just want it to be like a real world, and that's how, you know, it's like I was good to him and I've always backed him up in all of his wars, and so he trusts me, you know, and that's why we're friends, because he trusts me, you know, like not like because +5 from this and +7 from that, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean, like you want it to be like a story. Yeah, so I think, yeah, anything they can do to kind of work towards that is good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing more mechanics that allow for Confederation, like through
Through quests
events,
and dilemmas.
like quests, research, or for example, with Wolfheart, for his campaign mechanics, he's got the what's it called? The bar at the top there.
Hostility. Or the Imperial or whatever. Yeah, the other one, the famousness or whatever.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm totally blanking. But the
Yeah,
bar he has at the
prestige
top,
and-
where he's Accord, is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's like how awesome he is, how much cool stuff
Yeah.
he's done. He's awesome.
But
meter.
he has certain tiers, right? And I feel like that should maybe unlock the availability for Confederation with other Empire factions.
Well, he
because
can
he's
already
so
can
isolated.
confederate all of them.
But
Yes.
he has to go meet them.
Oh yeah, you got to go meet them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, which is weird because like, I'm pretty sure he knows the Empire exists because he was born there. You know, like he just left there last week. You know, like he forgot.
Carl
like-
Franz? Who's that?
Yeah, it's like, yes, sorry, Commander Wolfheart. All the charts and maps got washed overboard on the ship over here. We have literally no idea where the Empire is. It's like we can't find our way back. We're just gonna have to start a new civilization in Lizard Town.
Yeah, it's so definitely something that can allow for Confederation like through the gameplay naturally versus just like buying your way would be nice. I don't mind the research one with the Bretonnians.
Britannians, yeah.
That's kind of nice because you can just get there, you know, and you can choose when it happens. I know it can't work with all the factions that way, but
Bretonnia is another one of those factions that's like kind of hurts me in my heart, kind of like the dwarves. It's like they're so close to being a faction that I could love, but they just don't do it. They just don't quite make it there. Like they're like because the Bretonnians have kind of got that whole like. Sorry, actually, I think I feel like you were kind of still halfway through your point. I'm about to launch into like a 3-hour long monologue, so maybe I'll pause that for a moment and just let you carry on. So,
no, I mean, I completely agree with you. The Bretonnians, like, it's just, it definitely feels neglected at this point. Understandably so. They're, game one faction, but there are strong elements there that I feel like they haven't revisited that I would like them to return to.
Yeah, and I think they're just I guess like my kind of player fantasy type thing for the Bretonnia is this kind of idea of the knights, and the knights as like their personal kind of honor or whatever. Like I don't know, like with the Empire, it's sort of like you're a general, you've got all these, you've got your artillery, you've got your cavalry, you've got your archers, it's all about your battle plan or whatever, you've got your mage, whatever. Whereas with Bretonnia, it's like you are the knight, and it's all about your personal honor. It's like you're the champion, you're the hero, and you just have a bunch of shitty followers that follow you around and hang off your coattails while you just do awesome shit. Like that's kind of like, that's kind of like my like kind of fantasy of Bretonnia. And so and I really like the idea of the different dukedoms interacting with each other and stuff like I wish that you could have a Bretonnia campaign kind of like what they tried to do with the Empire campaign, how they've got the different you know, like the fealty thing. Like it'd be cool if you had different factions, different dukedoms, you know, they're kind of doing their own thing. Some of the dukes are a bit headstrong, they want to go and fight dragons instead of listen to whatever Leon Kerr wants them to do or whatever, or, you know, something like that, you know. Yeah, anyway, so I could kind of imagine having like an introspective Bretonnia campaign, kind of how I like to play my High Elf campaigns, where I basically just control Bretonnia and don't really care what goes on outside of there, apart from maybe occasionally just launching an unprovoked crusade to genocide, you know, Arabia or something, and then, you know, just bringing back the loot, you know. But yeah, but there just isn't enough stuff in there. Like with High Elves, you can kind of do that, because even without even doing wars with other people, you've just got all these different mechanics going on with your you know, your influence, and you're trying to like farm different traits on different heroes and all that. There's like so much stuff just to keep you occupied, just like screwing around with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Britannia don't even have 3 heroes, they only got 2. Like there.
Yeah, Thingamabob wants one that has damage walls and boost replenishment. That would be nice.
Boost replenishment, yeah, for sure. What was the first one?
Damage walls.
Damage walls. Oh, the ability to damage walls. Yeah, of course. Yeah, right.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're running a full knight army, having like a separate siege attacker in there would probably be a detriment.
You basically have to just retreat. Like if you do a field battle, you just have to retreat your trebuchet off the field so it doesn't get killed by fast units or by flyers or something. Yeah.
Exactly. Which that shouldn't be a thing. Like, why can't the horses figure it out? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, and I think story-wise, they need a peasant. You know, they need like a peasant, like Robin Hood type hero, or some sort of thief, like a thiefy kind of, you know, roguey, assassin-y guy or something like that. Yeah, like there's no reason you couldn't have some sort of, you know, filthy. Well, yeah, I mean, what else? I guess they could have, like, it'd be cool. Actually, it'd be really cool to have one of those. Who are those guys with the shields that are kind of zealoty guys? The like elite infantry that they get, not the foot squires, but the other one, the religious nutbags. What are they called now? I don't know. They're not really that good, so you don't really use them that much, but. Whatever. Anyway, they're like kind of like the guys that carry the I haven't played Britannia in a while. The guys that carry the stuffed knight guy on the stick around.
Is that the
struggling to
the bad one that Legend hates?
Yeah, the one who did the 0 out of 10 Doomstack Battle Pilgrims. Thank you, the imbued Battle Pilgrims. Yeah, I think they need a Battle Pilgrim hero. I think that'd be pretty cool, or like a Friar Tuck sort of dude. Grail Reliquary, yes, thanks, Thingamabob. The Grail Reliquary is what I was talking about. So I think they need they could definitely do with a character based on that kind of like whole filthy peasant fanatical worshipping of the Grail Knights kind of vibe. And the other one that would be an obvious one is the kind of like the Robin Hood type guy. Maybe with a bow or whatever. But yeah, so I mean, there's definitely stuff there, but yeah, I don't know. I guess, I don't know. I feel like it sucks because Bretonnia it sucks that Bretonnia was a free LC faction, because now they're just always going to get fucked. You know, they're just never gonna get the like same level of. Just because the way the monetization works, you know, like they can't really do anything with it, you know. It's the same, and it's kind of the same with the Beastmen and the Wood Elves as well. Although the Wood Elves eventually got fixed, which is pretty cool, by making a paid DLC for them. But I don't know if they can do that. Can they do that with Bretonnia? Like, can they make a paid DLC? I think in the past they thought they couldn't, so they did a free DLC with Rapance, but. I know now that they've done a second paid DLC on top of the first paid DLC for paid DLC for Wood Elves.
I feel like they could totally swing it if they brought in the right DLC with a rework.
Yeah, because if they
Bradman, the backup plan, is asking which of them spelled Grail Relic properly, and none of them. None of
us. Yep. That's all right. It's not about the details, it's just the feeling. It's all about the feeling of the Grail Reliquary. I'm not even sure if I said that right. Relic? Is it just relic?
I think it's reliqué. It's kind of an old French word.
Okay, cool. I don't know what I want there. That's fine. Sorry, just playing the game
The
again.
greater good has triumphed.
How dare you?
It's trying it on. I'm not sure if I'm fully committed to it, but you know. Yeah, I've got this kind of like long-term project going on here where I'm trying to. Oh wow, I've got enough money to finally upgrade Lothar. Sweet. Oh damn, I was totally going to ask you something, but I totally forgot about it now.
Also, what do you want to see updated in Game 3?
It's not, for me, it's not so much really about seeing anything updated. It's just about like, I mean, yeah, there's probably lots of things that I'd like to see fixed or improved or whatever from Game 2, but for me, it's just more about the world continuing to grow and deepen. You know, like like chaos is probably my favorite thing about Warhammer, I'd say. It's kind of the tie between chaos and the kind of doomed struggle of men, you know, against chaos. Yeah, Empire and Chaos are my two favorite factions, and yeah, like I really want that feeling of just the horror of chaos, basically, I guess. Mac and Bob says, talk about the Mortal Empire's campaign map in Warhammer 3. Yeah, I mean, and I want the world to be bigger, you know, I want the world to be the whole world. I'd love
to have a wraparound map.
What's that? You want a round map?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Being able to go from, you know, Nagaroth to Cathay and, you know, across the sea would be nice.
Yeah, that's pretty. That would, yeah, having a big ocean, like having an ocean element to the game, kind of like in, Empire Total War and stuff, would be pretty cool. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be that cool at all, but it'd be, you know, it'd be different anyway. It'd be a big expansion to it. But like, I mean, Cathay and Nippon and Ind are not really part of Warhammer World for me. Like, I wouldn't have even cared if they weren't in it. But I mean, but Chaos obviously needs to be in it. You know, the Ogre Kingdoms and the Chaos Dwarves to a lesser extent, but also really important. I don't like, yeah, like in Cathay and Nippon really, they aren't really part of the background. Like they're just kind of like, you know, not really any more than like the history of the Slan is. You know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah, sure, it's part of the background, but it's not really relevant to anything. You know what I mean? They're basically adding that into the game, you know, in order to include it in, you know, like I think even Games Workshop might be planning on releasing like you know, they're like kind of writing them into the lore more and stuff. Like maybe they're going to release some models or whatever as well or something like that. But yeah, like, but anyway, like, sorry, that's a bit of a side thing. But yeah, just the full realization of Warhammer, like even from the first when they first sort of said that they were gonna do this, you know, it was just like a little forum post. I think it was like an Ask Me Anything that they did on Reddit, and I think it was Rich or Mitch from CA, I can't remember which one, but it was something like, somebody asked a question, something like, you know, are you going to include XYZ Lord, you know, are you going to have Nagash in the game, or are you going to have, you know, whoever in the game or whatever. And basically they said something along the lines of, you know, there's a lot of people here that are big fans of Warhammer, and you know, and this is a real, you know, passion project for you know, a lot of people here and stuff like that. And you know, what we want to do, what we want to do is just, we want to do everything. We want to make this the biggest, most full, complete, you know, rendition of Warhammer that's ever been made, you know. I'm paraphrasing, I don't know, I can't remember exactly what he said, but that was the gist of it, you know. And that, like, yeah, that I don't know, it's like if they had have said, you know, you know, we've got a limited budget, we're gonna do this and this, and you know, if we get enough money, maybe we'll do a bit more or whatever. Like, you know, that's like that's kind of like what you would expect, but it doesn't fire the imagination, you know what I mean? But when he said, you know, we want to do everything, we want to do what you want us to do, we want to do everything, you know, and that like I feel like that really that concept is part of what sort of really drove the hysteria for this game. Like before game 1 came out, it's like this is it, they're going to do it, you know, this is going to be the Warhammer game that, you know, some people have been waiting for like 30 years, you know, and like literally yeah, that's okay. So that's, I guess that's what I'm waiting for game 3, is this ultimate kind of culmination of the dream kind of thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that would be nice to see, definitely.
The greater good has triumphed.
Were you a Warhammer fan before, like a fan of the tabletop or the books or whatever before this, or is the game kind of what's gotten you into
the game is the only thing I really know from Warhammer. This was my first game of Total War too, so just kind of new to the whole environment, but it's been fun. I got Vermintide, you know, getting into it a bit more.
Yeah, do you like the whole kind of weird kind of gothic horror kind of / comedy vibe? Vermintide really does a good job of portraying it.
Yeah, I like the vibe. Vermintide, I feel like it does have the vibe down well, and especially with this Chaos Waste update, I feel like that vibe would really fit Game 3 of Warhammer well. So we'll see if they can kind of bring that in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm really excited about, the Chaos kind of like theme, I guess, of Warhammer 3 and how that's going to work, and playing as Chaos, like yeah, there was I don't know, probably like 20 plus years ago now, there was a White Dwarf magazine that had rules for playing a Beastman warband. This was kind of back when the tabletop rules weren't really fully fleshed out, you know, like there was still like it was a bit confused still about whether it was like a role-playing game or a war game and stuff, and yeah, and or maybe sort of just after that, but yeah, there was these warband rules where, so you're playing like a war game, you're collecting miniatures and stuff like that, but there was sort of these rules for like the story of your Chaos Champion would kind of like go along, and it's like, okay, you roll a dice and, you know, one of the gods speaks to you and you get a random mutation, or you roll a dice and you run into another warband of beastmen and, you know, you have to have a fight with them, and if you win, then like you get like 6 new beastmen that you've joined to join your tribe because you've like killed their leader or whatever, and, you know, kind of, so you have this like kind of storyline where your army kind of grows, and there's this weird kind of combination of war game and role-playing game. But and yeah, there was sort of similar stuff I think for Chaos Champions and stuff as well, maybe in the old like the old Chaos rulebooks. Anyway, yeah, I really hope that they do something like that with Chaos, where you get to sort of go on the journey of an aspiring Chaos Champion. So I don't know if you know, but in the kind of background or whatever, the Chaos gods are always trying to like pervert people to make them, you know, worship them and stuff, and there's, you know, some they kind of like prefer it if they can get somebody who's like extra pure sometimes, and I don't know, depending on which story or whatever. But anyway, so quite commonly you get somebody who's like not a Chaos guy, and then they get perverted and they end up becoming like super evil, and then like Khorne or Nurgle or whoever like starts to like them and give them gifts and stuff, and they get more followers and become more powerful, and, you know, blah blah. And then it gets to a certain point, and every time they do something cool, they'll often get like a new mutation. They get like a crab claw arm, or their eyes start shooting lasers or something, and then yeah, and then eventually there'll be like this sort of climactic moment where they have their like ultimate, you know, whatever, and if they impress, then they get they ascend to become a demon prince, so they get to join the pantheon of, you know, demigods or whatever surrounding that particular Chaos god, and they become one of their like top lieutenants kind of thing. Or they miss the mark a little bit, and then they get a bunch of new mutations, and they just become a mindless spawn type of thing with tentacles coming out of it and stuff like that. So yeah, so it's a high stakes game. Either it's like the Game of Thrones, you win or you live on as a mindless horror. You know, and yeah, I'd love it if they somehow kind of brought that vibe into the game.
Yeah, that would be cool. I feel like that would definitely be something that could help buff the current hordes, like the Beastmen, you know. They could move that in.
That would be super cool if you were like playing as the Beastmen or the Chaos Warriors, and every now and again you'd have a dilemma, like you know, you meet the champion Razgorth, he's got a ragtag bunch of Beastmen with him or whatever. Do you know, offer him to join your warband, or do you fight him and destroy him and take his magic skull necklace or whatever, you know, whatever. And you have this like kind of like series of story dilemmas that would, you know, kind of what we're talking about with the victory conditions before. They like both give you the kind of interesting storyline, blah blah blah, and they'd also give you something cool in the game that you could then enjoy, you know, that would buff your heroes or give you an item or give you more troops or whatever.
Yeah, that would be cool. Definitely better than the moon cycle thing.
The moon cycle, it's funny, like, guys, I haven't played Beastmen since like game 1, and you know, at the time I thought the moon cycle was cool because that was like the pinnacle of factionability technology at the time, because they were like the very first DLC that came out.
Ooh, rough. Yeah, it's just so weak right now.
Yeah, well, it's so old, you know. Yeah. But at the time, it was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. I didn't really like how it was so unreliable, but you know, so like just the complete randomness of it was. It doesn't really feel good in a strategy game where you're all about trying to figure out the best strategy, and you have this element that you just don't have any control over, and is super. Yeah. You know, it totally affects your gameplay.
Yeah, super like painful sometimes, but
yeah, it has like a massive effect on you, but you don't have any control over it. It's just, yeah, kind of like why I don't like poker. Are you a poker fan?
My boyfriend, big fan of poker. We met in Reno, so
is that a big
we both know gambling pretty well.
Town? Yeah, I think
it's in the same state as Vegas.
Okay. I think poker is like one of those real like kind of man games, you know. It's like a battle of egos and like confidence and like you know like just being like cool and confident and like kind of like, I don't know if tough's the right word, but you know, like, yeah, some kind of mental strength or something, you know, like those things kind of all really play into it, you know. Whereas just kind of like being a nerd is not as powerful. Whereas if you play blackjack, then yeah, it's just all about counting cards. That's all it is. It's just probability, you know. So yeah, it's like, yeah. So yeah, I think I'd be more of, I don't gamble, but I think I'd be more of a blackjack player than a poker player.
Yeah, I prefer blackjack myself.
Nerd.
I have one of those sheets with the optimal plays. I know.
Oh, really? So you don't even decide. You just look at your thing and be like, hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Sit.
I'm such a nerd. I don't do any of the math.
Nice. I like it. You just like, they're like, yeah, you can sit there. It's like you just start unfolding your charts and shit. Like, is it right if I put my chart here?
Just casually drinking a beer and just, yes, hit.
Yeah.
Split. Yeah.
I wonder if, are they allowed to give you advice? Like, are you allowed to say to the dealer, like, what should I do? Like, should I hit or should I sit?
You can say that. They're not allowed to respond.
Oh, they're really, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so they're not allowed to tell you what to do. Yeah. That sucks. I mean, that doesn't suck, but it's like, I mean, it's obvious, I guess, but it'd be kind of cool if they would just tell you how to. Like, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but.
Yeah, somehow I think they'd get in trouble for that.
Yeah, they have guys that specifically make sure that sort of stuff doesn't happen. Serious guys.
Yeah, scary guys.
Scary guys, yeah. Yeah, I was watching, there's a series on Netflix at the moment that we were watching called The Serpent. It's about this, like, international jewel scam artist, murderer guy. Yeah, I was saying to my wife, like, I've kind of come across what you might call unsympathetic men a couple of times, or a few times in my life, I guess. And And yeah, it's kind of scary when you meet somebody and you realize that they just don't give a fuck whether you live or die. You know, like your life doesn't matter to them one way or another. I don't know why I just went into that. That's probably a pretty dark place. We don't even need to go there. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll bring it back by saying that yeah, there are definitely probably lots of people like that out there. Hopefully, most of us don't really come into contact very often. And yeah, there definitely are people that don't care whether you live or die. But the good thing about people like, you know, the criminal type, I guess, criminals, you know, it's not just people that break the law, but people that are kind of, what am I trying to think? Like evil, I guess. But yeah, I was just gonna say the good thing about them is that they're generally not like evil geniuses, like that are all like romanticized and stuff like that. They're generally just fuckwits, you know. Just the fact that they don't care about whether you get hurt really badly or killed doesn't make them an evil genius. They can still just be a dumbass, which is what they usually are.
Yeah, I get that.
Anyway, that was totally not relevant to the conversation. And somehow segued in there from. Oh, it's because we were talking about scary guys at the casino. That's why I was thinking. Because yeah, when there's scary guys at the casino come for you, they don't have you. They're not sympathetic at all. They're hard.
They are not. That's true.
What was I gonna say? Oh well, I don't know. Maybe this is. Met such assholes like this dude from Serpent in real life. They don't give a fuck about you. Yeah, it's pretty scary when you realize that you've come into contact with one of those people, because you feel like, you know, like, I don't know, like the world normally, I mean, you expect a certain level of decency from people around you, you know, even if you hate their guts, even if you think they're a dickhead, like, you know, even the most like aggressive, arrogant prick, you know, you still expect them to have some basic respect for human life and stuff like that. And yeah, it's pretty scary to think that there's people that aren't like that. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so I was like, I guess I'm obsessed by these dark things. But no, what I was gonna say was yeah, what about our co-op? Are you still interested in doing a co-op sometimes? What's going on with that?
Sure. Yeah, I'd be interested. I've got, I've kind of started just doing co-ops on Sundays, I guess. I just finished one up with Anisius, and I'm starting one with Moloch on Sunday. So probably in a couple weeks,
so
my Sundays are free.
So not,
or I guess that's probably Monday for you.
Yeah, so not like tomorrow, but the one after that.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's my, I still think of it as Sunday, because it's like I do. So I stream at like 4 a.m. the following. Well, yeah. So your Sunday is my 4 a.m. Monday morning, but I just still pretty much just consider it to be like Sunday night. You know, it's just 4 a.m. in the morning kind of thing. But yeah, anyway, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think I'm doing a co-op tomorrow with Andrew Jones. Is Andrew Jones still around, or did he fall asleep? He might have wandered off. But yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while.
But yeah, no, Sundays probably works for me. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The only thing is that I don't like. I'm pretty like I probably would only do it for like 1 or 2, you know, sessions, because then I kind of. I feel like I don't know, with co-ops, like I always really enjoy them and have a lot of fun doing them and stuff like that. But then I feel like they kind of get in the way of like the business of the channel kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, I completely understand. I think 2 or 3 is probably the max.
Yeah, it's just because with my, I don't know how you kind of do your stuff, but with my stuff, I'm quite often like there's a certain project I'm working on. I'm like, right, we're working out dwarf science this week. I got to figure this stuff out. We want to do this. I want to make a video about it maybe, or whatever. And yeah, like obviously, if you do it a co-op or something, that's just an aside thing. That's not going to be, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like co-ops for me are like a holiday. It's like, you know, when I'm getting a bit, like I really enjoy them when I've been getting too much, kind of almost too much into the YouTube stuff, and then it's like you just have a co-op and it's like, like chilling out. Don't have to worry about anything.
I'm happy to play kind of a casual game, or if you want to do like a theme kind of thing, that's fun too. I'm flexible.
Wonder if, yeah, I don't know what would be fun. Well, we don't have to work it out now, but you know, yeah, I don't know what would be fun. I don't know what would be the most fun. Whether it'd be better to play like a faction that I already like and know, or should play a different faction that I don't normally play, or something like that you like to play, or yeah.
Yeah, we can work it out. Start mulling it over.
Sounds good.
But I've been on for a little while, so it might be time for me to pass the torch.
Yeah, no worries. No, thanks for being. You're very entertaining. Appreciate you coming on. Yeah, did you have any other other last minute messages to impart before you go?
No, I think that's it. This has been fun. Thanks for having me on.
No, thank you. See you, Dame.
Bye.
Bye. All right, I get rid of my little caller thing. There we go. Dame's gone. How good is that technology? Boom, someone's calling. Boom, they're gone. I was going to do it the whole time, but I forgot. Yeah, sorry, chat. I can barely concentrate on two things at once, playing the game and talking to people. Well, as you can see, I didn't really get any game done. I'm surprised that so many people have hung around, actually. So hopefully you guys are kind of enjoying the conversations. I've certainly thought they were pretty interesting. Sorry if I was like interrupting Dame a lot there. So sorry, Dame. Hopefully that you were not feeling like I was, talking over you too much. I was just, I tend to be pretty flighty, wander around. The talk was good, says Macaboy. She was cool, says Jack Vincent. Yeah, she was cool. She's cool. Yeah, we're planning on doing a co-op at some point, but she's in demand. She's a highly in demand co-op partner, so I have to wait. But that's okay. We've got I've got a co-op coming out tomorrow with Andrew Jones that I'm really looking forward to, so it should be pretty fun. All right, yeah, I should try and actually. So with this, I don't know if I really did an intro about this, but this whole campaign, what we're trying to do here is create a Rate-my-Doomstack for Legend of Total War. And we're trying to make a White Lion stack.
The Asur have been conquered.
And yeah, it's going pretty well. We've got the Diamond Guard Phoenix. We've got a bunch of Crushing Nobles. We've got one Resistant Handmaiden. We need a lot more of those. And you just Better Call Saul, also on Netflix. It's about a lawyer from Breaking Bad. Yeah, I did. Yeah, really good. Yeah, I really liked that. I think I watched it all. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really good. I don't know which I liked better, actually. I like both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Breaking Bad, I went back and rewatched. I'd watched the first one season of it or something, but I don't know, I kind of enjoyed it, but then I just didn't really fully buy into the characters, and yeah, I don't know, I kind of fell out of it again. But then I went back and started rewatching it, and I ended up watching the whole thing, and also watching the movie that came out recently, and yeah, it's fantastic. The goal is to make one super buffed White Lion. Oh no, sorry. The goal is to make one super buffed White Lion Doomstack. So one army. So 20 stack. We're gonna have six units of White Lions and 14 heroes, or 13 heroes plus the Lord, to make super powerful melee combat fighters. Is the gist of it. So we have to sort out all this shit, which has been getting progressively worse while I've been completely distracted from looking after my shit. Then we need to go and kill Kemler. Hopefully he's not wiped out already. He probably is. And that's really annoying because that means we're going to have to bring him back to life. I was gonna, I was planning on getting Toy of Rest next because they are, just because like as they kind of get more powerful, they probably get harder to confederate. But they aren't tier 4 yet, and I don't really care. Like if this was a normal campaign, I want to get Eltharion early so that his points aren't wasted and stuff like that. But in this particular campaign, literally all I care about is Alastar and his white lion stack, which is this stack, which is going to get rid of all these units and have white lions instead and replace some of these heroes. So it doesn't really matter to me whether
You called? A noble victory.
A fool's errand, treading soft.
Ever loyal.
yes, it doesn't really matter to me whether or not Eltharion wastes his points or not. I just want to get Alastar's army as powerful as possible.
Take your time. Your command.
Should have done this with a different hero.
Servant of the tower. How can I assist you?
Hey Joshua, loving the stream, makes me want to participate, but these murder clowns won't paint themselves. Nice. Are you painting Harlequins? Harlequins is my very first 140k army. Way back in like 1996 or something.
Ever on, Prince.
Or 1990. Actually, no, it would have been earlier than that.
At
1992.
your service.
What am I
Never.
doing here?
Making my way. I go. Who calls? Highborn. Giran protects me. Can I offer assistance? Warden of
Yeah, still remember that feeling of like buying the White Dwarf magazines because the Harlequins were like an excerpt, like they weren't in the main rulebook. You had to get the White Dwarf magazine with the excerpt that had the special rules for them and stuff.
Ulthuan's protector.
Thanks so much for the super chat, Joshua. I appreciate it, man. Much appreciated. Thanks for your support. You've been a follower of the channel for a while now. Yep, they're looking sick. Nice. We've got a I don't know if you know, but we've got a tabletop channel in the Discord that guys sometimes post their Warhammer their miniatures screenshots. Yeah, I don't know if you're taking part in that. I don't really check it very often, just every now and again. I think Tom Wood's the main one. He's like our most prolific Warhammer collector and painter. But yeah, if you want to share, chuck a screenshot, chuck a picture in there, it'd be cool. Hey Brady, going well, better than last time. Are you talking about my White Lion campaign or?
I serve the king.
What am I trying to do with her? Oh yeah, I'm trying to level her up so I can get 7 of Ishar. Yeah, it's level 12. So I kind of want to get, as soon as I've done that, I kind of want to get rid of her so I can save some money, but...
The Asur are ageless.
Lethal grace given form. Attack!
They really just auto-resolve that kind of, yeah.
It must be
It's a bit rough, but it's fine.
going forth. You need me? Setting up garrison.
The Ethua answers to me.
I really should be farming for traits with we could go with an element steed. Give us some speed. Where in the, it's like if you scroll all the way down the bottom, there's Warhammer lore and tabletop category, and it's under Warhammer tabletop. Yeah, if you want to post a screenshot in there, that'd be cool. Tom, go to the Mercy phone line and tell Mercy to praise corn. Well, I need a coffee. Hey, my mouth's getting all dry and stuff. I feel like yeah, I feel like a bit remiss by for leaving you guys contentless for a moment. But hey, maybe we can check out this. There's this YouTuber called Mercy the Mad. He's got a bunch of videos on his channel. Maybe we can watch a bit of one of those while you guys wait for me to come back. What's a good video that I can't really think of any good ones. I mean they're all good, obviously. What's one that's fun to watch for like a few minutes? Probably, I don't know, they're all probably a bit too. Oh yeah, have you guys watched my short? I made a short. You probably already all watched it. Yeah, I made a short. It's not really the sort of content I normally make on this channel, so maybe some of you might not have watched it. Oh, actually, it only goes for 42 seconds, so it's probably going to be pretty. It's going to just play over and over again, so that'll be really boring. No, what's a video that's good? 2-turn confed video. All right, I'll put the 2-turn confed video. Good call. Let's do that. This is an oldie and a good. Well, yeah. This is an oldie but a goodie. This is my first video that kind of went viral. Like, I mean, not viral like millions of views viral, but like viral for a new YouTuber that's just started. It has a tiny channel. Yeah, this video got 45,000 views, when at the time, like, a good video for me would get about 1,500, you know, like 1,500 views, you know. Probably now, like, my average, I probably get about 3,000 or 4,000, you know, I don't know, maybe a bit more, whatever. Anyway, this is my first video that went a bit viral, so you guys can watch a bit of Mercy the Mad history here while I go get myself a coffee and aquafy. All right, back in a bit.
Is our gift to one another. Malice.
Malice is back and he's meaner than ever. Mercy the Mad here, and we've just got a short video for you today explaining the update to Malice's sanity mechanics, which actually greatly improve his campaign, I think, and also just a quick confederation guide for Malice, how to confederate Malekith, and potentially also Hellebron, Marathi, and Lockyer if you're lucky enough to be able to get all of them. Okay, first things first, Malice's reworked possession bar. So all of these values have been changed. So each of these states has different bonuses than what they had before. So at full possession, which is what you start at, you have 40% ward save for Malice, and plus 10 melee attack and plus 10 missile for Malice's army. And you also get the ability Zarkan, which means that you can turn into a demon, basically. This is a really powerful state for battles for Malice's army. Legend of Total War's actually got a video out where he gets Malice up to 97% ward save, and he can literally take out whole armies by himself. So check that out. Malice is definitely potentially one of the strongest fighters in the game, I'd say. Most of the time you're not going to be spending your time at this 10 possession, because you also get this negative minus 60% casualty replenishment rate. So you might occasionally let it get up to 10 and then use it, but then you'll want to drink these elixirs, which will drop it down by 10. So if you drink 2 of these elixirs, it'll go from plus 10 to 0, then from 0 to minus 10. So most of the time you're going to be spending your time at these other conditions. So here you've got plus 4 melee attack and missile strength, plus 10 ward save for Malice. Don't get to transform into Zarkan anymore. In this 1 to 5, you got a little bit weaker army buffs, a little bit of ward save. Once you get into the negative possessions, you start getting buffs to your provinces, but you don't get any army bonuses anymore. So a little bit of growth, public order, a bit more growth, a bit more public order, and when you go to maximum or minimum full control, you get plus 100 growth and 10 public order to all provinces. So it's quite good. Only lasts for 1 turn, and then you'll be into this stage. So it's much improved, I think, because it.
Yeah, okay, so I fucked that up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. That was really the opposite of what I was trying to achieve. So what I was trying to achieve was to like entertain you guys while I was absent. so that you wouldn't get super fucking bored while you were just staring looking at my chair. But instead you just got super fucking bored looking at nothing. Yeah, so that was bad. I haven't actually made the coffee yet either. The jug just boiled, so I still have to go and make the coffee. All right, it's only going to be like 30 seconds, so all I have to do is go and literally pour the hot water into the thing. But we'll try it again. We'll try it again. This time I'm going to get it right. Oh, where is it? There. No, didn't work. We got this. No, what is it? Ah, fuck it, something like that. All right, cool. Here we go. Take 2, Vintage Mercy. You only get to watch like the first 30 seconds, and then I'll be back.
Is our gift to one another.
Malice is back and he's meaner than ever. Most of the mad here, and we've just got a short video for you today explaining the update to Malice's sanity mechanics, which actually greatly improve his campaign, I think, and also just a quick confederation guide for Malice, how to confederate Malekith, and potentially also Hellebron, Marathi, and Lockyer if you're lucky enough to be able to get all of them. Okay, first things first, Malice's reworked possession bar. So all of these values have been changed. So each of these states has different bonuses than what they had before. So at full possession, which is what you start at, you have 40% ward save for Malice, and plus 10 melee attack and plus 10 missile for Malice's army. And you also get the ability Zarkan, which means that you can turn into a demon.
All right, yeah. Sorry about that. If I got super effing bored after waiting for 2 minutes, my daughter 7 there, have I got what? Or the instant coffee barbarian? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know. We had 2-turn confed, 100 Go Treks trailer thing, but doesn't want to watch Vintage Mercy. He's like, put a trailer on. You make shit videos. Fair enough. Good call. There's some good instant coffees out there in the world, but I don't recommend drinking more than 1 cup. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't. My take on it, I guess, is, yeah, I mean, espresso coffee is good, but instant coffee is extremely convenient. And I don't really like plunger coffee that much. Oh, so Brady's saying, yeah, if he was a 7-year-old, then he would get bored, but he's a grown man, so he doesn't get bored after 2 minutes. That's fair enough. I prefer instant coffee to some of the Ponzi ones. Oh, it's just, for me, it's a choice between instant coffee or plunger kind of coffee, where you you put in the pot and let it sort of sit there for a while. But yeah, I don't really like plunger coffee that much. Doesn't do it for me. Maybe we should give him an Ithilmar chariot as well, just in case. Like, we're not going to use it, but just in case we. Oh, actually, maybe we should give him assault units. Oh, we can get both, I guess. Just in case occasionally we want to like cruise around, like Ithilmar charioting stuff. Actually, yeah, secure influence we've already got. More. Is he? No, he's just a map hero.
We are in great danger.
As is this guy. I mean, I have a coffee machine that actually gets good cup ready in 1 to 3 minutes. I guess I'm a bit spoiled in that regard. Yeah, I prefer plunger, but my problem is the water around here is hard, so it doesn't make nice coffee. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know. Plunger just doesn't have quite the right strength or something. I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I like espresso coffee, although it's quite hard to get a good espresso like long black, because I normally just drink it black. But I really like a flat white, like a milky coffee with sugar, kind of like a little dessert kind of coffee, latte or whatever. If I'm in the mood for that kind of thing. But what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Where the hell did he come from? Why have I got a limber fucking light mage in my... What? Did the patch like just change them into a light mage from something else or something? I don't know. That is fucking weird. Don't want a light mage, limber or not. Maybe I decided to get one for some reason. Last protection. I mean, to be honest, Time Warp is pretty cool, but nah, I think I need Entrepreneur. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for one healing mage with no offensive, no dwellers below, so they can't do damage. You can only heal and buff. And I'm gonna go for one Lawmaster. Hey Linksy, how you going, man? Are you gonna come in and say hello? Or are you about to do a stream or something? Crushing, yeah. He's probably going to be the Optio. He needs a name, by the way. Everyone's got any good... have we got a Maximus yet? I think somebody said Maximus. I don't think we've done a Maximus yet. Maximus. Or maybe it should be a Centurion. Oh, I can't fit. Damn it. Centurion Maximus. Yeah, nice. That sounds pretty tough. We'll give him some stuff. Where can you read on Warhammer lore, or is this... It's... What? Where can I read on Warhammer lore? Where can you read on Warhammer lore, or is this? Hey Nicholas Torres. Yeah, there's lots of Warhammer books and stuff. Is that what you mean? Hey, Nixie.
Why, hello. What's up, dude?
Yeah, good. You're coming through loud and clear. That's nice.
Hey, my internet's not dying. Well, it kind of is still, but it's not.
Have you been back? Like, have you been? I haven't noticed really. Have you been streaming at all, or you haven't been able to get it going?
I tried to get the stream going on Wednesday, but it was 144p, so I was like, nope, no streaming for a while. It's all right. What's happening with your campaign, my man?
No, the campaign's kind of secondary to the chat. We're just doing this sort of radio call-in thing again today, to get people to call in and having chats. But yeah, the campaign. This is the White Lion Doomstack campaign. So we're trying to fashion the ultimate White Lion Doomstack, making High Elf melee great again.
Okay.
So yeah, this is my latest addition that I just thought I'd add it in. So I'm thinking this guy will be the I forgot the name of it. What's the Legionary Standard Bearer. Legionary Standard Bearer Roman Legion. So yeah, so as much as we want to make the Doomstack super powerful, we also Aquilifer, the Aquilifer. A legionary known as the Aquilifer is the Eagle Bearer. So this guy would be Aquilifer somebody or other. He needs a better name than Banadil though. That's a crap name. you know any good like Roman sounding names?
Augustus, Julius.
Augustus? Maybe Augustus.
Augustus.
I
There you
for
go.
Augustus. Oh, actually, you know, Rome. Not Rome. Legend's favorite Roman general is Scipio.
Scipio, yeah. Scipio is a bloody genius.
So maybe we should call one of the characters Scipio. Is that how you spell Scipio? I better not spell it wrong. We might lose points. Because then if he notices that, shall I go Scipio Africanus, or is that a bit too obvious?
I mean, Scipio Africanus was the title he gained after beating Carthage, I think.
Yeah, maybe we'll just call him Aquafilla Scipio.
Sure.
We just say Scipio. So he's like maybe he's named after Scipio Africanus or something. You know, he's not, not like as overt. But yeah, like see that might because Scipio is his favorite Roman general. When he reads the name Scipio, that might just subconsciously make him feel good, and then he might be more inclined to give us a higher score.
I tried to make a kind of a Warhammer themed one, and I was like, oh, the High Elves invade Naggarond, but then I tried to convert Naggarond into, and I was like, nope, that's not gonna happen.
You were trying to, you were trying to confederate Naggarond playing as High Elves?
No. You know how Africa, Scipio Africanus, because he invaded Africa and won? Yeah, I tried to get the words for Naggarond, but if you say it out loud, it sounds very bad.
Okay. Well, never mind. Try again.
Yeah. Dude, how have you been though? Haven't chatted in a while.
Yeah, no, good. I've been struggling to try and get my video finished, just as usual. It's ongoing. I'm always struggling to get a video finished, pretty much, unless I just
haven't really put out a video in 2 weeks, I think. Like I keep putting up the shorts as a filler content.
Yeah.
But I am just out of ideas right now.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's yeah, I don't know. It's a hard thing. Like, I think sometimes you kind of just need to have a step back and have a break from it to kind of, otherwise you just kind of grind yourself down and you're not going to really get anywhere. But then at the other hand, then you do that and then it's like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and you realize you haven't done anything. You're not doing anything. If you don't do anything, then you aren't gonna, you can't win if you're not in the game.
Yeah, I have some ideas and projects coming up. I'm working on a read for Rome Remastered.
Have you been playing that a bit?
I played a couple of hours. Obviously, we're not allowed to tell opinions till Monday, I think. But,
is it? I thought is it the 30? Oh, I don't even know. Yeah, is there like a
28? I think, I'm not sure.
Oh, that's the review embargo.
Yeah, I think I'm not entirely sure. I need to check it again. But so I've been working on that, but I've been so busy with work, and then I've been addicted to Vermintide. The new update is absolutely gorgeous.
Maybe I should have gotten into that as well. No, I haven't. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard because I've always got so much Warhammer stuff going on,
Yeah, no, I completely get you. I mean, if I didn't have the internet issue, I'd be streaming Warhammer like 4 or 5 times a week at least. At this moment, because I want to do a Tyrion campaign, and then I want to do a Warzek campaign and Gombrindle campaign. So I have like all of these campaigns I really want to do. There's some ideas that I have, and it's like
Yeah. It's have you been streaming the thing we were just talking about?
Vermintide? Yeah, I tried streaming it on Wednesday, but what I have right now is my internet after 7 p.m. dies, and so like tomorrow I'm gonna try and stream during the day and see if it works. But I mean, I've learned the names of almost all the customer staff, support staff at the internet company I use. I know I'm the guy that's marked red, like do not talk to this guy, because it's nice. Because it's annoying, not having solid internet.
It's bullshit. Like, fuck, I used to like lose my shit at the internet people all the time. I mean, that was when I was a bit younger. Like, I've kind of, I've realized that there's no point being, mean to people for no reason, you know, when it's not going to actually do anything. But you know, but the emotion, I understand the emotion of it. Like, it's not, it's just such a, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's hard to, I don't know what to, I'm not sure. I can't really think of a good analogy to make that wouldn't sound really, entitled and first world, you know what I mean? Like,
that's the reality. It's not even a first, like people say it's a first world issue. It's like having a solid internet connection nowadays is a basic necessity, especially in a COVID world where, frankly speaking, I'm not allowed to leave the house. Like, fine, I'm reading a bit, I'm playing games on my own time, but I do want to run my YouTube channel. Like, I'm trying to make a business out of it, like you are, and like other people are, and you would understand me. It's like when
well, it's not even. It's not even if you make. It's not even necessarily about trying to make a business out of it. Like, if it's just about like when you have if you have a project that you're invested, like, you know what I mean. Like for me, it's not so much about. Like, so, sorry, this is probably nothing to do with your point. I was just saying, like neither you or me are currently supporting ourselves, you know, so it's not like financially we need it. It's it's more about the time It's like you're investing your kind of heart and soul into something, and you're getting fucked by some bureaucrat somewhere who decides that your area doesn't need as much internet throughput as another area or whatever, you know? And it's just basically frustrating. Yeah.
No, that's literally my point. It's just in my head, it's like I'm approaching it as if I approach a startup, because, you know, that's how I always approach my channel in a way. It's like I'm investing my time to learn something, to adjust myself to something. And you've mentioned this a number of times as well. As long as you're learning something every day, it's great. But when I cannot test the things that I want to learn, it's just frustrating and annoying in that regard.
Yeah, and I definitely know what you mean. And I like... That's one. Well, it's sort of a bit of a different topic, but like I've been a bit frustrated with myself because of my low like work rate, you know, because I don't know, I get tired, I guess I get demoralized or whatever. You know, you got to work at my day job, and you got to try and sleep, and you got to try and, you know, interact with your wife a little bit in between those things, and you know, and Mercy, it's just easy to like.
If I can be blunt with you, you have an incredible like amount of output. Like, don't ignore the fact that you stream almost every day and you have like incredibly well-crafted videos. It just it takes time. That's it. It just takes time.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the feedback, and and I've had a really good response from people about the videos and everything. But it's like, what am I trying to say? It's like, yeah, you can make so. Okay, so what I'm trying to. This is kind of like what I say to my wife. So my wife sort of says supportive stuff like that as well, and you definitely need support, and I try to be supportive to you as well, and other people in the community as well, and say, you know you're doing good, and like don't be too hard on yourself, and all that kind of stuff, and that's totally okay. So it's like I kind of started. Okay, so I've been thinking about this thing for a bit. Get those words out. Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a while, but yeah, basically there's two things. Like, if somebody's gonna fail, like if they're gonna give up, or if they're gonna, you know, if their will is weak, you know, then they need support. You know, they need you to be like, come on, guy, you're doing well. You just need to hang in there. You're gonna be all right. You know, you stick at it. You're doing a good job. You know, like blah blah. That's all good. But if the will is not a problem, then what you need is motivation to push harder. You know, like if the will is there already, then you just need to push. So like that's kind of so I feel like that's the thing with me that has been me recently, or in the past anyway. There's been like those times when I get a bit demoralized, or you know, or you just let things get on top of you, like, oh, you know, it's a hard day at work, I'm tired, I'm just gonna like rest today or whatever, you know. And like, yeah, you can do that every day, and then you lose, you know, you will just not achieve your goals, you know, like you'll not get, you know. And so it's like, so anyway, so that's kind of like my thing at the moment. Not being silly about it or anything, but just being like, you know, no, you got to just try a little bit harder, you know, just got to try a little bit harder. So yeah, so that's what I completely
agree with you. It's like the way I see it is, as you said, it's like you need to have this balance between keeping your life intact while also putting the energy in and putting in the drive into the channel. Like as you said, you could say every day, oh, I'll do this tomorrow, I'll do this tomorrow, I'll do this tomorrow. But if you keep doing it tomorrow, it's never going to happen. You have to sit down and do it. And like, I hate editing. I hate video editing. It is such a drag for me. I'm not sure if you would agree with me, but sometimes I have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. And like, I think that kind of comes back to I think the reason why you probably hate editing is one of the reasons anyway, is because it slows down your creative, like your ideas are coming out faster than your ability to make those ideas into the
Absolutely.
you know, the thing. And the editing is like the bottleneck that stops that from happening, you know. And that's kind of exactly what I was talking about in like the reason why, like, I've been focusing on that I need to push a bit harder and a bit frustrated with myself or whatever. It's not because I'm like, you know, down on myself. Or maybe I am, but that's not the thing. The thing is that, you know, I've got ideas and things that I want to do, and I can't do that thing because I haven't finished the fucking previous thing. You know what I mean? And like, so you haven't, like, you can get a certain flow thing going on where you think of an idea, you're really excited about it, it comes together, you finish the video, you put it out, you get another idea, you're excited about it, you put it together, you know. But then you can get to that thing where you think of the idea, you don't quite get it done, you think of the next idea which you're really excited about, but you've still got to finish the other thing, and then the next, you know, and it's just, then it's all fucked up. You know, so you gotta keep a certain throughput, otherwise it doesn't happen properly.
Like, I did this series like 2 weeks ago now, where I simply had just discussion videos with basic gameplay, and it did very well. Like, it did, like, I would be commentating as I'm talking about, for example, like the corner camping one did really good. And like, those ideas are great because they're so easy to produce because they require minimal editing. But then like this raw video that I'm doing, it's taking me a long time because I imagine it in one way, and then I try to record. So I record a 3-hour-long clip because I try to get a specific like set of events so I can commentate over them. And that just if I was doing this full time, that wouldn't be a problem. But I currently have like an 8-hour, 9-to-5 job as well, like you do, and it just.
Yeah, you only have limited time, and you want to try to, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's frustrating. Sorry, if you just don't mind, I'll just take a little quick break for a second. I just wanted to show off one of the guys, Joshua, one of my esteemed patrons of the sciences, is also a pretty talented miniatures painter apparently, and he's just posted up some pictures. Do you want to see some pictures of some miniatures?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, do you have a choice? But yeah, no.
Like, no, I really like them. Like, I saw a really cute one where a guy painted a 40k dreadnought, a Space Marine dreadnought, in memory of his cat.
In memory of his cat?
Yeah, he basically said like the cat became a Space Marine, and he painted the dreadnought in the same pattern as the cat had, like the stripes. That was really, really sweet.
Oh, that's cute. Well, I'm sorry, I'm trying to like, why can't I? What's that? What doesn't that say? God, so I'm struggling with my thing. How do I get the?
Mercy being a boomer, guys.
Shut up. I'm not even a boomer. I was born after that.
You're a millennial now.
No, I'm not a millennial. I'm a Generation X.
So you're just before the millennials. Just before the kids.
Yeah, I'm like after the boomers, I guess. I was the first generation of people that got fucked over by the boomers.
Oh god.
They're still alive. No. Yeah, I won't get into that. I don't know why I can't seem to figure out how to find my. I'm trying to. What about? No, that's not it. Sorry, I'm trying to open up another screen, but I can't find the right.
OBS is not working, is it?
I'm pretty sure it's not OBS's fault.
Well, I'm trying to be nice and blame OBS.
Why does I've got a window open? Like, why is that not coming up on my list of windows to choose?
Oh, that is OBS. That is a bug in OBS. Like, it forces you to restart OBS, which of course you can't if you're streaming. It's so annoying.
How about I'll just go directly onto Discord. I'll just show Discord indirectly. That might be the way to go.
Yeah, I don't see, like, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, John of Strategy has a good point. It's like, till you get, like, be able to be sufficient on YouTube, you have a point. It's really difficult at the start, but it's also the same with startup companies. It's like, I have a friend, he started a startup company, and he worked a full-time job apart the time he spent developing his company idea. Those are some cool
that's
miniatures.
a cool dog. Yeah, so I don't know if it's coming up really good, but yeah, there's a Harlequin there. I can't really zoom in properly. Fuck it. It's just not really. Sorry, technical difficulties. But yeah, this I think that's a jet bike. Although I thought it was a jet bike, but I can't really make it out properly now, so it's too small. But no, that doesn't work. Yeah, I did really badly with that. Yeah, but this, I was really impressed with that. Is that the jet? No, this is the jet bikes down here. I can't even tell what that is now. But I remember that was cool, and this grav tank's pretty cool as well. Oh, it's got like freehand painted fucking planets and shit on there. Jesus Christ, Joshua, you're a madman.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. I didn't even notice that before. Like that, he's got like freehand painted actual stuff on his, which is such a cool thing to have for Eldar as well. Like it's really thematic for Eldar armies as well to have that kind of stuff. I suppose you would do the same thing with Empire, except instead of being like landscapes and planetscapes and stuff like that, you would have just like banners with, skulls and Latin writing on it and stuff.
New Gothic, or whatever it's called.
Neo Gothic, yeah, for sure. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I couldn't figure out how to get that. Sorry, I didn't give you didn't do justice to the miniatures there. Sorry, Joshua. They look really cool though. Thanks for posting those. Yeah, I don't know why it was just. I don't know. Normally I can easily just go and show a Google Chrome tab or whatever with no problems, but for some reason the image tabs weren't like working. I probably could have exported it into a JPEG, and then I could have done that, but that would have been a lot of screwing around. But anyways,
I'm realizing you have a lot of talented people on your Discord.
Yes, we do. We have lots of talented people on the Discord. We're very lucky. The Galaxy is my baby. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
There's some really cool stuff.
John said, yeah, you can't have anything else going on or you won't have the time to do channel. Wife, job, and life maintenance allow you to do one more thing properly, but at the moment you have to do anything else, it immediately hurts your consistency. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at the moment, is like I've kind of realized that I just can't do jiu-jitsu anymore. So I'm just like, all right, well, I guess I'm just going to quit jiu-jitsu for the time being. I managed to go one time, like 2 weeks ago. That's it. I haven't been back. I haven't trained again since then. Yeah, I don't know. I might try to just kind of go once in a while just to kind of catch up with everybody and kind of, have a little bit of a workout. But in terms of actually training and getting better or learning anything, it's not really going to happen. It's just like exactly like John said, you got to work, you got to maintain a relationship, kind of sleep a little bit, and maybe you can fit in some YouTube on top of that. But that's it. You're not doing anything else beyond that. You still there, Linksy?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was hoping you finish.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, it's just
I was just being
waffling. I was just waffling on. But anyway, yeah. We should try not to just talk about how hard done by we are with our
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Because then the positive side, and I guess this is why you also do it, is like we get an amazing community, so many people, and work with so many people, and it's fun. That's the fun part. That's why we do it at the end of the day, at least from my end. That's why I do it.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't really do. I don't really care about the people that much. Like, it's more like,
Oh, yeah.
no, maybe that wasn't the best phraseology. But no, it's more. I mean, the community aspect of it is more like a bonus. Like, the really, I don't know. It's yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess. No, I guess you're right. It is like, but I guess that's something that I've come to realize. Like, that wasn't why I did it in the first place. That was kind of like something like I came to realize that it was cool about it, if you know what I mean. Like, I think like originally I thought that I wanted to make the videos and that it was more about like kind of, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I think I thought that it was about having like information that you had and you wanted to share it with other people by like making video or whatever. But then I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's like a living thing. It's a weird.
Yeah. I mean, it also makes sense from the point of view of sharing what we know. It's like, hi guys, we learned this cool stuff. We kind of like breaking the game, and you know, you guys can do this as well. I'd say both of us love breaking the game.
I know. I do love breaking the game, but what I really love is immersing myself in the game. You know, your voice.
I noticed that you do that a lot. Like, you do a lot of. Yeah, sorry. I think my internet is dying again because I noticed I'm going into the red zone in Discord, and that's when you know it's bad. So if I start like sounding really bad, just kick me out. It's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, you were going a bit mechanical before, but you're fine again now.
Ready to serve.
No, I don't even know what I was saying. Oh, it's just fun playing Warhammer with people. That's it. It's fine role playing and believing you're an orc, going around stomping around and shouting at everything that moves that you're an orc, and then you bigger and back, but when realistically you're not, and you have self-confidence issue. And why am I role playing Grimgor right now?
Yep. Yeah, no, it's like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, I don't know. There's like Total War games for me, and other strategy games as well, but I think Total War is like the pinnacle of it. It's just kind of this weird like flow state of like when I don't think I can really get into it when I'm streaming so much, but I used to get a lot. It's sort of this thing happens around like 3-4 in the morning. Everyone else is the whole world is asleep, and there's no distractions, and you're just like perfectly laser focused on like every aspect of this campaign. Your mind's kind of expanded to the point where you're kind of aware of like everything that's going on at the same time, and you're planning shit 3 moves ahead, and you know, whatever, you know, like you kind of just, you're fully kind of immersed, and then the hours just kind of go by and you're sort of in that state. Like that's sort of, I don't know, that's kind of why I guess I love Total War. And that's, I don't know, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's some sort of like extension of that or something, like wanting to share that or something. I don't know.
I had that recently because I used to dislike Paradox games. Why is my phone doing? Dislike Paradox games really badly. Like, I thought they were not that great, but then I tried Stellaris like 2 weeks ago, and buddy, if you love role playing, that's the game for you because it is so good. Like, holy hell. Like, I roleplayed as the exterminator robots. I built like a YouTube empire of saving all the refugees from the world, from the universe. I did mega corporation that just sent meteors into other planets. It's like, yeah, role-playing in video games is so nice. Being able to just ignore the real world for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know where I was going before with that whole like thing. I think it was like, what did you say? You said something about the community and stuff like that. Yeah,
yeah, the community.
I think, yeah, I don't know. I think one thing, like I don't really know where I was going with that, but yeah, I've also like been appreciating the community a lot, and that was definitely an unexpected aspect of it. But I think what I was sort of getting at was like, it's not really like I need more friends or anything, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I think that's what I was what I was reacting to, like what you were saying. I don't know, I just didn't, the words I used were not related to what I was trying to talk about. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, it's not like, you know, I wanted heaps of friends or a new family or some shit, and now I found that in YouTube or something. It's more like I found peers, you know, like I didn't really have a bunch of people that were super into fucking Warhammer to hang out with before, and now I do, you know. And it's like, and I have these kind of relationships of kind of I don't know, I guess like mutual respect, I guess, or something, like, you know what I mean? It's not like there's, you know, like there's quite a few guys now on my Discord, especially, or that, you know, that are in that frequent my YouTube channel chat and stuff, that you know, that tell me stuff about the game, or that I tell my ideas, and they kind of bounce stuff back and forth and everything, and I really kind of value them, but in like, I guess, an intellectual way, you know what I mean? It's not like it's not like a close friend that you rely on for emotional support or anything. It's more like I value them as a peer, I guess, or whatever, you know, like they say shit that interests me, you know what I mean? And you know, like that's, like, whereas, you know, your close family members, you may love them, but they probably rarely say shit that interests you, you know what I mean? If you're
no, I mean, the way I bond with my dad is video games, but like now that he's still all of a sudden like high intensity game make him feel super dizzy, so I'm able to talk about video games that much with him. But otherwise, you have a very solid point.
If John says a friend is not the same as a person you can geek out with, that's it. I've got lots of people I can geek out with. Grandfather Nurgle's denying he's a nerd. He says he leaves that to me and the eggheads. Thanks.
I mean, in my case, I have like my academic friends, my work friends. I have my friends in real life that we go out and have a drink, but all of us do something absolutely completely different. Then I have my D&D friends. I have you guys, which are my Warhammer peeps. And then I have my Age of the Empire circle and my Vermintide circles. Like, you know, like groups for different things in life.
And it's like I'm not phrasing any of these things properly, but like it's and it's like you get like it's not like
we should get you to do a podcast, man, once a week. It'd be great.
What about like Warhammer and stuff?
No, trying to say something and not managing.
Not managing.
Sorry, it was right there. I had to.
Yeah, it was. I laid it down and you had to pick it up. That makes sense. No, I guess I was trying to say, like, you have all these relationships, and but if you have like a really specific, you know, that's one great thing about the internet, you know, if you have like a really specific interest, then, you know, you may not know anybody else that really shares that interest, and even if that interest isn't the biggest thing in your life, you know, like obviously for most people, family is probably the biggest thing in their life, you know what I mean? But and you couldn't do without that, you know, but like you get family every day, you know, whereas you don't get maybe you don't get that like Warhammer nerding out with your Warhammer peeps every day, you know. And so, this kind of gives you an outlet for that. And if you're kind of hungry for it, you know, then it makes it, like, if you've been missing that for a long time, then it makes it more better. I don't know if that shed any light on what I was trying to say.
No. You jokes aside, like you're actually making sense in what you're saying. It's fun to be able to share a passion with someone, not necessarily, and that's why what's great about it at the end. It's like it allows us to find people who share our passions, and it's great. It's absolutely great, and I've been able to learn about video games, which previously, frankly speaking, I would not even have touched because of like, oh, you might like this. And it's like, all right. You insist, I'll try it. It's like, oh wow, that was a good game.
I'm like, I just don't have time to play any other games at the moment. I'm too into Warhammer at the moment. It's like I was worried that I was gonna get burnt out from. That was kind of like my biggest fear starting a YouTube channel, because I knew that Warhammer was going to be my primary game, but I was worried that that, you know, I'd burn out and then I'd be kind of stuck, because I hate it when when you feel like you have to do something and then it feels like a job, and particularly if that's the thing that you kind of love the most, like you don't want to ruin that by making it feel like a job and you don't want to do it anymore and stuff. Yeah, so I actually started off on one of my other favorite games that's not quite as favorite as this, which is Battle Brothers, and then I covered another game, Necromunda, and then I kind of got into Warhammer 3rd. But yeah, it's been the opposite. Like, instead of me burning out on it, it's like I just there's just too much Warhammer stuff that I keep getting excited about that I just don't have time to like do anything else, basically. But not to say that my interest doesn't ebb and flow, but yeah, it's like I haven't burnt out yet. I probably will eventually, but yeah, it hasn't happened yet. But
no, I mean,
not that you were talking about burnout.
Taking small breaks every now and again. Like I had the same thing, and I felt I was burning out, especially in early March when I was sick and I was still trying to do Warhammer and stuff, and I don't want to do this. I'm so sick, but it was because I was feeling sick. A week break, and I felt like a human. I had so much energy. It's like all of these ideas, and well, frankly speaking, I should be making videos right now, as I have the time for it. But but at the same time, I don't know. It's this is another thing that happens to me. It's like I want to be original, so I don't want to be doing the same stuff as other people are doing. So
yeah, that's like. Oh, sorry, you can finish your thought. Yeah.
No, it was good. Like when I started doing guides, and I noticed that people launching guides that much, I was like, oh, this is a good time to launch fresh guides. And then all of a sudden, my field of vision grew much larger, and I realized there are like 15 people doing guides which are in the same kind of YouTube brackets as me. Like, no, let's find something else. And I keep hopping from one idea to the next till I find something that's unique, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say now. So I was like, I was like, damn it, stop listening to what Linksy says, then you'll forget what you wanted to say. You should, the conversation, you should just wait till the other person finishes talking and then just carry on with what you were going to say. You shouldn't listen to what they say, otherwise you'll, but no, that was a good point. It was a good point. It was too good a point, because then it made me just listen to what you said and forget what I was going to say. Yeah, no, got no idea. But Grandfather Nogel says, you're obsessed to Mercy. Lol. It's good that the passion is still there, though. Enjoying what you do is a good thing. Yeah, for sure. I think it's like, it's a necessary thing, It's like if you don't have to do it and you don't enjoy it, then you probably aren't going to do it, So you kind of need to enjoy it, otherwise you probably aren't going to do it. I think I need to do some save scumming.
What are you trying to achieve?
And call yourself not a boomer. What? I don't know what's going on with chat. Yeah, I need to get some save scumming going. They're calling me a boomer, I think, is what's going on.
Yeah.
I've got a magnificent beard. If that makes me a boomer, then I don't want to be.
You do have a magnificent beard.
If the magnificent beard is wrong, then I don't want to be right. Save scum is the achievement, Linksy. I don't know what that means. You let the other person finish, and then you start talking, because if you listen, you won't remember your point. That's right. Oh, right. And as I was saying, that's a boomer trait to act like that. Yeah, but I wasn't serious. I was only joking at this. Jeez. What was it? Were you talking about doing your own, being original, doing your own thing?
The thing is, being original on the internet is
not really gonna happen. Yeah,
difficult. It is so difficult. Like, holy hell! Like, I started doing this thing where I was analyzed, and it kind of threw me off, and I stopped doing it for a while. But I probably will pick up again for tomorrow. I analyzed all the legendary lords in a faction, and I discussed them one by one and discussed their unique abilities, like how they buff the faction or their armies, and not rank them, but say whether they're good or bad, right? Like, so for example, Grom for me in the greenskins is absolutely fantastic because he gives faction-wide growths, like 15 growth faction-wide, which is insane in terms of power. Or Skarsnik has +3 public order globally. And then people were like,
I don't even know he had that.
He does.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I know. It's insane how powerful it can be if used right? And then, like, the comment that kind of, even though I got a lot of nice comments and people actually messaged me, it's like, oh, that helped us understand green screens more. Like, the one comment that imprinted in my mind is someone saying, oh, you're copying Legend. You're literally just copying Legend's videos. And I'm like, I'm not.
Oh,
but
did he say something similar in his video or something?
Because, you know, he does those power ranking videos.
Yeah.
Apparently it's similar to that, even though I literally just spread out what each skill does and how it's strong or not strong, or, you know. And it's
hard to, like, I mean, yeah, it's sort of hard because Legend's so, it's sort of almost like you need to define yourself relative to Legend because he's so kind of, I don't know what's the word, dominant, pervasive. Like anyone who watches any Warhammer content will have seen Legend videos, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's sort of, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of said, maybe this is what I was going to say. That was kind of one of the things I said right at the start. It's like, I'm going to try not to do the same exact stuff that Legend did, you know, but I'm not going to go through and like watch every one of Legend's 10,000 back catalog of videos just to make sure that I don't say the same shit that he said in one of his videos, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, because if you do, if you like, you'll never do anything if you do that, you know? But yeah, yeah, that's pretty harsh comment that they made. But yeah, I don't know. Did you end up like watching his power ranking video or whatever to see if there was any similarities or did they, if there's any validity?
To find one, but I didn't find one for greenskins. So
okay, so maybe you just made it up.
Yeah, could be. I mean, it solve all of the challenge into Amagura, and then the survivor takes all. Like,
what? Sorry, you went a bit digitized. I couldn't make out what you said then. Sorry, what did you say?
Challenge Legend to Magura. Battle to the death.
You're going to challenge Legend to a battle to the death?
Yes. And then once he makes me delete my channel, and I just put a tombstone video as like the only video on my channel, like I was killed by Legend of Total War.
That would be really cool, but it would kind of be counterproductive to your goal of kind of growing your channel. But that would be pretty cool though. You'd probably get like heaps of subscribers from that. Like you'd get like millions of views on your tombstone video and get like 20,000 subscribers. It'd probably be like the best video you ever, like your most successful video ever. Yeah, like retirement video. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you, the John strategy is just giving you some saying no offense, but fuck that, it's the internet. You're not unique. You're not the first person, and you will be stolen from. Yeah, that's a. God, so many topics here. Yeah, well, I was going to say a couple of things I wanted to say was one thing with when you get like negative when you get negative comments, like so John's saying people who make comments like that should be given zero energy. Yeah, I think if someone's like really trying to mess with you or they hate you or whatever, then you probably should try not to spend too much energy on them. But one thing I've noticed is that I've had pretty confronting. I've never really had any super bad comments, but I've had some pretty confronting comments. You know, like, oh, you suck because blah blah, or your sound is shit or whatever. You know, and you know, where they're not trying to be friendly or anything. They're just saying that, you know, they hate something about you or whatever. And then like I've responded to that. Sometimes I started responding a certain way and then I've like caught myself and re-edited it a few times and then eventually sent a response. But yeah, basically in all those times I've ended up sending a response which didn't take it personally at all what they said. I responded directly to their comment, and I try to help them, be helpful to them. So, you know, so like just as someone said, you know, your sound is shit, you sound like you're gargling cocks or something, and then I'll like, you know, I'll respond back to them and be like, oh yeah, sorry man, I've just started streaming, I'm still working on it, I don't really know all the technical stuff, I've tried this and this, I'm gonna do that, hopefully that'll make it better. And then like the same guy who just said the really insulting thing will, you know, responds back to me the next day saying, oh no worries man, well, you know, you're doing okay, you know, you're doing pretty good, I like your content, so yeah, I hope that works. You know, basically like they've, someone that you would have thought was actually really hostile, just the fact that you actually responded and respected their opinion, they then kind of, that just totally turns them around and they're like, oh, actually this guy's cool and whatever, you know? So yeah, it's like, that's one thing I've noticed, like maybe I've had like 5 of those type of experiences, and 4 of them, the person's come back and like ended up being like a, you know, positive person actually in the end after all, even if they initially sounded like they were pretty negative. So yeah, I don't know if you've tried that, but yeah, like, yeah, just some people just are smartasses, like that's how they first interact, you know, they're not going to come up and be like, oh, hey man, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I just wanted to let you know about blah, blah, blah. They'll just be like, you suck, dude, sort it out. And then, you know, but then if you like, you know, like that's just how they interact, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they hate you or whatever. I don't know. That's just, yeah, one of the things I was...
No, I know what you mean. I mean, usually that's my, like, not usually, always, that's my attitude is if I get criticism, I like respond to it. It's like, yeah, you have a fair point, or why so? How can I improve it? Like I ask the question, I put it back on them to tell me what they think is best and how I can make it better. In a day, I like criticism, right? But it's yeah, maybe sometimes I just I admit I don't have the thickest of armors and I let comments get to me, I guess. But I've had quite a lot. Like I've had people telling me to fuck off and die. I've had someone telling me, "Oh, you have the worst YouTube channel in history."
Yeah. Okay.
Like Jesus, like
you've just got one of those faces that people love to punch, Linksy. That's what it is.
No, it is true. This is something that's been told to me my entire life. In Maltese, it said "on the quick check, ataharta," which means like like your face is a face that's whippable by a belt.
That's not very nice.
I apparently have like that kind of face. And I irritate people a lot as well, which is funny. Like either you like me, or you really, really cannot stand me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get that from you at all. But yeah, I don't know. No, I mean, I think that's that's the other side of the thing. Like, you know, if you've got a really limited sphere of influence like I do, like I only care about like 2 things, then like, you know, you need to kind of search far and wide to find a bunch of people that have that share that same interest. But, you know, conversely, if you become available to a lot of people, then you're going to find those people that hate you. You know, even if there's only like one dude that hates you, if you make yourself known to like everybody in the world, then you're going to find that one dude that hates you, you know? Yep. Yep. Maybe that's just the, you know, the price of our tiny amount of internet fame in this little strategy corner of the world.
Your behest?
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say was about another thing John said about if you're on the internet, basically you will be stolen from. So that's a good point as well. Like, and I kind of feel like I've just embraced that. Like, if like, and or even if you're not even on the internet, like with just people like sharing ideas and stuff like that. Like if you, I don't know. It's like companies try to control their intellectual property and copyright, you know, schematics for new scientific, you know, technological inventions that they make and all that kind of stuff, which is fair enough. You know, you want to protect your investment and everything. But I think in most like aspects of life, that's not really possible. Like once an idea exists, it's just public domain, you know, you know, like, I don't know, like sometimes like with the Discord and stuff, people like share their ideas about the campaigns and all that kind of stuff. And I think the people that have the healthiest attitude to that are the ones that kind of don't really like. Thinking Bob is definitely very much like this. He doesn't seem to really have any kind of pride or anything, you know what I mean, like about it. He doesn't really care. Like he just figures the shit out, and then, you know, it's not like, you know, whereas other people will be like, if they're like, I want to be acknowledged, I was the first one to figure it out, I want my name to be etched in stone, that I was the first person to do the thing, and you know what I mean. And like I mean, I don't get me wrong, it's nice to get credit for, like, you know, I was the first one to do whatever, but like if you're really hung up on that, then you're kind of just asking to get your feelings hurt, you know what I mean? Because you know, so I think it's like a lot healthier to like still try and do the things, still try and do cool stuff, but don't like get too hung up about whether you get the credit for it or, you know, or whatever. So yeah, there's definitely, I think that's, you know, but I think anyway, so I just think, you know, for Legends part, you know, if he makes a video and somebody else copies him, you know, I don't think he would give a shit, really. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he would care one way or the other. I mean, obviously he's not going to get super excited about watching a video that just says the same stuff that he already said. It's not going to be of any interest to him personally, but he's not going to care that somebody else made a video and said the same thing. But you know, but you have to, but it's not Legend that you have to contend with. It's like his fans that are trying to like protect Legend from something that he doesn't give a shit about anyway. You know what I mean? Like, so they're like, oh, I'm not gonna let Legend's idea get stolen by this Linksy guy. I'm gonna, you know. So yeah, it seems though Legend wouldn't give a shit either way. But it's like, you know, you're just gonna white knighting and stuff. Yeah.
It's quite funny. Like, it sort of happened with Zerkovich. So I had no idea he existed. I had no clue. Like, I've never seen his videos. I never heard of the guy existing. Nothing. I just never saw his name even. And when Troy came out, I did it's sort of similar to what I'm doing right now, where I just do analysis by unit and just uploaded video, like discussing entire rosters of each faction, and then what each unit is good for, etc. Like unit in 2 minutes or less. And everyone was like, oh, you're copying Zerkovich, you're literally doing the same things he's doing. And no, I swear to God, I had recorded the entire thing. I had, like, you know, edited and scheduled all the videos. And then I was like, who the hell is Zerkovich? I went to see Zerkovich. We weren't saying the same things, but we had the same idea of how to tackle the content. We're having very different like opinions. Units, for example, some units that were great were shit. And, okay, maybe he has a point. I don't know. I'm just faffing around.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with that sort of stuff, you just the key thing is just don't take it personally and just to respond straightforwardly, you know? Like, be like, oh, I didn't even know there was such a video. Thanks for letting me know. Oh yeah, I've checked it out. Zerkovich is really cool. Thanks. You know, whatever. That's like all you really need to say. You know, you don't need to like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to take it personally and get all defensive and try and argue about it or
no.
Any of that stuff.
Like it's what happens. Like, oh, I didn't know this guy existed. And it was fun. I mean, obviously, Reddit is Reddit. It's a beast that you don't mingle with that well. But yeah, it was quite hilarious.
Yeah. Oh well, live in your lab.
Mob mentality. Oh man, I cannot wait for the next DLC. I have a big feeling, like in a week or two, we'll get an announcement. Like, they're launching Rome Remastered on the 29th, yeah? So 14th of May, 15th of May. Let's see what that is.
Like, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for new shit, man. I've still got like a... This is...
14th of May, we're getting like a trailer thing, and then we'll, maybe at the end of May or start of June, we get the launch.
Cool. Oh, well... No, but I don't know, because they said... I don't think that the DLC about that soon, because Grace said that there'll be news about Warhammer 3 in May, yeah? So...
No, she said there will be news about Warhammer 3 in June. She didn't talk about pre-order DLC or the last DLC for Warhammer 2.
Oh, so Warhammer 3 news in June?
Yep.
Really? I thought she said May. I think she didn't say in. She said there won't be any until, or what, or something like that. News. Sorry, I'm just trying to verify this statement.
Good. Science facts.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Great Book of Grudges did a video a month ago, and the title is "CA confirms no more Warhammer 3 news until May."
May? Oh,
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was May.
Why am I thinking June?
No, but so she didn't say there will be news in May. She said there won't be any until May. Well, I suppose that sort of means the same thing, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, it heavily implies that it'll be in May if it doesn't confirm it. But yeah, but just what I'm saying is if they're gonna do, so yeah, I'm saying if they release Rome on the 29th or whatever, or 30th, and then yeah, like you say, they maybe wait 2 weeks before they do the Warhammer 3 news that's apparently coming in May, and then presumably they're going to wait at least another week or two before they drop the DLC, or would they drop the DLC at the same time as the Warhammer news to kind of like power up the hype? Or,
I think they will. Maybe they will drop it as well, like they did with Drakkar. They'll just tell us over, like, oh yeah, by the way, tomorrow there's this happening. Good luck. We have to scramble to make content.
What's that? I thought I backed up my save, but I must have fucked it up or something. No, I did. I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm too stupidly badly at trying to play the game and have these like really in-depth conversations at the same time. Yeah. I'm feeling better about things anyway lately. Got that dwarf video finished. And I've started the next video at least. I feel like starting the videos is the big thing. Once I get started, it's okay. It just feels bad when I haven't started it yet. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I kind of feel like
that dwarf video was very interesting because
which one? The Gotrek?
No, not the Gotrek. The Gormbrindle, like creating a outer resolve stack gave me ideas.
Creating a what stack?
Resolve stacks. That's what essentially did.
So if it keeps going, I can't understand what you're saying.
I'm really sorry.
That's all right. Just one more time. What did you say? What sort of stack?
Outer resolve.
Auto resolve stack, right? Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I my accent. Sorry.
No. You're all right. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Well, not even auto. Well, yeah. Auto resolve it's good in auto resolve, but it's also good in battle as well. Yeah.
It's really interesting. And then today I was seeing Anisius playing with Warzak, and I think you can do something similar with Warzak, creating a super strong auto resolve with Savage Orc Biggins. Essentially the map with just crap stacks of orc boys and orc Biggins and just kill everything in your path. It would be interesting to see if it would work. There was also Anticity who did like he managed to with Scarsnick turns capture peaks. He used Skate Coming and he used a lot of cheese. It is also how he managed to make his army strong and auto resolve really.
Anticity made an auto resolve army and it was really good. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, is my internet dying that much?
Oh, so it's just been a bit choppy again.
I'm really sorry about that.
That's right. So you're excited about the idea of just making auto resolve armies and sort of seeing how you can like maybe maximize that, make them really powerful. I'm just really excited about the Grimnir's buff in that was the main thing I took away from St. Tromor's guide on his way of going about the dwarves. I think actually it was Elven Guardian, or I don't know, he's changed his name now, I can't remember his name now, but there's another guy that used to be called Elven Guardian or Elf Blue, and he I know he had. It was just. Oh, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, one of the things about how he used to start his dwarf campaign was, I think, that he tried out all the different buffs. You know how Grombrindal's got the 4 different buffs that he can choose with his ancestor thing. Yeah. He's basically saying he just like tried out each of the 4 different ones, and it's such a basic concept, but it's one of the things that I really like about Legend as well, is that he just like. He doesn't worry so much about like what people say or how you think it should work. He just like tries it out and like he tests it and determines whether it's effective or not. You know what I mean? Like, but anyway, yeah. So he just played a campaign with each of the buffs, starting with one, and then just trying the next one, starting the next one, and so yeah. And I thought at the time that was cool, but I didn't really. I just kind of forgot about it. But then, then in St. Trommel's Guide, he uses the Grimnir's buff, which gives you the +10 melee defense and the +10 piercing damage. Is it something like that? It's super powerful, whatever it is. I can't remember now, but it's like super powerful. And it's just like, and once it sort of just clicks, like, because normally you take the, I can't remember the name of the buffs right now, but normally you take the other one that gives you
research rate.
Gives you research rate, replenishment, and it gives you reduction in your upkeep cost. And upkeep cost is like one of those ones that Legend's really big on economy and upkeep reduction and stuff like that. And just in general and Legendary, I guess that's a strong. Yeah, but anyway, so it's like great and everything, reduce upkeep. But the other one makes your army like twice as good. So like, do you want to have your army like 10% cheaper, or do you want the same army for full price that's like twice as good? And it's like, obviously the twice as good army is a lot more efficient than the slightly cheaper one. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's just like, once you've like done that and you're like, oh yeah, like that's totally fucking obvious. Like, why would I ever not go for this? But yeah, so it's funny how you can just like once you just try something out, then you figure out how much better it is.
I mean, it's better for us, like us noobs, because Legend is on a whole plane of existence different from us. Like, personally, when I play with the dwarves, I go on a specific build which gives me quarrelers or thunderers and or so. I'll have 4 of them, and I'll have 12 quarrelers. The rest are dwarf warriors, Gombrindal, and the Iron Drakes. And with that, I can capture a Black Crag on turn and kill Grimgor by turn 12. The main issue is they would still have 1 settlement available. Like, they'll have the Iron Mines, I think it's called, that side small settlement. Yeah. Like the way you did it, of course, they captured the settlement. You captured the settlement as well, and you kind of wipe him out without any issue. So there is that element to it as well. And yours is much easier, whereas my battle is a generally sweaty, micro-intensive nightmare of doom.
Okay.
So there's that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The only takeaway I was just that different. Choosing the different buff, choosing the Grimnir's buff is just super powerful, and I feel like it's kind of, now that I've tried it, I feel like it's a no-brainer that you just always choose that, Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that Legend says that that's not like. So I wasn't trying to say that Legend says to do the reduction in upkeep buff. I was saying just that Legend generally like promotes economy stuff, and so then if you're a Legend fan like I am, I would be generally looking as I'd be prioritizing their economy stuff. Yep. So yeah, I don't know what specifically Legend does when he plays Grombrindal, but I just mean like just going by that general like I'd like what would Legend do in this situation? Oh, he'd go for economy, bam, done. Whereas that's probably not what he would do. He would probably actually just test it out and find out what is the best thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah,
exactly. I mean, he generally advocates wherever it's like, as you said, wherever we see him, he goes get cheaper buildings, get cheaper armies, get faster research, like prioritize those over your army. But it's not always the case, as you said. Sometimes it's better to have a much stronger army so you can expand just enough to stabilize yourself. So it's always different. But dude, it's my time to run away. It would be nice to come and say hello, and hello to your people. As always, lovely chatting with you. But I run and deal with Miss Lindsay.
No worries. Have a nice time, Lindsay. Yeah, sorry your internet is fucking out again. It was lovely talking to you though.
All right, dude. I'll see you later, man. Take care.
Catch you. See ya. That was lovely Linksy. If anyone doesn't know, he also has a YouTube channel, which is very nice. You can check that out also. Tyrion has a flat 15% upkeep reduction for all armies. Does that just mean he basically gets one extra army without supply line penalties kind of thing, or is that like a base upkeep reduction that applies, differently? Like, is that additive with the 15% for supply lines, or is it not? Make it below nice. It's not really. Nobody talks about that. Blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like starting off with Tyrion. I don't think I'd ever start with Tyrion. I never do. Like, I don't think I've ever started with Tyrion since Elithnar got since Elithnar came out. It's just like, I don't know, like 15% upkeep reduction. It's just not sexy, is it? It doesn't fire the imagination. It doesn't motivate men. Not starting with him, rushing the Confederation with him. Yeah, well, you want to rush the Confederation with him anyway, because otherwise it's a pain in the ass trying to Confederate him if he gets too powerful. Because you kind of really need that, unless you're going to have millions and millions of gold, you kind of need him to get those like defeated traits and stuff like that to be able to make the Confederation happen. And if you wait till he gets too powerful, then that's going to be difficult to achieve.
The people are restive.
So we did 2 that time. Boom, resistant. Nice. Yeah, I think we just need to farm these traits properly and get serious about it. So where are we going to take our army? Should we just beat these dudes up for a bit? Ooh, Caledor. Krace is going to take on Marathi. It looks like Krace's army is better. They're Silver and Guard. They're like tier 2 or 3 infantry. Sloth and Seaguard. Got dragons and stack. This guy's just got like tier 1 and 2 shit. So you would hope that Krace would win, but I don't know. They have got some other armies here. So, do we finish off your breasts? Which, can we get peace with your breasts? Like, you'd think that they would want peace since... No. See, I don't really want to confederate them.
Fool. I serve the king. Warden of Safari. Poef protects them.
Alariel the Everqueen. The Ethuar answers to me. Lilith protects me.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
Alariel. Everqueen of Ulthwan. Under her protection.
Not starting with him rushing for that's no point. Some of the most efficient things aren't sexy. Yeah, some of the most efficient things aren't sexy, but I mean, I'm just like, I don't know, I'm not really that into efficiency, hey. I'm only really into efficiency as much as it's necessary, you know. I think that's the thing with Legend, is because Legend, like, he really doesn't like to lose. Like, he he considers it really important to win, which is totally reasonable. That's the point. That's the point, is to win. where I guess I kind of accept that, you know, I'm going to lose sometimes and blah blah, you know. So I don't need to get that 100% accurate, that 100% win rate, you know. And the difference between like being satisfied with like 85% success rate, it requires like, you know, only like 50% of the effort or less than only being satisfied with 100%, you know. So that's, yeah, I feel like that's kind of the thing with Legend, like, because he, you know, he's like, he's not really going to accept like losing a campaign. Like, you know, it's very rare. I don't know if he's ever really lost one unless he did it on purpose once, you know. But yeah, so he's not really going to accept losing a campaign. So he's got a much stricter, you know what I mean? He has to be a lot more efficient because he needs to have 100% success rate, you know, whereas I don't need to get that high of success rate. If it doesn't work out, I can just restart or whatever, you know. You know, so yeah, so for me, like, the, you know, sexiness is a bit higher on the ranking, you know. Like, sexiness is of zero importance for Legend because that doesn't help him with his objective, you know, like, or maybe, you know, maybe it is, it's important somewhat, but it's like way down the list, you know. Whereas, yeah, for me, it's like, well, if you can't be sexy while you're doing it, then just what's the point of even doing it, you know?
We have nothing to fear.
Don't get me wrong, Tyrion is sexy AF, but yeah, always Confederate. I never play as him.
How can I assist you?
I was thinking, like, screw the Empire. Let's just go and steal this thing. Let's go and steal some Leviathan action.
Dying forest. Driving back the dark.
Get a bit of a conga line going on here.
Setting forth.
These conga lines are a bit hard to do with boats. They don't really work very good.
Asa sorceress. Voyaging.
I'm taking on tier 4 Count Noctis capital with a stack of archers. I'm not winning, but this is sexy. Lol. That's not sexy at all. Taking it on with solo Tyrion mounted on Melander with like going at like 130 speed because you've got every speed buff in the game and you've got the sword of Cain. That's sexy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know if I did that voice very good, but you know what I mean.
High priestess.
Oh yeah, who was I'm sorry I haven't been saying hello to anyone. Hey Regal Giant, thanks for your comments about the improved sound. I've been reading a lot of the comments, I just haven't been, because I've been talking to somebody and maybe they're talking, I want to talk over them and stuff like that. So yeah, Mercy trying to defeat the internet with kindness. I don't know what that was in relation to. I must have said some really cheesy shit back there. Sorry. If it's, yeah. It was probably sincere, or maybe I was lying, I don't know. Yeah, does anyone else have this problem? I feel like I've got this problem where I'm like uncomfortable with frank, emotional kind of stuff. So, you know, basically if ever I'm trying to say something that's like a really serious and really important to me, I'll generally kind of make it sound like I'm being sarcastic. And whenever I'm like talking complete shit, I generally deliver it in real deadpan as if it's like super serious. Does anyone else have that? I don't know if there's a name for it, if it's like a condition or what, but yeah, it's not a very effective way of communicating. When you were saying that you answered to people explaining to them when they were bitchy, when they're bitching in the comments, yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah, I was, yeah. I mean, so the reason I did that is because I kind of heard about that. You know, you need to be careful about this kind of stuff and whatever. But yeah, and so I kind of was careful, and then actually got really good results sometimes by just, you know, just treating the person with respect, even if they didn't seem to be respecting you that much, and then just like I remember one time, and it's been really valuable to me. Like, I can't remember the name of the guy now. I don't know if he really come back or hung around, but yeah, this guy basically was saying my sound was really shit. He was being a bit insulting about it, and I kind of went back and said, you know, blah blah blah, trying this and that, and then he was like, you know, then he came back and was like quite encouraging after that, you know, and so and that actually kind of inspired me to fix my sound, you know, so, you know, it was good for everybody. And, you know, I wouldn't have, if I had have just said, you know, fuck off, dude, you suck or whatever, then I wouldn't have gotten that that value out of that interaction, you know. So it's like, yeah, even, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be too enlightened because like that's not like I'm not that enlightened, and I don't want to come off like I'm trying to act like I'm like super developed human being, because I'm definitely not. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was a cool. It's just one of the many cool things that I've one of the many cool experiences that I've had with the streaming and the YouTubing and all that shit. That's called being a man, says the John of Strategy. Yeah, being uncomfortable with frank expressions of emotion. Yeah, it probably is a bit like that, isn't it? Or maybe everybody's like that, but just some people learn how to deal with it and other people avoid having to learn how to deal with it. Ah, well, doesn't look like they think we're going to lose this battle. Should we fight a battle just for, you know, just for funsies? Just to give us a bit of a runaround?
I will lead the Asur.
I wonder how we kill these things. Oh yeah, actually our nobles will smash them up pretty easy.
The Asur follow straight.
I wonder if that was me. No, it wasn't you, Regal. It was, I can't remember who. I mean, you might have done that as well, but the person I was thinking of, I can't remember their name, but it wasn't Regal Giant. Hey Brady, in about 100 years I can teach you how to be a complete person, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like on the one hand, I think like people kind of find, or some people sometimes find people who are too kind of evolved a bit annoying because they're kind of the same, you know. Like I remember reading about medieval like the old school psychology. They used to understand psychology in terms of the humors, like melancholy and choleric and sanguine and phlegmatic. And so basically those different humors are kind of associated with different personality traits and stuff. And it was kind of like a management guy. This guy is like a priest who like a high ranked priest in a monastery and whatever, and he'd written a treatise about how you should manage your workers if they have these different types of traits. That was kind of basically the gist of it. So he's like in charge of all these monks that have to like copy the holy books, you know, how they draw those little pictures in the margins and stuff and all that. Yeah, so he was like in charge of those guys, and yeah, so he had this sort of treatise about the different humors, and he was saying, and he'd have examples about like if you got a melancholic person, they're basically gonna be like useless essentially, but if you give them the same tasks and get them to do the exact same tasks the exact same way every day, then they'll kind of get like to a level where they're almost decent. But if you like give them any kind of variety, or you change things up, or there's any kind of chaos in their life, they'll just be completely fucking useless. And you know, and yeah, so that kind of thing, you know. And like, you know, like choleric people are more aggressive, and they need to feel like they're like winning and doing cool shit, basically, you know. They're kind of probably better at maybe managers or whatever, yeah, that kind of stuff. Anyway, so there's like different humors in this old school humor trait, and they're different personality types. Different humors have different ways that you should deal with them, right? But he was saying that the more developed a person is, like, so basically as part of it was like the guide for personal development or whatever for these people, and basically depending on which humor you are, you need to kind of balance yourself out by, you know, so if you're like choleric, you need to have more like melancholic, you know, traits. You need to work on your melancholic traits or whatever, you know. And so yeah, basically I'm getting to my point eventually. The end point was that he was saying like the people who are the most developed, like the most sort of gotten, you know, further on their journey or whatever, they become indistinguishable. Like, you can't tell what humor they are anymore because they've kind of fixed the problems with that humor. Like, each humor's kind of got its strengths and weaknesses, whatever. And the more advanced of a human you are, the less you can tell what their base personality type is. And I think that's why people get kind of annoyed with, you know, these evolved kind of people, because they're all kind of the fucking same, you know. And yeah, I can see that, but you know, but then there's like the counter argument of like, you know, there's sort of like a good way of interacting with people. Like there's room for character and everything, but there's, you know, there's also just being a shit person, you know. Anyway, that was my like Mercy philosophy monologue for this hour from 6 a.m. for the 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. slot. A person who is evolved is like knowing who drives a BMW. They will tell you. Yes, evolved indeed. Yes. What? You're saying what? I don't get that part. Was he saying like that someone will be if they're no? I don't know. I didn't get it. Sorry, Brady. I feel like yeah. I don't know. I lost it. Oh, they're getting confused. Oh, what's going on? So because of my power ratings over here, that's interesting. So even though these archers are here, like because like 95% of my strength ranking is sitting over here, they're like, oh, the army's over here. So everything's going over there. That's kind of weird. We better get some heals happening because they we don't have much because these guys die instantly when they die, and then you miss out on your heals. Annoying. Oh man, we're getting this crap shot out of our dragon. That was annoying. I spent a lot of time trying to heal and then I just let the dragon get shot anyway. Waste of time. Oh shit, this is happening. Everyone's getting fucked up. Oh dear. Alright, well, whatever. Fine. Oh, here we go. Everyone's gonna die now. Now we're gonna miss out on our heals. Too quick. Ironic, I just lost the Lithanar to Nagaroth rebels. Lols. Saying if somebody's involved, they will tell you. Yeah. Basically, they are the authority on what they are because they have decided as such, and they will be sure to tell you. Trouble is, what you are and what you think you are is often far removed. Fair. Yeah, true. It's long been an unsolved puzzle for me. What determines the turns for these legendary dragons to recruit to the recruit pool? You mean like after you disband them, SC? I get to drink my coffee. I was really enjoying this coffee, but it's not quite cold, but it's not hot anymore. Yeah, it's definitely not as good as it was half an hour ago.
The Asur have conquered. Turn them loose.
Have I already got the trait? I don't even know if I've already got the trait or not. Yeah, a bit of money is always good. Should we... Okay, so we can either go up here and make sure that Marathi doesn't wreck everything, or we can go down here and put these guys back in their box and get our Saxony going. Oh, I can't. Oh man, I thought I could put. Thought I could resist. Damn it. All right, so we need to get handmaidens kicking here as soon as possible. We also need to get them kicking here as soon as possible. We don't need. We don't really need the embassy. You guys rebuild it again later.
We are ill at ease. Handmaiden of Alaria. Lord of Overpowered.
Light triumphs over darkness. Alariel the Everqueen. Hadri.
You need me?
Might be able to movement bug our way over here again.
Greetings. Sail.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
Ulthuan's Queen.
Prince. Anchors away.
Greetings, Mathan.
Sailing on.
Radiant. Ready yourselves. Ether.
Ready to serve. Across the
Praise
waves.
Isha.
Oh no, that's alright, didn't use any movement. I wonder if I should have got Link. While Linksy was here, I should have got him to give me some advice about this movement bugging. It's just, I don't know, on the water it's sort of annoying.
Your service. Sailing away.
Alariel
We're just trying to cheat as much as we can to get this Doomstack finished. I really want to finish the current video. It's just a little one about migrating to Caledor, and then I want to finish that one, and then I want to do this Doomstack video and get that done. Because especially if new stuff's getting released in 2 to 3 weeks or something, then I need to be finished with all my current things. Otherwise, they're going to just go on and on.
Mistress of the Undying Forest.
Warhammer question: is the same spell better with Lord or Legendary Lord or Hero, or the same for all? The same for all, Brady. But you'll sometimes get a secondary. You'll sometimes get a secondary effect like that'll make it. So the spell itself will be the same, but yeah, sometimes a Lord will have like a secondary ability that will make the spell cheaper or have a faster cooldown or something like that. I don't know of any Lords that have any abilities that make the actual spell more powerful or anything like that.
Greetings, Mathan.
Highball.
Priestess of Isha.
Can I offer assistance? Across the way.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this.
Queen of Avalon.
Orders.
It's pretty tricky with the boat
Alariel
thing.
the Radiant.
It's really not even really that, not really required that much.
Your instructions. Sailing away.
Mistress of the Undying Forest. Sailing.
I serve the king.
Welcome.
How can I assist you? Full sails, now! Anchors away.
AW Total War 2 Edition. Yeah, that's right. You want to come and have a chat with us, the Halo Shock? We're haven't had a guest on for a while, actually. No one's waiting in the waiting room, I don't think. Yeah, if anyone wants to come on and have a little chat, you don't have to stay on. I know a lot of the people that have been coming on have been staying on for like half an hour, and just talking for ages. But you can just drop in for like a couple of minutes and say hi, say one comment about Total War or whatever if you want. If anyone's interested in doing that. Against the Skaven, Ikit, Warlock Masters, Ruin, Graciers all have the map-wide cast thing, which Warlock Engineers don't. Yeah, so there's often the casters will have like a secondary ability that triggers whenever they're casting. So that's another sort of secondary thing that you could like potentially not have on a hero. But some of the heroes do have those as well. So yeah, but again, it doesn't change the strength of the actual spell itself. It's just the same. Yeah, basically the same.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
Light of Avalon.
Loyal Prince.
Yes.
We are triumphant.
Yeah, it's you can kind of with the boats. It's hard because they're the point that see that sort of you can sort of see that yellow circle there. That's kind of where the boat is. So there's this kind of point here where you're trying to get to, but it's kind of hard because it's underneath the boat. But yeah, if you can kind of get under there and click there, it kind of works. But yeah, it's kind of hard to do the move and cheese with boats. Foot lords and foot heroes are the easiest ones to do it with because you can sort of click on their base pretty easily.
Lord of Ulfwer.
Ugh. I don't want to get rid of these dragons. Fuck it, we'll just do it. Get rid of them. It's going to save us a crap ton of money.
I serve the king.
Alariel the Ever.
Probably get a bunch of factions to declare war on me now because then my faction strength just went down by heaps.
Darkness is kept at bay.
Turns 57 and only 4k income, you poor man. Yeah, it's a pretty hard life.
Dawn's hope.
Might save that again. What do I went? Turned 58. Oh, 57. What was the idea of this campaign again? It's not really a campaign so much as a Doomstack. We're building a Doomstack. So there's not really any objective on the campaign map apart from just making this White Lion stack as powerful as possible. So in the short term, what we need to do is recruit another 4 more resistant handmaidens, or 6 more might be good. And then we need to go and take out Kemlar to get the magic resistance, and ideally take out Volkmar to get the stats buff for the army and Balthazar go for the armor buff. If we get those 3 buffs, I'd be very happy. Don't really need them, but you kind of want to, if you're going to do it, you want to kind of max it out, would be ideal. So
I will see to it.
okay, still says we're going to win super easily. Oh, we didn't get the that's weird. So before, I noticed before that I was getting reinforcement from my secondary army, whereas now I'm not. So I don't know why that is. Excuse me, sorry.
The Asur follow strength. It must be done. How can I assist you?
Yeah, no, he hasn't got it yet, so I've still got to let him keep doing execute a few more times. Oh shit. What the fuck are you doing over there?
The greater good has triumphed.
Okay, so that's okay. We can take this opportunity to get some more experience.
Alariel the Radiant.
Hatred fuels their dark hearts.
Well, that can... he can...
On the march.
Yeah, cool.
Lethal grace given forth.
Alariel, Everqueen. Hadri.
Your command. Sailing on.
Everqueen of Althwar.
I serve the king.
Isha's chosen. Voyaging.
Lord of the Phoenix Court. Journeying on.
Man. This is super annoying.
Alariel the Everqueen.
Across the waves.
Chosen of Isha.
Can I offer assistance?
Queen of Avalon.
Highball. Anchors away.
Alariel the Radiant. Greetings, Mathan.
Prince.
Greetings, Lord of the Deeps. Mistress of the Undying Forest.
Sailing away.
Speak.
Black Pyramid. What do I need the Black Pyramid for? Black Pyramid landmark. Does that give a global, like, armies bonus to your stats or something?
Your instructions. Journeying on.
Servant of
Excuse me.
Light.
How can I assist you? Across the waves.
Everqueen of Althwan.
Sailing on.
Queen of Avalon.
Orders. Anchors away.
High Priestess.
10% magic resist. Oh, okay, nah, we don't need it really. I don't think. Yeah, I think we're gonna be pretty close to cap anyway. For magic, for missile, magical missile resistance, we should be definitely pretty capped. Maybe for magic, straight magic damage, we might
Your behest.
not be.
Across the waves. Sailing on.
Priestess of Isha. Ether.
Lord of the Phoenix.
Time's at 6, so I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm feeling pretty tired already, eh? We've got 2 hours left to go, like normally.
Mistress of the Undying Forest.
I don't think we're gonna make it, hey.
Mathlan.
Yeah, it is
I
hard.
seek your protection.
Shit.
Sailing.
Trying to like
Ever loyal.
do this, but it's not really
Radiant.
working.
I serve the king.
Yeah, I didn't want to admit that you were right, SC, but yeah, it is pretty hard to
Across the waves.
efficiently
Queen of Avalon. Greetings,
do this
Mathlan.
movement bug in the water.
Sailing on.
Dawn's hope.
How can I assist you? Journeying on. Lightning swift. Anchors away.
Handmaiden of Alariel.
Ulfuan Prince. Sailing away.
Handmaiden of Alariel.
Sailing on.
Loyal guardian.
Can I offer assistance?
Raise sail.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
Warrior.
I serve the king.
I think it's because no one's talking to me. I'm
Protector of the
getting sleepy. It's also because it's really boring because I'm just doing like you know, movement bug.
Journeying on.
bullshit. This is like kind of what Dane was saying, you know, these exploits like movement bug and the loyalty cheese, you know, they're really useful, but they're just really boring. Yeah, I think yeah, unfortunately I can't really resist using them if I don't have a rule. Like tomorrow we're gonna play no cheese campaign, so I'll be like not allowed to use the movement bug. And not allowed to use the, well, I won't have, you know, the Empire doesn't have the loyalty bug anyway, but yeah, so like that's fine. Like I don't have a problem. Like if I make a rule that I won't do it, then I don't have a problem with that. I'm not, you know, this self-discipline isn't that weak. But it's like when you don't have a rule against it, then you know what I mean, you just do it all the time because it's super handy. But it's kind of boring, so there is that.
Mercy.
Hey man, how you going?
Good, just here to wake you up.
Thank you. I needed it. I feel instantly awake. I feel like I just had a shot of coffee. This what I needed. Man. Yeah, I'm good. Are you ready to take on the mantle as Bad Gelt?
Oh, I'm so ready. I got everything prepared. I got the first few turns mapped out. We're good to go.
Oh fuck, you're organized. I didn't even thought about what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so do you have a look at the rules from the old no cheese Empire campaign?
Yeah, I'm not really a cheeser, so you know, I think I'm just gonna
wing it.
I probably won't fall under any of those rules.
Well, I'll just quickly recap, and we could do it as a bit of a before we go. I'm not logging off yet, but before I wrap up, well, maybe we can give a little plug for the stream for tomorrow for anyone's interested in coming back. So it's going to be wildly different, but nothing like today's stream, guys. So there's nobody's going to be calling in. We're not going to be there's going to be gameplay is going to actually be happening tomorrow. So sorry for those who tuned in hoping to see some gameplay today. Yeah. So I'll just find the previous stream, last no rules one. It changed a little bit over time from. Like when we refined it kind of during the course of the stream, or the streams, but where is it? There it is, no cheese. Carl has no cheese. Excuse me. So the rules are no ammo wasting. So you know when you're attacking, you're not allowed to use your heroes to ammo. This ammo wasting. So is that your?
I would have at least artillery.
You don't count that as cheese. You don't count that as cheese.
Well, I mean artillery. I guess I didn't.
No ammo wasting, bro.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so in this universe, the enemy archers don't just like keep shooting at you even though they can't hit you until they use every single arrow in their quiver. They actually that doesn't happen in this world. In this world they actually shoot at you guys. Yeah. So and also no siege cheese. So you can't hide all your units in the forest while you fucking blow up their walls or whatever. You can't like tank their towers with your hero while your artillery takes them down. If you want to tank their towers, you got to sit infantry in front of your shit and let them get fucked up.
Maybe I am a bit of a cheeser then. Good thing you went over this.
You're like, is that cheese? I thought that was just how you play the game. That's just
that's not how sieges work in real life.
In real life, yeah. Well. Okay, no Doomstacks.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I'm good with that.
So you got to have balanced stacks. There's actually more detailed rules about that. We'll get to in a second, but no Doomstacks is the gist of it. No confederations. So you're not allowed to confederate any other elect accounts, including including Wolfheart or any of the other elect accounts. Elect account regions must always be returned. So every time you conquer a province, you have the option to sack, occupy, whatever, or return. You have to return it to the original owner. Now you do have special rules for Bad Gelt, which is that even though ostensibly you agree to that rule and you will always return it, there could be an exception if you can make a good argument like for why you need to. So just say you know, just say there's an army of orcs camped right next door, and if you give it back, then they're going to immediately take it over or something. You know what I mean? Like some sort of, if there's some sort of situation where there's a reason why you shouldn't give it back immediately, then you can make an argument for that. But you know, ostensibly, you know, is that right? Am I even using the right word? But yeah, officially, you know, you always give it back, even though if maybe occasionally you don't. So yeah, so basically, Andrew Jones is going to have some like special bad gelt rules, which allows him to kind of occasionally cheat, basically. Yeah,
that works. That works. My grandma said I should have been a lawyer, so
yeah. Well, that's what you're going to be using your lawyer skills in this.
I'll be doing pretty good with it, I think.
Nice.
Got excuses coming out the ass.
All right, so that's going to be the primary method of your bad gelting, is you're going to try and steal. So in the score, we're going to have a scoring system where basically Wolf, my character Volkmar, he's a bit mad, and he's going to listen to the chat, so you guys can like do super chats and make him do crazy shit. But he's got voices in his head, and he's not sure whether the voices are Sigma or whether they're a demon. And so whenever you guys do a super chat or whatever, then he's going to listen to those voices and he's going to try to determine whether or not that's Sigma or a demon. And if it's Sigma, then obviously he has to do whatever Sigma says. But if it's a demon, then he doesn't have to do it. So basically, you can do a super chat, and then you can like tell me to do something. And if you can like phrase it as if it sounds like something legit that Sigma would say, then you may sway Volkmar to do something. But yeah, that adds up to Volkmar being crazy. But Volkmar's good, and he wants to protect the Empire, so he'll always protect the other Empire provinces. He'll always give back their provinces. And Gelt says that he does that, but he kind of is a bit evil and doesn't always do it.
Sneaky bastard.
And Gelt's not crazy, obviously. He's calculating.
Right. He's on his meteoric rise to power and fame, and he's not going to let anything stand in his way of his grand plans.
That's right. But I mean, obviously, neither of us want the Empire to get wiped out by orcs or vampires or anything, you know. So we're still on the same side, allied in that regard. But yeah, Volkmar is a bit more fair about it, whereas Balthazar is like, the best way for the Empire to be protected is if I slowly annex all of it under my own control, kind of thing. That's kind of Gelt's theme. So no cheats or exploits. That's, although that sounds pretty general, it's not really like that. It's only specifically so no movement bug, no free casting like magic stuff, no like cancel casting to get free regen, all that kind of stuff.
That's fine. Yeah.
Although I was sort of thinking maybe that could be another bad Gelt thing if you want to do the free casting stuff. Like you can just break the rules of magic related stuff if you really want to. But I'll leave that up to you. But no, definitely no movement bug. Only one unit of regiment or renown may be hired only one unit of regiment of renown may be hired per turn per province. So basically you can't store up all your regiments of renown and then when an army attacks you just like bam hire them all instantly into that province.
Okay. Do the count the like elector count troops? How does that count?
That counts as well. Actually, maybe I'll just get rid of that rule because I don't know, because I mean, I feel like people do cheese that. Like they're like, oh, I don't even need to have defensive because I can just use the regiments of renown. But I kind of feel like that's actually the intended thing. The regiments of renown are essentially mercenaries. So it's like, yeah, that's it.
Right,
You're like, oh, we didn't have time to recruit any armies. Shit, there's these mercenaries. We'll just pay them heaps of money and get them.
Yeah, I mean, I could see your point though. Like it's because some of them I feel like might not be, necessarily. Like, isn't there? I don't know the exact regiments of renown for the Empire, but
you mean like their background or whatever? They might not be.
Yeah, like the lore of like maybe the Reichsguard one. Like that's
Zintler's right. Yeah, I know what you mean, but no, like they're still like. I mean, yeah, they may not like in real life or whatever. They might not be mercenaries, but yeah, as far as the game's concerned, like they're basically mercenaries. They're basically like free agent dudes that are just wandering around that you could somehow get to come and fight, and you don't need to recruit them. That's the main thing. You don't have to recruit them. They're just available to be summoned to battle.
That makes That makes more
but
sense.
yeah, I kind of think maybe we should make it a bit easier for ourselves by just making that actually okay to do that. If you still have to have the money to be able to afford it, and you can only do it once, so it's every 10
That's
turns.
true. And if you disband it or you lose, they're gone for 10 turns, and they're not cheap.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe we can make that a little bit easier.
And Manfred gets a little wily there, starts sending over stacks just out of nowhere, flying through your land. Might need a little extra protection back home.
That's true.
I'm scared of Manfred, man. He's crazy.
Yeah, and he's right near you as well.
I know.
Whereas
ever since that update, I think they since Draika's not as aggressive towards him, he's a beast.
Oh, really? He's stepped it up now.
I think so. I see him. I mean, I've just been playing a few practice legendary games on this week, and he's going nuts.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess you better be nice to Volkmar if you want me to help you out with that. I'm just trying to get this. What am I trying to do? Where's the public?
Since Sylvania, I haven't honestly played enough Empire to even know this. Sylvania, since they're in the elector count provinces, can you influence Vlad and Manfred with elector count points?
No, they Vlad and Manfred and Marienburg don't count as actual elector. If you take them over, then you get the elector count.
Right.
They don't count as electors that you can influence or anything. So we can actually conquer them. The other thing I wanted to make it an Empire centric campaign, so we don't I don't want us to be expanding into other continents or anything. I just want us to stay there in the Empire. It's essentially a defensive campaign. We're not trying to conquer anything else outside the Empire. It's just about, I'm just trying to protect the Empire and you're trying to take over the Empire, basically. And it's sort of like a role play campaign, and that's it. Yeah. So the essential disadvantage, it's much harder to play defensively than offensively, basically. So that's going to be a big handicap. Plus, the biggest handicap is going to be no cheese, I guess. And the second huge handicap is you're not allowed to win, basically, by expanding and conquering shit. So it's so it's essentially a survival. Cheese. It's like a survival campaign, basically.
I mean, we probably won't get past turn 20 on the first day anyway, right? So.
Yeah, that's true. We won't die straight away.
We'll still be early game, so it's fine.
Excuse me. Yeah, we should survive at least one stream. Yeah.
As long as we survive tomorrow's stream, that's a successful campaign right there.
That's right.
Any future episodes, that's not even in the books yet. We don't. Is there even? We don't even know.
That's true.
So,
I mean, to be fair, obviously, it's not a super ambitious goal just to survive the one stream, but I think it's in line with our competency level. It's a realistic goal.
I think it's realistic. If anything, the no siege cheese is definitely that's gonna hurt when it comes time to take some big places. It's gonna hurt.
All right, so you got no siege cheese, no doomstacks, no confederations. Elected regions must be returned, and I'll put a little asterisk there. Put bad gelt. Can sort of get around that. No cheats, exploits like movement bug, free casting, etc. Only one regiment. So get rid of that. So we're not going to worry about the regiments of renown. Oh shit! Sorry, I'm just writing up a little document here. No sack city cheese. So you're not allowed to sack cities. You can sack a city, but you can't sit there and sack it repeatedly over turns. And you know what I mean? So you can sack a city once, I guess. But then you have to either you if you want to sack it, you got to loot and occupy it. You've got to loot and occupy it. Or I guess you could sack it and then occupy it in the same turn, but you can't sack it over. Yeah, you know what I mean. I
get it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could sack it twice. If it's a tier 4 building and you sacked it once, it went down to tier 3. You sack it again, so you get another 10,000 or whatever. But you can't sack it for XP. You can't cheese it for XP. Basically, you go and say.
Okay.
So no sack city cheese. No student ancillary farming. So you can't keep canceling your technology all the time, so you can get student ancillaries. No hero trait farming, so you can't just keep hiring, mages until you get noble mages or whatever. So that's a big hindrance for you because that hurts your economy quite a lot. Although you're not going to really have that many. Well, you get a few, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Solent has like one building you can make, so it's gonna be a little slow, I think, at first.
Yeah, maybe. So I guess the good thing about mages is that you can get the noble. There's always one noble in there usually anyway, so you can always get, like, if you want to stack nobles, you can still do it. No corner camping. So that's probably a big one.
That is.
But
yeah, I mean,
I think did we decide last time to get rid of that one? I can't remember. Or did we? No, we put it in. I think there was no. Yeah, there was. That wasn't on the list. We added it.
Yeah, I mean, so I remember you had a pretty good argument for corner camping. You're like, well, if the map has mountains and walls in the corner, why can't I camp there? That makes sense. Like, I feel like you should be allowed to if the terrain on the map shows it like that. If not, if it's just like a hill behind the corner, then maybe not, I don't know. I feel like that kind of makes sense,
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I don't know.
You introduced me to the corner camp. I played without corner camp until you introduced me. So I can go back to no corner camping. That's how I was born, okay?
All right, we'll do. So no corner camping. But what about side camping? Side camping? You're like, that's fine.
I mean, that's if you want. I feel like that's the same thing.
Okay, no side camping. No side camping. No corner camping. Okay, so just to be clear about definitions, you can't that means you can't put your army hard up against the border of the map. When you set up. You can't make yourself immune to flanking on one side or both sides by corner or side camping. Okay. Yep. We agreed on that definition. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. That'll make it interesting.
But once the battle starts, you can immediately march to the side. Then it's totally no corner camping, no side camping. So that includes marching to the side later in the battle. You can't do that either.
It's all right. I've played all the battles so far on my practice runs on very hard, and I didn't corner camp at all, just because I forgot about corner camping. So I just put them right in the middle. It worked out.
That's right. Good. I mean, it's good. It's good to sort of no corner camp because it gives you the opportunity to use defensive cavalry to counter. You have one cavalry on each side, not so you can flank them, but so you can stop them from flanking you. Stuff like that, which you would never need to use or worry about if you could corner camp. Okay, so
a lot of things with cheese too. I feel like they may fix or address in the next game, and it's like I don't want to become totally reliant on it. With sieges, like you can't really. I played some Three Kingdoms, and you can't really. I don't know. I mean, you kind of can, I guess, but it's not as effective as the Warhammer 2 siege cheese.
Yeah.
So it's I don't like to become totally reliant on.
There's a bit of backlash in the chat. It's like, so basically just don't even play the game. That's what you say.
Is that Jerry? Oh, Jerry must be tired right now. Jerry's tired and cranky right now.
Okay. Jerry's like, no, I don't support this. I do not support this. No closer to the initial starting area. Yeah, basically, you can't see. Yeah, there's going to be an honor system. We're not going to try to we're going to go into we're going to follow the spirit of the rules. We're not going to try to exploit the rules as much as we can or anything. But having said that, I'm careful not to say that you can't do you can't exploit anything. If it's not specifically stated in the rules, then you can do it. Although we can always add more rules if we find something we don't like, or whatever. But yeah, just because the whole point of a strategy, of warfare and strategy, is trying to exploit everything you can to win. So you don't want to say, oh, I'm only going to just march directly into the enemy and that's it. Because then you may as well just auto resolve every battle. So we're still going to try and do whatever we can do to win, exactly. But we're just not going to use corner camping or ammo wasting or siege cheesing. So yeah, but apart from that, anything goes.
I mean, some of the more fun battles are the ones that you barely make it out of, and even though it's not as fun for your campaign, because then you're like, shit, my whole army is fucking dead. But for for co-op and fun times, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be good.
Yeah, it's definitely a more immersive kind of type of campaign. I feel like it's good. And yeah, like you can still with the ammo wasting, for example, like if you've got a hero on a horse or whatever, and he's at the front of your army as your kind of dudes charge in, he can charge in first and dodge the arrows and shit if you want, which will essentially mean that he's going to be stopping the guys behind him from getting shot by arrows while he's drawing fire. But that's different from like keeping your army back, or one hero just exhausts every single shot of ammunition for every single you know what I mean?
Yes.
So you can still dodge shit and whatever, but just not you know what I mean.
Just gotta play smarter.
Play smarter. That's right. So previously I had hero caps. So maximum 3 heroes, 2 heroes of the same. I mean, I just want to get rid of that. No hero caps, so you can have as many heroes as you want.
Okay.
Okay. Maximum of 8 steam tanks can ever be recruited in total for both of us. Or actually, maybe we should just have no steam tanks at all. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, basically there can only ever be 8 steam tanks in the world. So that means if the AI has already recruited the steam tanks, then you can't get any.
Fuck steam tanks. I don't even like steam tanks.
Yeah, we're not even going to get any anyway.
Rockets all the way. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the other thing of the unit cap. So you may not have more. So this is basically to counter missile cheese. So instead of having 19 fucking crossbowmen with your lord, you may not have more missile infantry than you have melee infantry. So you gotta have at least 10 melee infantry to have like whatever.
Wow. All right.
Okay. But yeah, I was gonna say maybe.
This is like how I played Warhammer when I first started.
So basically you're just gonna suck at Warhammer. That's
it's like with my first game playing.
But yeah, so it's like you cannot have more missile. You cannot have more missile infantry than you have melee infantry, and you may not have more artillery than you have melee infantry.
Now, I feel like this is very important because, well, I mean, all right. Well, what about Gelt, though? I'm like the artillery master, Shouldn't I have like a +2 on that limit or something? Maybe?
Yeah, well, I was thinking that. But I feel like, I don't know if +2's a bit high, though, because... So it's basically... just say you've got your lord, you got your mage, and you got your warrior priest, so you got 17 left after that, right? Or maybe you have another hero, maybe you got like 2 warrior priests, so you got a whatever, witch hunter, you got a captain in there or something as well. So whatever. So you've got that's actually easier, don't worry about it. Yeah. So you got 17 you got a mage, your lord, and a warrior priest, right? So you got 17 slots left. So just say you have 6. So you have 6. Then you would have to have 6 infantry, and then you can have 6 archers. That's 12, and then you have 5 artillery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I guess.
But if we made it +2, then that means you can have like 4 infantry, 6 handgunners, and 6 artillery.
Yeah.
And it would be.
I get it. I get it. With having, I guess it balances it with having the equal amount of infantry and ranged units, because I'm gonna go high on infantry then, so I can get more ranged units, which means I'll be able to have that many artillery. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. That works out.
We can give you a +1 if you want. That's as far as
I'll take a +1 just in case.
All right. Balthazar can have.
But you should get a +1 to something for that
I already
benefits you.
Yeah, and I already have all my dudes are going to be melee infantry anyway, so I'm not even.
Well, maybe you should get a -1 because you're like Volkmar and you got to punish yourself because you're so sinful and. You're like a flagellant, like the head of a flagellant. You gotta punish yourself more.
Just keep it in your pants, legal or bad gal. You can save it for the game. What was I gonna say? Yeah, well, you're getting a +1, so I'm essentially already getting a -1 with it. Yeah, you're essentially trying to turn your +1 into a +2 by making me have like -1. So Balthazar can have +1 missile. And Balthazar can have +1 artillery as well. So yeah, so you're gonna have quite a lot more basically.
I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it. All right, we'll put it like that. If we want this stream to last the whole day.
Yeah. And the other thing was you can have half as many free company as melee infantry. Half as many free company.
Free company.
Melee infantry.
Free company. Those tier 1 guys.
Yeah.
Those tier 1 pistol looking guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever recruited one of those in my entire life.
Well, this might be the campaign where you need to recruit them. How many free company as melee infantry? Okay, cool. Yeah, so what else? Yeah, so Volkmar has to listen to chat and decide if it is Sigma, must be obeyed, or Demon. And Gelt. I feel like we haven't really developed the whole Gelt, evil Gelt thing enough, but I'm not sure what else to do with it. Volkmar doesn't trust you.
It's a pretty good start, at least, you know, like, let's see how it goes, and the more we think, the more you add to it.
Yeah, that's true. You don't need to like go super evil straight away, you know, because you can like work your way. It's like the betrayal will be all the sweeter if you do it a bit later on.
Yeah, it'll be it's going to be an early game campaign for the whole day, most likely, you know.
Yeah, but I see it's tomorrow. If I'd forgotten, it's coming out really soon.
Yeah. Yeah, don't get drunk tonight.
I didn't like it suddenly like 2 times in 6 months. It's like an alcoholic. Jeez.
Mercy, just for one night, okay?
Just take a night off.
Just put down the bottle, please.
I'll do my best. Yeah, all right. Well, I think we got a pretty good. Is there any other cheeses we should rule out or anything? So that was the other thing. So basically, all religious units I control, regardless of who owns them, and all magical units like you control, regardless. So if I'm fighting a battle and I've got a wizard, or I've got what's that machine that shoots lasers? Whatever. I'm not gonna have one anyway. Yeah, Luminarch of Hish. Yeah, so if I've got a mage or a Luminarch of Hish or something, then you would automatically control those. In addition, and you can also second whatever other units that you want to the other person as well. But you know, they always control. So all the warrior priests are essentially my characters, and I control them all the time. Yeah. And and all the wizards are your characters, and you can control them in the battle, not on the campaign map, obviously.
What do you think about having to have certain units so that we do have things in each other's armies at all times, kind of, you know what I mean? Like you have to have a Luminarch, and I have to have or no I'm sorry, you have the opposite, because I'll be controlling your artillery. I'll have to have a Luminarch so that you can control it, you know what I mean? Or is that too much? Are we going
other way around? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that we need to
only because I'm never going to put flagellants in my army unless, like, you know what I mean? So
but you can still just give me some infantry or whatever. It's just if there's a warrior priest, like, then I will always control the warrior priest. So it's like it's not really like a handicap thing or anything. It's more of a flavor, more of a flavor thing. If you get what I mean. That's more what I had in mind with it. But then again, if you want to go all evil Gelt, then you can use that to to be evil. And like Volkmar might demand that you these common men need religious guidance. They need you're neglecting their spiritual guidance. You must put a warrior priest in charge of all of your armies, or whatever. And then so we could come into conflict there or whatever. So yeah, I'd like to see us come into a bit of conflict, where we have to argue about some stuff once in a while, but I'm not sure if it's going to really work out that way. But I hope, I hope so. I hope we have some things of contention, and then we have to argue about it, and you get an opportunity to be all evil, guilty, and stuff. No, we don't I wasn't really envisaging like high role playing or anything, and more just like we sort of explain the story or explain what our characters are. You don't necessarily have to do it in first person or anything like that.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
We might get a bit of that going on. We'll see how we feel.
Yeah, we'll see.
Depends how drunk we are.
I am the supreme patriarch. I can't really do his voice at all.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty hard.
It's so deep and manly. I'll never achieve that level of.
Oh yeah, it's super deep, isn't it? Yeah. AP missile cap. What? What was one? Yeah, they used to be super good. But they back in the original version of the Free Company, they were super powerful. On this channel tomorrow time. Yeah, hey Brady. Yeah, same time that it started today. I'm going to do an early start, like Legends normal start time. So whatever it says in the description below, like -3 hours earlier than that. John and Jeremiah saying too many rules. Leave something, to work it out on the actual time when we actually play. Do both players get same elector events in co-op? Actually, that's a good point. I don't even know how it works in co-op. Do we both get the elector events? Or, I don't know. Maybe we should try and... Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll just
see.
It'll work out. Yeah, whatever. It'll be fine. But yeah, so basically, yes, you can... I guess you can keep your elector counts on your elector count units in reserve as well to use as mercenaries, I guess. You only have like one anyway because you won't have any other provinces unless you take over Sylvania. So basically you get Sylvania and I get Marienburg if we are able to take them over. I think those are the only other elector counts that are up for grabs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be basically it. Yeah, the only thing that's a bit tough about it is that we're not really next to each other exactly. Like, yeah.
We're close, but the land in between is a little like harsh to walk over,
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get through. It's a swampy and shit, yeah. And we're not going to be using any movement bug or anything, so we're not going to really be able to help each other directly too much.
No. I mean, at least not until... Yeah, it'll be tough. Yeah, because if you're not taking anything, and I mean, I can, kind of take, but it'll have to be very situational. Yeah, it'll be tough as far as us actually reinforcing each other goes, but it'll be okay.
I could maybe march an army over to help you take out Sylvania. That'd probably be. I mean, taking out Sylvania early is probably going to be the key thing. Otherwise, they'll just wreck everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, that's with you being the Empire, or with you being like Franz's faction, that would be like their biggest, AI, basically person that fucks them up. You can always count on Franz like later on in the game. Maybe Manfred will run wild for a little bit, but eventually Franz will contain it and just the whole Empire will be Franz. But if you're him, there won't be that amazing AI cheat bullshit to go fight back against him. So
true. Jerry says we both get different events. So I guess by that he's saying that we both get the normal Empire. Like when I play as Reichland, it's the same as when you normally play as Reichland, and when you're playing as Balthazar, it's the same as when you normally play as Balthazar. We both get the normal elector count shit. It's just that we have our own separate sets of it going on. That makes sense.
That's good. Yeah, that's at least good. I was wondering how that would work out.
Yeah, I assume that's what he means. I'm sorry, I'm just actually still playing Warhammer as well. Theoretically, I haven't actually done anything for the last hour, but in theory, I was still playing technically. Yeah, what else? Yeah, well, actually, maybe we should, in terms of planning, maybe we should do pretty much what we did, the reverse of what we did with the last Warhammer. So I should I should just let Reichland go to shit, send all my army over to you. Don't worry if half my shit gets taken over. Quickly smash Vlad and Isabella and Manfred, let you take over Sylvania, and then I'll piss back off and try to save my empire type thing. We could do that, or we could just turtle. Probably a lot better would be if we could just turtle for the first 15 turns until I can get my warrior priests, until I get tier 3 in Reichland, get my warrior priests kicking, and then we help.
Yeah, I think we should do that. Just because I want to. Those stupid orcs that start next to me are just so annoying. Always jumping over the wall and trying to take the smaller city and shit. like to just raise their shit and never have to look at them again.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, I think you were not really not as keen on the like not expanding outside the Empire thing as I was. So I was thinking,
I'm down with like a turtle campaign.
Yeah, well, I was thinking if you want to make it a little bit less inflexible, we could make it that you're allowed to take non-civilized neighboring regions. So basically the mountains, you know. So you can't invade Bretonia. Yeah, you can't invade Bretonia. You can't take over the border princes. You know, or dwarven lands or wood elves or anyone like that, you know, but just that little mountain range with those dwarves next to you, like basically if those dwarves were to get wiped out, you know, or something, then you could take over. But yeah, but you can't like go and invade them, you know, like, yeah, you know what I mean? But those like
the dwarves count as civilized, right?
Yes, is that a serious question? Yes, they count as civilized. The dwarves are allies of.
They were in the mountains, so I don't know.
They're mountain trolls.
You said mountain.
The little hairy mountain trolls.
You know, the elves might not agree with you there, but.
John Australia says, mate, if you want to do that shit, let me know. I'm 100% for that kind of co-op campaign. You mean the one that I'm describing now? Yeah, I love this shit. That's why I'm making Andrew do it. That's what I love about you, Andrew. You always let me do what I want to do.
I'm down. I'm ready to go.
He's ready to go. You're adaptable. I was gonna say, yeah, but like no. So I was saying, like, so near you, you've got that Skaven clan Skittles, clan Spittle.
Yeah, like Fester Spike or whatever.
Spittle, yeah, whatever. The one that's sort of south, west of you. So you take that they count as out and civilized. Well, they don't exist because Ratmen don't exist. That's just like an unsettled.
That is true.
It's just ruins, basically.
True.
You can just settle it for free, basically. Just send an unarmed exploratory mission there to settle it because there's nothing there. It'll be fine. And then if you take out Sylvania, then you've got clan whatever it is south of them. But you've only got the minor settlements. You can't take out Zuppa. Because as mentioned, the dwarves are our allies.
No, maybe you know, Manfred. I take my time with him, and he takes out Zifbar, and then
I mean that's like there's nothing. You know, you did your best. You know, you were help. There was logistical reasons why your army had to wait at the border for a few weeks, and you just weren't able to get there. Yeah, so that's exactly the kind of bad guilt that I want to see. Like, yeah, so you can't like just go on like a murderous rampage, just like executing elector counts and confiscating their shit. But if if something bad happens to them and it's not like linked directly to you, then it's all fine.
You picked the perfect campaign for me, Mercy. It's going to be too easy. It's going to be too easy to be this much of a piece of shit.
Nice. So actually, I guess I'm actually in a better position in that regard, I guess, because I've got I've got Skarsnik. It's only a minor. Skarsnik's only a minor settlement, so that's not really that good. But I've got if I could take out Kemla and those the dwarves are not. Yeah, those dwarves
are. No, you can't take out. What do you mean? You can't take out the dwarves.
How do the dwarves? I could take out Kemla and I could take out that other minor settlement with the orcs in it, I guess.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like if you take out Sylvania, like that side's sort of not really that dangerous. I feel like after that, whereas if I take out Marienburg, then I've got Norska's going to be all over me.
It's going to be interesting with Rakarth, huh? Have you thought much about him moving in? And I feel like he's kind of a beast sometimes.
No, I didn't even think about that. I haven't played Empire since Rakarth has been there.
I just saw his symbol there on Corona, and yeah, he sometimes comes into Marienburg and stuff.
Yeah, that could be interesting. The curse of living in interesting times.
He's definitely a heathen too, so you're gonna have to fight him.
Yeah, he's not civilized. No. I mean, technically they are, but that counts as uncivilized. But he's too far away anyway. So yeah, you can't, and it's got to be like a neighboring, you could sort of reason. It's like something you could reasonably annex it into the Empire. Like those mountains, they're part of the Empire's borderlands or whatever. You know, you can't go to Ulthuan and take over that and say it's it's got to be we're at least you don't need to ever move the map. It's always going to be just centered on the Empire. That's what I'm getting at. So you just have a little extra bit around the edge if you want, but that's it.
Yeah, that works. That's all I need.
Sounds good. I mean, maybe we could wipe out Kislev later on or something.
Honestly, I don't usually like to take like. I mean, most campaigns end up that way because it's just the way it is. But I don't. I like building tall rather than, you know.
Yeah, me too.
Like wide.
The other thing about this campaign as well is that like so with the elector province stuff, so you're not trying to confederate anyone, so you don't need to ever spend your imperial fealty, the imperial the you know what I mean, that those points that you spend to, yeah. So you never spend those, right? So that means you don't need to spend like your prestige to get more of that, because you're going to get more of it anyway, kind of thing. Oh, you might want to get a bit at the start, but then after anyway, so you don't need to spend your prestige. So you can spend your prestige on the empire provinces, actually making them like you and shit. And you basically want to get military access to all of them, so you can kind of just roam around everywhere and fight whoever you need to fight and all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm going to go for anyway. So because
I like how you can make them dislike people too. Can I do that to you if we're co-op?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you can. Like, it's not like your fault. Like, you have no control over why Middenlands suddenly declared war on Bogma.
I just meant, like, with the game, like, the game give me the option if we're, like, military allies.
Actually, yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like, because we'll default as military allies, I think, in co-op, so I'm just wondering if, like, the military ally part itself would prevent that, but I don't know.
If somebody declares war on you when you're in co-op, you can still decline to pull in your ally, can't you? So if cool.
You
can.
I don't know about that. We'll have to see tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be fun anyway.
It probably does let you influence anyway. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I wonder if it's worth me trying to like get because like normally what I do is I pump the first bit of influence into Solent so that I can get Balthasar Gelt confederated, but I obviously don't need to worry about that.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So yeah, I wonder if it might be the best idea might be to pump it into Wissenland so we can get military access, so we can actually go back and forth between, or Averland or something, so we can actually get to each other.
I'm gonna have to go for Averland just to. That's where Vladdy comes.
Oh yeah, you need Averland so you can get to Vlad.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. But I think that was all we need to really discuss about it.
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm gonna get out of here anyway. I gotta go to see a movie. Go see Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah, I'm not really. I mean, I watched a video. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Hopefully you enjoy it. Hopefully it'll be good.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks pretty. I mean, it'll probably be pretty corny, but I'm ready. I'm psyched for it.
Yeah. Dash says, "What if evil Gelt gets declared war on because of zero fealty?" Don't know.
Well, I'm bringing Mercy into it for sure. That's happening.
That's it. Don't worry. I will purge the
Mercy's at war also. Yeah, that's what happens.
And Rekkath comes for you at some point as Reichland plays 2 games, and one of them Rekkath took some settlements in Nordland and Midland. Okay. All right, we'll have to defend against that. So yeah, that's like Vogma is like it's we have to defend the Empire. So I don't know if that's really a rule there, but basically we have to make sure that we don't let the Empire get wiped out. But obviously Bad Gelt can complain that he doesn't have the resources right now, but he pledges to. As soon as possible, assist or whatever.
How could the Empire ever be wiped out if I control the whole Empire? I am the Empire. What do you mean?
That's right. It's all part of the plan. All part of the guts of a great plan.
Yeah. All right, man. Have a great rest of your stream.
No,
chat. Take it easy.
I'll get the schedule up so you'll know exactly what time, because it'll video. It'll have it in your.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be online early enough anyway. I'll see you, I'm sure.
Yeah, cool. All right, man. Catch you later.
Yep, take it easy.
All right. I forgot to do the thing with the. I forgot to use my technology. Could have had could have had this thing, but I forgot to do it. How high tech would that have been? Oh well, there he goes. He's gone now. Excuse me. What are you doing, Jerry Mouse? Do you want to come in and tell me how much this campaign is going to suck or something? Anybody want to just drop in and comment on the whole no cheese campaign that we're doing tomorrow? Oh yeah, what did I think, was it SC? I think it was SC that did a super chat yesterday. Hey SC, was it you that super chatted yesterday and gave me Volkmar's first mad instruction? Or was that just right? I know, I might have to go back and watch somebody did a super chat yesterday and they were like, this is Volkmar's first thing that he's gonna do. But I can't remember who it was. I think it was like attack Scaven Blight or something. Was that you, SC? What was the instruction? What was the first instruction? Oh, it was to get Mandalore in Sartosa. Yeah, Mandalore in Sartosa. Okay, so I was thinking of, yeah, I'll address that. I'll address that tomorrow. So Volkmar believes the Mandalore in Sartosa is the Messiah, or something like that, something to that effect. Pig Barter. Yeah, in Sartosa. In Pig Barter. Oh, wait up. No, Pig Barter. Isn't Pig Barter in Sartosa? What? Where is Pig Barter? Confused. Where is Pig Barter? Is it around here somewhere? Oh, it's over here somewhere. No. Fuck, where the fuck is Pig Barter? Forget. Like, it's really familiar. I feel like I know where it is, but I just can't put my finger on it. I don't know. I have to Google it. Pig Barter's next to Imrik. Imrik star. What the fuck? That's right, it is too. That's bullshit. We're not going to fucking Pig Barter. Hell. Have we, like, I can't even, like, how would I even, like, what? How am I supposed to, like, so the thing is that, like, I mean, yeah, I guess we could work, Volkmar could be like, yes, we need to one day go to Pig Barter to find the Messiah, but that's going to be like a long-term lifetime goal that we may do, 3 or 4 streams from now, if ever. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, it's like you can just for everybody in general, if you want to try and convince Volkmar to do something, if you try and convince him to do something that's nearby that he could do straight away, then you're going to get feedback on it a lot faster, you know what I mean? Whereas if it's something that's going to take me like 3 streams worth of getting ready for and planning before I actually do it, you know what I mean? It's not going to be very, I don't know, a little bit cheese for this challenge. Yeah, and also, like, if everybody does that, so if like one person says, oh, go to Pig Barter, and another one says, oh, go to Nagarond, and another one says, oh, go to Lustria, and another one says, oh, go to the Southlands, then, like, then we've got like 5 things queued up for one day much later in the campaign, so essentially nothing is going to happen now, you know what I mean? So it's going to be a lot, it's going to be like a lot more fun. Yeah, it's a lot more fun if you suggest things that are actually, so this is an Empire-centric campaign, so basically everything is going to go on in this area, and probably none of our armies are ever going to leave this area, like this screen that I'm on, like these little, like probably like 2 or 3 territories beyond the border of the Empire is, we might like invade Norsca at some point for a while or something, go on a bit of a crusade into Britonia or whatever. But you know what I mean? We're never going to go to Nagara, we're never going to go to Ulthuan, never going to go to Southland, never going to go to any of these places probably. So if 5 different people do a super chat saying to go to fucking wherever, that's going to be like, you know what I mean? It's not going to, Anyway, so I'm just saying, like, I recommend that everybody try to keep their things to do with, like, So the, you know, like the cast of characters for this game is like Carrot Cadron, the Death, what's this? Yeah, I know that guy, that orc guy. You know, Skarsnik, Vlad, Manfred, Kemler, Leon Luancoa, Wolfric. You know, if it doesn't involve those characters, then they're not in it. You know, and Rakarth. You know, like those characters are the only characters that are going to play a part in the campaign. So yeah, so if you say like, you know, Boris Toddbringer is like, you know, is secretly a worshipper of Tzich or something, and he needs to be purged, then that's the kind of thing that Volkmar would have to take seriously because he's right here, you know. Whereas, yeah, if you want me to do something like 50 turns from now, it's like, yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool. I like the idea, SC, but yeah, just letting you know that like we may never even get there, you know. So it's sort of like a bit of a waste, or not, maybe not a waste. Like it'd be pretty cool if we do eventually get there or whatever. But send a covert force of Sigmar's faithful to rescue the Messiah from Pigbutt. Yeah, well, that was kind of where I was going with it. But I thought it was like here, and it's like fucking over here. It's pretty far away. I suppose it's not really. Yeah, that's pretty fair bit further. I mean, they're both pretty far away, but yeah. Send a hero. Yeah, I could send a hero. But it's like, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what we do about that. Maybe he'll send a hero to try to get diplomatic contact with them so he can like find out if there's any rumors about the Messiah being spotted there or whatever before he like, you know, takes any further action, before he makes the decision. Like it's too important to like ignore this rumor, however, you know. Or maybe he'll just decide it must be demons that sent that message. But yeah, I think like if you just say stuff that's going to be more interesting and fun in an immediate sense, like, you know, invade Talkback land or something, you know, I probably won't do it, but I might, if I do, that's going to be pretty fun. Whereas if it's like go to Pigbardo, it's like, okay, well, sure, I'll do that. It'll probably take me 50 turns before I'm able to actually send anyone there. That's like not really that fun. You know, that's kind of where I'm going with it. Anyway, level up a Witch Hunter to get that extra defense versus wounding and assassination. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, I might send a Witch Hunter there at some point. That's probably about the most I could expect to do, you know. Speaking of Talkback land, one of my favorite topics. I love Talkback land. They worship Tal. God damn it, you're right. Well, if the voice of Sigmar tells Volkmar to crusade against the Tal worshipping Talkback lands, then, you know, I'll have to address that. But we shall see. Tal is distinctly not Sigmar. That is very true. Tal is definitely not Sigmar. There is a lot of truth to that statement. Excuse me. Yeah, tell us scene. Probably Angariel, I guess. Entire lesson. Yeah, let's do both. Fine. Mervin is a city named after her. Meridia. Minlands Ulrich. Yeah. I mean, they all worship Sigmar. It's just like I mean, oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean it's not Estalia. I mean, all of the Empire lands worship. There's Sigmar worshippers in all of the Empire provinces, I believe. But there's sort of like a bit of a pantheon, like Meridia and and Ulrich and stuff. So there'd be, you know, the people, they kind of, it's a polytheistic kind of situation. I think they could worship all of them. Talbot clan, only know them as I don't really know heaps about the background of Talbot clan. I know they're kind of hunters. Their city is based in like a huge crater, and like this massive crater, and the crater walls kind of form the outer ring of the city. So it's basically a big fortress, you know, with the walls built into the crater rim. I believe that's how it works. Yeah, there are lots of forests in Talbot land. They're big hunters in Talbot land. Yeah, they got the Sutzen's guns. They got the yeah, they worship Tal. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the whole limit of my, yeah. They're into Tal, which is like the nature-y hunting kind of god, and or foresty hunting god. Their elector count's got like a hawk, I think. I can't remember much else about him. He's got at least one horse. Pretty sure about that.
Greetings, Lord of the Deeps.
Okay, P. Oh, fuck me. I'm getting pretty tired on it. Hey, Talbot land after the Talbot land after the now no longer existing province of Drakwild has the largest issue with beastmen. I messed them mad. Check the viable alternative I said earlier in the chat. Are you saying the bit about Samandalore we're transferee to either Skavenblight or Help It? Are you gonna be on tomorrow, SC? You can always you know, continue to develop your persuasive argument. It'd be better if you could restate your argument like in live on chat so that it can be part of the stream, I reckon. That way, like Volkmar can kind of directly respond to the. So I'll read out what you say, and then Volkmar will kind of react to that and decide what his you know, whether he believes that the voice is from heaven or not, from Sigmar. I think I'm gonna try to be like, so yeah, so with the whole demons thing, basically it's just like I'm gonna try to make it so that Volkmar basically believes like the messages that he gets from super chats, but unless it's like really anti-law-ish or it's stupid or whatever, then he might just think it's demons and disregard it or whatever. Tal's equivalent to the knightly orders are the Longshanks, I think. What? I don't think Tal has equivalents to the knightly orders. I think they just have knightly orders there like they have in all the other provinces. He said that you can rescue the savior if a hero ranks up in Pigbarda 2, I think. According to the ancillary guide. Oh, okay, cool.
The sea is a
okay, cool. So I just have to send a hero there and rank him up, and then he'll get the hero. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right. And then once we get the Messiah, Samandalore, then everything will be sweet. He'll lead us to victory over all of our enemies, and the kingdom of heaven on earth will be great, and Sigmar will conquer all. Pretty straightforward. That's all I got to do. Get Samandalore, and then the Empire will be saved. All right. Well, hopefully you guys are.
Greetings.
Crater City sounds cool. I've heard that Middenheim is also supposed to be a dramatic city on a mountain plateau, but that didn't come across in the game. Yeah, that's actually a bit of a bummer, isn't it? They don't have... I don't know if you can really see anything on this map because I haven't got it uncovered. But yeah, like, I think actually, no, I think, yeah, we can't see it on here. I think if you zoom right in on Talabheim, which is here, I think, where are we? Or am I in the wrong spot? No, sorry, it's here. Yeah, so Talabheim is here. Yeah, no, there's no detail on the map. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you zoom right in on Talheim, you can actually see the crater. It's just kind of just around the outside of the city, but you kind of, if you zoomed out, you just see a normal city. But if you zoom right in, you can actually see the rim of the crater kind of around the city. I think, I can't really remember it very well now. So yeah, I don't know if Middenland is really represented at all. But yeah, Middenheim should be on top of a plateau. Yeah, it's like on top of a mountain, basically top of a mountain, top's been like cut off kind of thing, and then there's Middenheim on top of that. And yeah, I think it's got like tunneled out catacombs underneath it in the mountain. And there's like they've got like the biggest cannon in the world pretty much, or the biggest cannon in the empire stuck on top of Middenheim. And they have like a giant that fires it because they need a giant to load it. And yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, Middenheim is like just like this grim kind of unconquerable like fortress city type of thing, almost on top of a mountain. I don't think it's ever been conquered, or maybe it got conquered in the end times or something, probably, or whatever. But yeah, I remember reading at least one story set there, maybe about the Knights of the White Wolf. Anyways, yeah, I'm super tired, guys. I think I'm gonna have to call it a day at that point. Might just do the autosave thing. Wasn't the final battle at Middenheim? I don't know. I haven't read any of the end time stuff. Brass Keep is pretty cool according to what I've heard. Yeah, I feel like the Brass Keep is pretty underwhelming in this game. It's not like it's nothing really. Yeah, are you in the game? Can you see it at the moment, Carrot Shell? I think I remember it having a like. I checked and I think I remember checking and zooming right in, and you could actually just see the edge of the crater around the edge. But I can't. Yeah, I can't really clearly remember it. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. But anyway, yeah. So I think I got a crash, guys. I'm getting a bit disorientated. You know, a bit tired and there. Dame Offensive is still oh no, she's playing something else. Well, let me just look at Total War Warhammer 2. I've got most of the mad, yay. Edwin von Carstein, what the hell? Playing Legendary. This Edwin von Carstein is one of our crew. What's going on over there?
One more unit. Okay, I can do it.
Oh yeah, he's talking. Cool. Yeah. So Edwin von Carstein, he's one of our regulars on this channel that watch this quite often in chat. Obviously he's not in chat right now because he's doing his own stream. But yeah, if you want to check out Edwin's stream, you know, and say hi from Mr. the Mad. Check him. Is he got any subscribers? How many subscribers he's got? No, I don't think he's got any subscribers. Go and chuck him a sub and a like and all that stuff. I'll chuck a like on his stream. There we go. I'll subscribe to him as well. There you go. You got one subscriber now, Edwin. Yeah, go say hi to Edwin, and if you guys want, and check him some support. I don't know if this is his first stream. It's the first time he's ever streamed or what, but yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. Go say hi. Click on that link, everyone. Go say hi to Edwin. You probably make his day. I think he's only got like one person watching or something. So, thanks so much for hanging in there, guys. Sorry for those of you who didn't enjoy the Talkback radio thing. I only do it once every, couple of months or something. So we'll be back to some more, gameplay tomorrow. Tomorrow is the No Cheese co-op Brohammer with Mad Volkmar and Bad Gelt. So hope you guys all enjoy that. And thanks for the generosity tonight, by the way, guys. Thanks so much for the super chats. It's awesome. And yeah, see you guys. See you guys next time. Catch ya.